Hey guys, welcome to the Malaysia Basketball League day number 2. I'm Brian, this is Aaron, and we are so happy to be here.
We are indeed, and it's going to be the tournament or the day of the tournament of the year. We're going to give out World's invites. We're going to see who's going to represent Malaysia at the World Championships. And most importantly, we're going to enjoy Pokémon TCG, Brian.
That's right. And you know what? Today we have even more Pokémon TCG because it's a BO3.
7 rounds BO3,
Yeah,
4
that's right.
rounds in Swiss, and 3 top cut matches to crown a champion and give out World's invites, Brian.
I am so excited, man. BO3 has, in my opinion, always been the superior format. Don't let anyone else hear that. But BO3, you really get to see how the players pilot the deck.
Yep.
None of that, donking BS around the place.
You might
None
still
of
see
that.
it, though.
You may. But at least you have one more game after that.
You can recover from it.
You can recover
Yes.
from it. And on top of that, you really get to see player skills expressions, right?
Yes.
In terms of knowing how to manage the deck, knowing how to manage the time, knowing how to adapt as well.
Yes,
there's
indeed.
no sideboarding in Pokemon,
Yep.
but there are ways for you to adapt your strategy.
And talking about adaptability, right? Players in day 2 can change the deck list from day 1. This is a very unique format that we have here. If you qualified for day 2 after going 6-2, after 8 rounds yesterday, you can choose to change your deck completely. Change a few cards if you want to, or just change your entire deck list to just run with something completely different.
Yeah, like I know I was talking to a few of the players like yesterday, right? And they were looking at the meta share and they were like, "Hey, look, there are a crap load of single price decks."
That's true.
Right?
Yep.
So they're like, "How do we adapt to that?" I saw a few interesting decks here, man. I mean, have you heard of a quad Wellspring Ogapon?
I have now. That's going to
true.
be interesting.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's probably have to do something with like Crispin repeats,
that's true.
just constantly being able to use the pump attack.
The key thing is it's like another toolbox deck, right? We talked about yesterday, having adaptability. But before we get into the weeds of all the different things that you will be seeing on stream, we want to also let you know, those of you at home, if you've not made your way down here to the Sun Pyramid Convention Center, we have so much Pokemon available for you today here at the Day 2 side events. Yesterday we had a few. We had Point Gate battles. We had a few, Mesa Star, Pokemon Go. But today is the day to come down to Sun Pyramid and enjoy a bunch more Pokemon. We have the Point Gate battles. We have the coloring corner, coloring displays for all ages, I might say. We have the expanded format battle for those who want to try something different. If you're brand new, the new trainer journey is the best way to start. We still have Pokemon Go, we still have Mesa Star, but the new addition today is the Nintendo Switch 2 hands-on experience. Come on down to try Pokemon Champions and Pokemon Pokopia. I'm excited for everyone here to enjoy Pokemon, Brian.
Yeah, man, there's just, like you said, so much Pokemon. I can't wait to go to the coloring corner in between matches. But let's cover the format for today. As we mentioned, the key difference between yesterday and today was, hey, it's a BO3, right? So we are currently still in the single elimination format. This is the top cut, I believe, where if a contestant loses a match, it immediately eliminated from the tournament. This continues until a winner is determined. Keep in mind, this is for top cut. We are currently still in the Swiss rounds. However, the Swiss rounds have also changed. We are no longer doing BO1s, we are doing BO3s. So if you look at the stream, if you're tuning in and you're like, wait, why is there a 50-minute countdown timer? It's because it's a BO3, guys. We've said this before, we are super excited to see what the players bring to the table. We are excited to see how players adapt, see whether the strategies are going to be changing in between Game 1 and Game 2. As you can see here, Switch on tournament structure is, we're not going to read through this. We go
a brief run through, right? 4 rounds of Swiss to add on to your record yesterday, day 1. And the key thing here is that these 4 rounds are going to determine if you get into top cut.
That's true.
That is the key thing here. And the record matters. It can be a 2-1 win, it can be a 2-0 win. That is a completely different thing. Your points are very much different. It's a completely different system from what we are, traditionally used to.
Especially in the West.
Especially in the West, yeah. So the key thing here is that a 2-0 win is better than a 2-1 win. And obviously these two are better than a 1-1 draw or even a 1-0 win, surprisingly enough.
That's right.
The key thing is you want to go the distance. It favors hyper consistency decks, fast decks, aggressive decks, and you want to be able to complete your games. Like you said, speed is key.
Yeah, speed is key. So I did expect to see a lot more aggressive decks, and we will talk a little bit more about the deck split later.
Yes.
But yeah, as you can see here, guys, we're no longer round 1, we're round 2 plus, so players are going to be playing with similar rankings with one another. So for example, if Aaron here is 8-1, I will play him. Sorry,
you flatter me. 8-1 is pretty good.
8-1, and I am 8-1 as well. I will be paired. The likelihood of me getting paired with Aaron is a lot higher than me getting paired with someone who's 7-2.
Correct. And you're going to be paired up against players of the same caliber, and you are essentially going to be playing against stronger players as the tournament goes on. And only the strongest are going to be getting into top 8. And why do you want to get to the highest ranks? League points. Every single player here are gunning for this because this determines your standings at the league point level to gain your world's invite. We're not talking about any travel awards yet. This is the top 10 players, of a particular country or particular region getting to represent the country at the World Championships. This is where things get exciting because, as like you said yesterday about Singapore, Brian, even here in Malaysia, I was doing a rough check. We have about 15 to 20 players all gunning for that top 10 spot. It is going to be brutal for you to just miss it by one spot here, and these points are going to be very crucial for players trying to get that invite. So I am excited to see which of the top players are going to be making it to Worlds, which are not going to get the invite. It's a few people may be a bit more safe than others because of a long-standing accomplishments throughout the season. Premier Ball League, Great Ball League, Ultra Ball League, but this is the final hurdle for many.
Yeah, that's right. And but you know what? Even if you don't manage to make it there, touch wood, you still get pretty cool promos.
Promos!
Exactly. Promos, man. I mean, and this time around, we have one of the best promos, one of the most playable promos in PokePad. Right? So you get a Master Ball League exclusive PokePad, and I managed to get 2 yesterday.
You need 6 more. You need 6 more.
I need 6 more. Have you managed to get any?
I have none, so I need 4
right,
more.
So we need a total of how many more?
14 more. Yeah.
We need 10 more.
We need a lot more.
So guys, if you guys are selling your Pokepads, you can always come and find us. But these Pokepads are exclusive to the region. So if you're playing in Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, or even Hong Kong, you will be able to get your hands on these. So do head down and participate in your Master Ball League if you're tuning in from Hong Kong and Singapore to make sure that you get a promo like that as well. But guys, by the way, if anyone who's made it to day 2, get a pretty epic playmat. This playmat is really, really nicely designed, and the playmats have been getting better and better every single year.
Exactly. These are the exclusive Day 2 prize playmats. We introduced this, I think, a couple of years ago at this point, where if you make Day 2, you get an exclusive, gift. Yep. In this year's MBL, it is the playmat. Previously, it might have been sleeves, things like that, but I love Mega Evolution Pokemon. Look at that Mega Zygarde in the middle. I would love this playmat. Brian, we should compete next season.
I know, right?
It's getting better. The prizes are getting so much better.
Exactly. I mean, look at that Mega Greninja. These artwork, by the way, this artwork, by the way, is custom. Right? It's it's not something that you see over in the West. So it's really, really cool to see some of these playmats and evolve every single year.
Yes,
but besides playmats, you also get Pokemon home medals. Top 4 players do get these exclusive Pokemon home medals. This is, for my knowledge, the first in the region.
The first, yeah. I think it might be first globally, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
It's one of the first time we've seen Pokemon home medals being made available to competitors. I mean, there are a few medals you can get around the venue. Just so you know, Master Ball Leagues always have Pokemon home medals scattered around the venue. But to be able to get one of these, you have to be one of the top 4.
Yep, that's right. And these are going to be stored in your Pokemon home app. So you can always show it off in the future. Hey, look, if you have a kid, you can say Dad was good at the game at one point in time.
Yeah. It sounds like a very familiar conversation for me.
Yeah.
But there's also a few more other prizes that are up for grabs here today. There is that amazing Mega Lucario EX Master Ball League stamp promo. Every division, every tournament, there's only going to be 4 of these being given out. In total in Malaysia, that's going to be only 16.
That's right, that's right.
4 for each of the age divisions in TCG and 4 for VGC. By the way, give VGC some love. They are on Pokémon Champions this weekend.
First in the world.
Yeah, first in the world, by the way. And also, look at those trophies. These are all custom trophies with the same artwork as the playmat, but you get to take home something that says champion, finalist, or top 4. And those trophies have been getting better year on year, Brian. That's a good part.
You know, I actually kind of missed the card slot. If you remember back in I think
Yes.
2023, they gave the trophy together with the card slot, and then they could put either
That's
like
true.
your deck that you won the regional with inside the trophy,
That is
or the
true.
Champ Pao. So I
But
do
you
miss
have
the card
one,
slot.
by
I
the
do
way.
have one. I do have
Yeah.
one. But the trophies are getting nicer as well. So
Definitely.
we definitely do need to give a huge shout out to TPC for leveling it up year on year.
Speaking of leveling up, if you're talking about the next juncture of your Pokemon TCG journey, it is, of course, the Pokemon World Championships. And today is the day where these invites will be given out. Not just for those in the top 10 rankings, we talked about that earlier already, but those who are placed in either the top 2 masters, the first place seniors, and the first place juniors. These are the ones going to represent Malaysia at the World Championships with an invite and a travel award. You're basically being paid to play Pokemon, Brian.
I know, it's what a time is it for us to be playing Pokemon TCG here in Asia, in Southeast Asia. So once again, top 2 masters. You know, this has changed as of recent years.
Yeah.
Previously, it was only one.
Only the
Only
winner.
the first place, only the winner gets the travel award. So as we're getting ourselves more and more on the map, I'm happy to see these
Yes.
invites getting expanded as well.
It is. It is always great to see more and more support coming into the Pokemon TCG scene, the Pokemon community as a whole. But of course, if you want to know more about what all this is about, if you're just tuning in, you're thinking, what is this link? What is going on here? The Master Ball League is essentially the pinnacle of events here in the Asia Championship region. We're talking about the ultimate competition where you are going to be gunning for that World's Invite as we talk about. And what is that World's Invite? You know, what's going to happen? You're basically representing the country at the biggest event of the year. And what better way to do it than the 30th anniversary of Pokemon?
Yeah, man. I mean, this Worlds is extremely special. It's also the first time they're doing the Pokemon XP Fan Fest. So it is such a good time for you to lock in your Worlds invite and head over to San Francisco in August of this year. It's going to be such an epic event, and I am personally looking forward to it a lot. I have locked in my tickets, so I am so happy that I get to
envious.
experience this for the first time.
Yeah,
but
I'm happy for you for that, man, because essentially this is I would say the most exciting Worlds ever, right? There's so much going on, and some of these players will be going there.
That's right.
You know?
So, by the way, there are 3 categories here. So, something very similar to what we have over in the West. We've got a junior, a senior, as well as a masters category. So, that you can see the age splits over there. On stream today, we will be showing only the masters, but keep in mind that our juniors and seniors can't be forgotten. We have a lot of junior. Actually, we have a senior and junior. No, a junior that actually managed to get top. That won the LAIC.
Oh, yes.
Top 4
Yeah.
UIC as well, and they do come right from this little country down in near the equator.
Yeah, I mean, it's from our region, essentially. We're talking about, junior and senior category players who are showing huge caliber. Some of them actually competing with masters in the open categories in Ultra Ball leagues.
But getting top 4 as well.
Getting top 4 and winning the UBLs. So this is where Pokemon has grown so much that to the younger age divisions they can now compete with masters who've been playing for many years at this point. So we're talking about the day 1, day 2. Day 1 is done. Qualifiers are done for day 1. Masters now go into a 4-round qualifier, best of 3 Swiss rounds to book their place in the top cut. For juniors and seniors, there is a top 16 single elimination cut that is also running concurrently. We wish them all the best because they are also gunning for that World's Invite. And at the end of the day, we will crown champions.
Yeah, look, it's 2 days of epic Pokemon, and I am so happy that we're here, to cast this event. I think there's going to be such good gameplay that's going to be coming up, and we do have a pretty exciting matchup for you guys, I believe, coming up real soon. But yes, 2 days of Master Ball action. By the way, Aaron, what do you think the Master Ball League is equivalent to in terms of like scale of event in the West? A regional?
I mean, to be fair, if you talk about the relative size, regionals, but there's so much prestige going on here for Master Ball League because it feels like a national championship. It feels like we're back to the old days of national champions. Just so you know, you can only represent one region if you're playing Master Ball League, so you can't really play in Singapore and then Malaysia. You're locked into a region, and when you go the distance in that region, you represent that particular region. It's a little different than what we have in Western countries and the TPCI situation. But for what it's worth, it feels like the growth of the game has really just been astronomical. We used to have 100-person nationals here in Malaysia, Brian. We're talking about 1,500 at this point, which is crazy to think about. And in total, the number of competitors yesterday was about 2,000 players across all the games and all the age divisions. That is massive for Malaysia.
Yeah, it's not just massive for Malaysia. It's massive for this region as a whole, right? The Southeast Asia region or the Asia regions have really been growing extremely rapidly. I mean, just take a look at China as well.
Yeah,
not exactly a part of our region, but the competitions and the skills of competitions there are just growing exponentially. This Worlds, you definitely can't discount any of these players coming from Asia. They will be coming with the Worlds trophy in sight as well. I'm pretty sure everyone will be prepping just as hard. So I'm very excited to see when eventually, we will be able to lift that trophy up. I mean, just last year, I believe the seniors second finalist was from China.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing to see the growth of the game in Asia, right? So the most important part here now is that we want to talk about the decks. What are we looking to see this day 2? We saw a lot of Dragon Ball yesterday, Brian. We saw some Mega Lucario. But I'm excited for the third card right there. Tiamat's Ogapon.
Tiamat's Ogapon. This card is the bread and butter of so many different decks. You don't even need to play it in grass-based decks anymore. We've seen it in so many different variants. We've seen it in things like the Clefairy box, right? Where you need something to draw cards, and Tiamat's Ogapon is just the most efficient way for you to do that. It's also a pretty good attacker. You have Myriad Leaf Shower, which does 30 damage for every energy attached to both active Pokemon. So the more energy you have on it, the more energy your opponent has, the more damage you're going to do. All right. So Tiamat's Ogapon just doing all the heavy work. Right now. And the card to the right, we do have Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt is one of my personal favorites to win this whole thing. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a huge meta share in today's tournament. We have it at about 4.3%. So there's only, I think, 4 or 5 players actually who made it to top cut. Made it to day 2 to actually piloting the Raging Bolt deck. And actually, you know what? Let's talk about the meta share today.
Yeah, let's talk about it because I think the most represented deck is still Dragon Ball. What do we look at? How many Dragon Balls do you think we're going to be seeing in day 2?
Yeah, dude, a lot. I mean, look, we have about 27% of today's meta share being Dragon Ball, which is a lot, right? And then we have Teal Masks next with about 9.2%. Okay. And Team Rocket's Mewtwo actually rounding it up at about 8%.
Same as Alakazam, right?
Same as Alakazam, but that is a pretty significant meta share. And by the way, guys, if you guys are in Malaysia and you guys need to, you guys don't really know what you're going to want to do on a Sunday, do come down to the Sunway Convention Center. We are here. There's so much Pokemon for you to kind of explore.
Yes, indeed.
You can come and watch the TCG Masters. You get to see players playing at the highest level here in Malaysia. You also have our juniors and seniors who will be competing. And I love seeing the level of play there because as you've mentioned, it's really kind of leveled up over the past few years. For sure. So excited to see the juniors and seniors. And on top of that, if you're not interested in TCG, you just love Pokemon, there's so much for you to do here. Coloring corner, you have the coloring display. You've also got the Pokemon Mezastar, Pokemon Go events happening. You get to experience the Switch 2. And look, if you're interested in Pokemon, you don't know anything about the TCG, we've got the new trainer journey for you as well. And if you're like an old bird, you want to play some of your Lost Box, your Mew VMAX, your Vileplumes, you've got expanded. So you can come down, you can join the event. So much for you to do here in the Sunway Convention Center. So we hope to see you here.
Definitely. I think there's Pokemon for everyone, essentially, over here at the Masbol Lake. I also want to talk about the store, the pop-up merchandise store that we have here, Brian. If you like merchandise, if you like souvenirs for someone, want to take home something, take home a plush toy, take home some sleeves, exclusive event sleeves even.
Get packs at MSRP.
Packs at MSRP. If you want to buy Pokemon TCG, they're also available here at the Master Ball League. So there's so much going on.
While stock lasts.
While stocks last. Yes, indeed. So, and if you see us around, it was Brian and myself, just say hi. we
don't bite.
We don't bite. We're
I may, but he doesn't.
Yeah, we're okay. We are all right.
But yeah, so guys, if you guys are tuning in, you guys are wondering what the Master Ball League is all about. We've gone through a lot of it today, but I just want to highlight something that this event is region locked, it's country locked.
It is.
So if you are traveling from overseas, unfortunately you can't play. But you're more than welcome to come down and spectate.
Of course, yeah.
And join in the festivities. There's, like I said, as you can see, a lot going on.
Indeed. This is a celebration of Pokemon here at the Master Ball League. This is, of course, the final and ultimate event of the season. So if you're just staying home and not doing anything during Sundays, come on over.
Join us. Come on down.
Yeah, say hi. And we are moments away from our match, by the way, Brian. We have an interesting matchup.
Yeah, I believe. Well, we've been getting a lot of noise in the mic, but I believe we are getting a Mega Meganium versus Grimmsnarl.
Oh.
So, unfortunately, not a favorite matchup for the Grimmsnarl at all.
Fair enough.
Because it is grass weak deck.
Yeah.
All right. But I'm wondering if the Grimmsnarl is able to set up fast enough, if they're able to. Okay, so let me take a step back.
Sure.
What are the roads to victory for both of these decks? Okay.
Well, if you're the grass deck, you're just going to attach energy and swing. That's your modus operandi. That is what you do as a Teal Mouse Pokemon deck. I should say this is a variant that we have not covered for a bit. It's Mega Meganium Teal Mouse Pokemon with Mega Venusaur. So, my kid's deck.
Yep.
Look, this is one of the decks that we don't really see often, Brian.
Yep.
But it's here. It's in day 2.
It is the only one. Yeah, it's the one-off. It's the one-off, right? But I do want to cover this deck a little bit. It's pretty interesting because you have your engine in the normal Meganium, right? This normal Meganium, I think, came out in
Mega Evolution
2.
ME1.
Is it ME1?
Wild Growth ability.
Yes, right.
Really
Wild Growth.
ability.
Yes.
Doubling up your grass energy for every single basic energy, I should say. So if you were to Teal dance 1 energy, that energy becomes 2. That is the key acceleration of this deck. You're getting energy acceleration, but you also get to double up every energy you attach.
Exactly. And then you also have your kind of resource engine in Mega Venusaur, where you're actually able to shift your grass energy in whatever way you like. Right? So if you Teal Dance it onto your Teal Master Ogerpon, you evolve your Mega Venusaur, you're then able to actually switch that energy over to your Mega Venusaur and swing just for 2 energies.
Yeah, and it's one of the more, it's a very synergistic deck, and it also takes me back all the way to base set because Venusaur's energy trance is from base set. That's a 26-year-old card, Brian.
Yeah.
It is.
And it's still useful, by the way.
And it's back. The energy trance ability is back. And the key thing for me, I think, in this, matchup, because I love Grimmsnarl. I played Grimmsnarl a lot back in the previous season. It loses a lot of tools. It used to be able to go toe-to-toe because you just don't play any of your Grimmsnarl and just say, Frostlass, Adrenabrain. And that's about it. And you actually get prize cards that way. But you lose so much tools as Grimmsnarl, and I agree, it's a little bit unfavored here, but there's still path to victory for the Grimmsnarl deck. You just got to play it very carefully up against all these big, beefy grass Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, it's... I think for the Mega Venusaur, the Mega Meganium deck, right, they just need to use Mega Venusaur as his main attacker because you're going to be able to heal up all the damage that Grimmsnarl is able to dish out. Yeah, exactly. You just jungled up, heal, and you go... Nice try, mate.
Yep, that's it. Well, the key thing is we'll be seeing what would the Mega Meganium player start with, because they can also start very slow in this deck. This is a setup-based deck. You're running 2 different stage 2s, and you have some consistency cards like the bug catching set. You also run a suite of Pokepads for sure, Ultra Ball. But if you have a very slow start, Marnie's Grimmsnarl is a deck that can punish slow starts.
That's right. But something else I do want to point out is the stadium battles that we're going to see here, right?
Yes.
Because both these decks are actually very reliant on their stadiums. For Marnie's Grimmsnarl, you have Spikemuth Gym, right?
Yes.
Where you're able to search your deck, find a Marnie's Pokemon, and put it into your hand.
Yes.
Right? And then you have on the Mega Meganium side, Force of Vitality.
Yeah, Force of Vitality allowing you to break the rule a little bit of being able to evolve your grass Pokemon all the way to stage 2, especially on the turn that you play it in. So for a Mega Meganium player, you can choose to keep your Chikoritas and your Bulbasaurs at an opportune moment and then play on the entire line in a single turn. That is the key here. I also want to talk about the fact that both these players, I believe, are playing unfair stamps.
Yes.
So that will be another thing to look out for. You take a knockout, you think, oh, I'm safe, I have everything here. Unfair stamp to 2, and you are then bricking
I'm not sure what the Grimstar is running because typically Grimstars like to run Secret Box, right?
To be fair, we've seen a little bit of both actually.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, so I can confirm that the Mega Megadan play is playing
Unfair Stamp.
Unfair Stamp.
Yeah.
It will be interesting to see when that comes to play because if Grimstar goes aggressive just that too early,
Yeah.
that's
I mean, we saw a little bit of that with the TCG Scar Shop yesterday, right? Where they prioritized aggression versus setup.
Yes.
And in doing so, they actually were not able to complete their game.
they walked into an Unfair
They
Stamp.
walked into an Unfair
Yeah.
Stamp and it's just absolutely abysmal for them. So Grimstyle also doesn't really have an innate draw engine.
Exactly.
Right? They're very reliant off the top decks.
Yes.
So that's why I thought maybe having a secret box there
That makes sense. That
would
makes
be
sense.
would be a better ace spec because of the consistency that it brings.
That's true.
And that said, I think if a Grimstyle gets Unfair Stamped and there's no way to recover, yeah.
That's it. But
That's
we're in the
it.
best three though. So if you have one of those false starts as a Grimstyle player, you have a game 2 and game 3 to recover. Hopefully a game 2 and we go all the way to see more Pokemon, right?
Yep.
I would love to see, this going the distance because, both these players hopefully playing fast enough. We can see a full best of 3 and we see good Pokemon being played.
That's right. But in all that said, which deck do you think is favored?
Really? It has to be the Mega Meganim deck solely because of the weakness of Marius Grimstyle, which is grass. You don't even need so much of an energy investment to get a knockout as a Team Azogopon.
Yeah.
If it's just 2 energy wild growth, then that's a knockout already on a fully charged Grimstyle. However, this is a deck that's technically also relying on their supporters. They don't have an innate draw engine unless you get Teal Azogopons in play. Now, if you do bench Teal Azogopons, that is also a liability because those Pokemon do trigger Freezing Shroud, and after a few turns of Freezing Shrouds, there are possibilities for Marius Grimstyle to take multiple prize cards on that somewhat low hit point EXs. That's the thing I'm going to try and see. If you're going to be benching multiple Team Azogopons, they're going to trigger Freezing Shroud each and every time.
That's right.
There are opportunities for Grimstyle to punish those EXs on the bench. Not just Team Azogopons, also the Pheasantipity as well. We talked about yesterday.
Meowth.
Also the Meowth. These are all ability-based Pokemon
that
are punished by Freezing Shroud.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be looking at how the Mega Meganium player is going to pilot this deck, right? If the player is a little bit loose with benching, decides to bench a Meowth a bit too early, decides to bench the Fez a little bit too early, then they're going to be punished, I think, pretty heavily. Because Grimstyle does capitalize on having those support, 2-price support Pokemon on your bench.
Exactly.
Right? But if the Mega Meganium player plays perfectly.
It's rough. It's an uphill battle.
Really rough.
It's an uphill battle for Marius Grimstyle. The key thing also will be good to see how many of the Monkey Dories get in play, because the moment you get Monkey Dories in play, that's when you get Adrenaline Brains. And we see here on the screen the prize cards for Yan and Wei Jian. Yan pricing to list determination, not the best thing to see considering that's your best draw supporter. For Wei Jian, not too rough. Typically, you do run a second Marius Grimstyle. You don't want to play it anytime soon anyway, so that's okay. 2 Darkness Energy is a bit interesting though, because you want to see those Darkness Energies on those Monkey Dories. We now kick it off with Yan on the left on the Mega Meganium deck. Wei Jian on the right, starting Monkey Dory. Yan running the Celebi, by the way. That's an interesting tech.
Yeah, no. Celebi is a really good turn 2 start, right? So
yes,
I'm actually surprised to see the Celebi getting started. I think it's because Celebi has it has a 1-cost retreat.
It's a 1-cost, yes.
So it's a pretty inexpensive pivot for you to go through. Bug catching set, actually only finding one Pokemon is actually really... The odds of that happening isn't that high.
And that's pretty rough to get a non-basic. You got a stage 2, you don't need.
Yeah, exactly. So you look at the top 7 cards of the deck, you find, you reveal up to 2 of any combination of grass-type Pokemon or grass energies, and then you put it to your hand, you shuffle the rest of them in your deck. And this is the kind of slow start that Wei Jian is hoping for. He's hoping that his opponent doesn't have much to go off with. And yeah, I mean, look here, right? If Yan is only going to be able to bench one Pokemon, he can only look for either the Chikorita or the Bulbasaur. So that's not a lot for him to find. He is going to be finding Tiamat's Ogerpon, so not even prioritizing any of the stage 1, any of the basic lines or the stage 2 lines because of the Force of Vitality.
Yeah.
But first, you need to find Force of Vitality. How do you find it? Celebi.
Well, to be fair, Celebi actually gets you the
Yep.
grass, Pokemon, and stadium cards, so you can actually go look for more than just Forest of Vitality. You can actually find the Chikoritas.
That's right.
But again, you mentioned this to be a good start for going second.
Yep.
Yan actually went first.
Yeah.
However, Weijian isn't, I should say Marnus Grimmsnarl isn't a threat turn 1.
No.
So that's okay, I would say, for Yan.
That's right. That's right. I actually wonder who won the dice roll here and who decided to go
that's
first.
true.
Because I think from Yan, right? Yan doesn't mind. But Yan doesn't mind going first or second. I'm pretty sure Wei Jian prefers to go first in this kind of matchup.
Yeah.
But Yan, I think having that knowledge that he's playing against Amarni's Grimmsnarl probably was like, look, I can take things a little bit slower. I don't have to rush out my evolution lines. I prefer to go first to prevent Wei Jian from going first, right?
That is true.
So you may have to take a turn off later by using Traverse Time in order for him to actually get fully set up here. But I don't think he minds doing that. And now we're off to the races with Wei Jian just starting us off with a Pokepad.
And he's eyeing that Budew right there. We talk about Budew being such an oppressive card in the metagame. We won't see a Budew war here because Yan doesn't run a Budew. But for Wei Jian here, he's looking to probably close the option of items for Yan, knowing that these grass decks run a plethora of items. We saw the bug catching set, Pokepads, Ultra Balls. There's a lot going on in Yan's deck. They're item-based. Wei Jian probably eyeing that up. He does already have the Air Balloon in hand to get his Monkey Dory in a retreat position. So not too bad here from Wei Jian. He has an Impidimp already, double Monkey Dory, and I presume, yes, going for the Budew. And if I'm not mistaken, there was a Lily's Determination as well. So we will see a strong turn for Wei Jian, as strong as you can think of, I would say, going up against a grass-based deck as Marnus Grimmsnarl. Any attachment down, Lily's Determination, that's actually a very strong start for Wei Jian, a decent start. All is missing right now, I think, is a Snorunt on the bench.
Yeah, I mean, he did prize one of his Snorons, but he still has another two in his deck. He should be able to find one out. Interestingly, he does play two Frostlass in the deck. And by the way, you're right, he does play that on first stamp. So he will be able to use that later in the game, opting for a little bit more disruption and less consistency. I guess if you're playing in a BO3, you don't mind taking that risk. Because if you do lose the first game, you still have at least one more game, if not two more games to go. Here, Wei Jian just going to be attaching that air balloon up to the Monkey Dory as a free pivot. He is attaching the Dark Energy to the Monkey Dory at the back, which is what I'd like to see. And he's probably going to be utilizing that Budew to hopefully slow things down for the side of Yan. Because keep in mind, Yan is actually pretty well set up. He has the Celebi. He's going to be able to use the Traverse Time next turn, assuming he has the Grass Energy. So a lot less reliant on items at this point of the game.
Yeah, so, I want to say though, this grass deck, they don't really rely on items once you get going because Dawn as a supporter gets you your entire evolution line.
That's right.
That's one of the key things about these decks, that yes, you run a ton of items. You're just hoping you don't have all of them right now after any Chipolan. But the moment you draw a Force of Vitality and a Dawn, you basically evolve all the way to stage 2, and then you start taking prize cards. We see a Lily's Determination in-handed for Yan. We see the Forest as well. So really good start so far for Yan on this turn 2. Will we see more cards being played? Energy onto the Celebi, Lily's Determination for 8. One of the best supporters in the game right now, and you will probably hoping to see some evolutions.
Okay, so I'm actually surprised that he has put down the Force of Vitality. He's really gunning. Or he's betting on the fact that he is going to draw his entire evolution line this turn. I thought that using the Traverse Time to guarantee the Force of Vitality next turn, as well as two of three of the pieces that he needs for his evolution line would be better. Because now, as you can see, he has drawn nothing. There's so much there for next turn, but nothing for this turn for Yan.
And right now, the Force of Vitality will be wasted here.
Yeah, I mean, assuming Wei Jian is able to get...
he takes
knockout instead?
Okay, so he
uses Solar Cutter.
Yeah, Solar Cutter for the knockout on the Budew. So Yan say, you know what? I'm done with item lock. Let's take a prize here. But for Wei Jian now, we talk about the fact that he has access to that unfair stamp. It is now live for Wei Jian. He just has to find it. But his hand, that's pretty rough. There's nothing there. There's no draw supporter, I believe. A boss and a Morgrem, and that's it. So maybe
there's a lot of nothing going on in both these players' hand. We are going to see the petrol come out first. Like it could be the unfair stamp
it could be
that we were talking about. We didn't see it prior. We do see the stamp there. He is eyeing it up. He is going to be using the petrol to find that unfair stamp. I do expect to see him use attachment energy. No, he already attached it to the front.
Yes.
I'm wondering if he's trying to gamble for a rare candy instead of evolving the Morgrim. But I think evolving the Morgrim here would be the safer play. If he does play something like the Unite structure, which he does, he will be able to take the Bidoof back.
He's thinking about it.
He's really gambling.
So he's gambling for it for 5 cards. No access to further supporters here for Wei Jian. He's hoping for rare candy, Grimmsnarl perhaps. But I mean, why? Why would you want to walk into a Tilma's Pokemon? Right?
I mean, we talked about this, right? Setup is often key. The fact that we are seeing, the fact that we are seeing these players take the more aggressive route is very, very surprising. And using the Solar card without setting up, that's now caused you a 2-card hand.
Well, he pretty much drew into the Morgan as well. That could be the card that could have thinned out. But it looks like right now he doesn't even have a good Pokemon to have in active because you don't want to give up Monkey Dories. No Frostlass, but no, so you have to give up a Monkey Dory here to Yan. And I think this game is firmly in Yan's favor right now because Wei Jian is not putting any aggression, no Freezing Shot damage to throw back with Adrenabrain. It's rough, I think, at this stage. At the very least, there is a Morgrim, but that would have been one other card that he could have drawn off the unfair stamp. And Yan here, let's see what he drew off the 2 cards. 3.
He got the Pokepad. He uses the Pokepad to find the Chikorita, but he's still missing the other 2 pieces.
Do you have a Dawn in hand?
Does he?
Let's see. Does he have one?
No,
his own unfair stamp.
He has the stamp as well. That's pretty funny, but no knockouts are being taken, so you can't stamp. He can't stamp Wei Jian's hand at all. It's just gonna be
Traverse Time.
Traverse Time, and you're basically stuck in the same position except you have less cards.
But Yan doesn't mind here because he's saying, you know what? If you're gonna be able to do that to me, I'm just gonna keep traversing time to get my stuff. I can get the stadiums. I can get my Pokemon. And Wei Jian now has to find a line where he can take prize cards, especially when there's 2 attackers already on Yan's side of the field in those Teal Mars Ogopons.
That's right. Don't even need to evolve it to a Mega when you have your attackers in Teal Mars Ogopon. Teal Mars Ogopon is just so efficient, man. Exactly. You're able to just use it as your draw engine, use it as your attacker.
Energy acceleration.
There's just so much.
Decent as a pivot because you could just dump it in front and then hope to get an energy to even retreat with it as well in those die situations. We see now a second Snorunt for Wei Jian, another Darkness Energy down, and Release Termination. Wei Jian probably hoping to draw into something else to put in active because that Monkey Dory is overloaded with energy, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's just an efficient pivot, right? Wei Jian here desperately looking for his Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and even with this Marnie's Grimmsnarl now, I don't think it's the best choice considering that you can't even do something like a boss Teal Mask Ogopon and to swing for 180 and 30 damage onto that Chikorita or that Celebi. Lily's Determination being used means that his supporter has been used for this turn already. Yes. So what 8 cards does he have? Is he able to find the Marnie's Grimmsnarl? Okay, here is pretty good though. You bump the stadium off with the Spike Moth gym, so that means that Yan can't evolve his Chikorita up into a Meganium next turn unless he finds his own Forest of Vitality again.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about Wei Jian attaching the extra energy onto the active Monkey Dory because he does have access to Yveltal here with Clutch. That could have been an out for his turn right now if he couldn't get, a Bidoof potentially. Because you, as Yan, you don't want to have Celebi inactive all the time. That could have been a play where you clutch the Celebi, buy another turn for you to set up. But now it's just going to be a retreat into something. I'm guessing will be the Impedim. But that could have easily been a Yveltal, Clutch, put some damage on Yan's field, and Yan has no access to retreat.
Yeah, and you can just build up the Freezing Shroud damages as well. But with Spike Mouth Gym, we are going to see the Marnie's Grimmsnarl being eyed up here. Likely going to be evolving it this turn.
I would like that though.
Yeah, I mean, look, Punk Up is a very, very good ability. Able to find up to 5 Darkness Energies and attach it to any of your Dark type. Is there any of your Pokemon?
Marnie's Pokemon.
Any of your Marnie's Pokemon in any way you like. So I believe he did pick up that Marnie's Grimmsnarl.
He did.
But he hasn't. He's still choosing. He is
okay.
He is using. He is evolving the Marnie's Morgrim into Marnie's Grimmsnarl is going to use Punk Up. We are likely going to see him find all 5 energies so they can thin out his deck, if not at least 3. All right, 2 onto the Grimmsnarl, 1 onto that Impidimp.
There's not much left in
There
the
we
deck
go.
though. Okay,
Yeah,
so 1
because
Impidimp, that's pretty good. Yes,
we
setting it up,
do-
cleaning deck.
We do know that there are 2
Yes.
Darkness energies in the prize already.
And 1 in hand as well.
1 in hand, so there's really not a lot going on left, or not a lot left in the deck at this point. So, yeah, just going to choose up to 3 energies. Going to be discarding 1, pushing up, and
Oh,
he's
wow.
already going to start swinging with the Shadow Bullet.
I don't like this, Brian.
No, it's a little bit too aggressive. This is not the right time, especially if you don't have a boss's orders where you're able to actually put the 180 onto something like the Teal Mask Ogerpon. I mean, Yan is just 1 energy away from taking a knockout there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, or just the Meganium for what it's worth. You can just evolve into Meganium as well. This is not. I don't agree with this play, Brian. I think this is way too much aggression too early. Because Yan here just needs to have the Meganium, and that's going to be a knockout. And then what does Weijian do? Find another Marnie's Grimmsnarl to get knocked out again? It's going to be just Marnie's Grimmsnarl going down one after the other. And where do you go from there?
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult, but Yan here has
And on first time, walks it on first time
has
for
the
Weijian.
Pheasantipity EX, has the Bulbasaur as well. So seeing a fresh 5 cards from the deck, potentially hoping for a Forest of Vitality here, going to be dropping that to bump off the Marty, the Spike Move Gym. Wei Xian is in a world of hurt right now.
Yeah, you say 5 cards off the unfair stamp. There's
Ooh,
literally
Lilies, though.
3 more off Pheasantipity as well. Unfair stamp into Lilies is
And
why...
boss. And boss.
This
Unfair
game-
Stam is a lie? Question mark.
Thank you. Philippines Master Ball League is coming back to haunt me here. So Yan drawing 5 cards and then 3 more.
Oh.
Gets the Forest off the top.
Yep, and
Well,
we're going to see the
now.
Meganium right here. We are going to just see the Myriad Leaf Shower, I believe. And this is what we were talking about in terms of being a little bit too aggressive. But to be very fair to the Marnie's Grimmsnarl player, I don't think there's really much that they can do because the only main attacker is this Grimmsnarl, which is unfortunately weak against grass. Right, so
Yeah.
there isn't all too much you can do. I do think eventually you need. There's a line for you to do clutch, and Yan did provide a window here, right, to actually clutch out that Pheasantipity. But fun fact, Pheasantipity can attack.
You can. And I think for Weijian, that turn where the Celebi was active was the turn to clutch. Unfortunately, he didn't see it. We now have both the stage 2s on Yan's side of the field, the Meganium and the Mega Venusaur. Yan's deck is set up at this point, and we're probably going to see knockout after knockout coming out from that Teal Mask Ogerpon and the Mega Venusaur. Yan here using the Sword Transfer to get energy off the active. You don't need 3. 2 is enough. Yan, a knockout for you. 3 prizes to the good. Weijian, what can you respond with now?
I honestly don't really see much of a line. I mean, even if you do clutch out that Pheasantipity, Pheasantipity can still swing for
It will be 100
for
damage.
Cruel Arrow.
Yeah.
Cruel Arrow is going to be able to snipe off stuff like that Frostlass.
Yes.
Even the damage to Monkey Dory. So that means Wei Xian will need to constantly shift off the damage from the Monkey Dory in order for him to keep it alive. But actually, no, you can't even keep it alive because your own Frozen Shroud is going to be taking damage onto it. So even, there's no... Basically, with the Fez, even if you were to clutch it out, but I mean, that's still your best play, though.
Clutch only works if you can do it on a Pokemon that cannot take a knockout. It was a Celebi. Everything else on Yan's side of the field, if you were to clutch it, you're giving out a prize. So that was the window Weijian had. He didn't see it. He didn't take it. Now it's in a world of hurt, as you say. Everything on Yan's side of the field is going to be able to take prize cards. Clutch is no longer an option, I would say. It's going to be... if I'm Weijian right now, if I see the writing on the wall, let's go game 2.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. Right? And this is the key difference between best of 1 and best of 3. Keep in mind, especially in Malaysia, we are very, very used to a best of 1. Right? So
Yes.
players don't really have a lot of experience playing a best of 3. So they may not know that strategy of, hey, maybe scooping is a better idea.
Yeah, just being able to go to the next game and try to change your game plan. That might give you a chance at winning the series.
Yeah, just pray that the deck breaks.
Yeah.
Pray that the deck breaks. You've got
Which
3
you
games.
can, because it's a setup deck with multiple stage 2s. But in this scenario, I don't see a line here for Wei Jian. It's going to be so rough to come back from 3 prizes down and with your opponent pretty much all set up.
Yeah, I mean, earlier we were talking about the roads to victory, the path to victory for both these players, and we did mention that once the Mega Venusaur box deck gets set up, it is almost impossible for Marnie's Grimmsnarl to take this win, and we are currently at that point where the Mega Venusaur box is up and running. The grass box is up and running, right?
Indeed.
Wei Jian here, interestingly, is trying to find supporters with that Tatsugiri, using the Buddy Puffin to find it. So I don't think there's really much that Wei Jian can do at this point. You can't even mind bend.
You don't run Psychic Energies in Marnie's Grimmsnarl.
That's right. There's not even a Prism Energy inside here. So 33 minutes to finish 2 more games does feel a little bit tight. I mean, at this point, Aaron, I think scooping, going next, and then praying that you can close up 2 games is probably Wei Jian's best bet. Yan here, happy to take his time because he's super advantaged.
He is
super advantaged, even if you have to go to game 2, because all he has to do is just win 1 more game, and he's in the advantageous position where you just get your 6 points from this one match.
Yeah, I think Wei Jian here, the misplay, I would say, goes back to that. It was a bit too early to go into the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. He had a very good setup. I would say multiple Monkey Dories, multiple Frostlass. There was a line where you could go, build up Freezing Shroud damage for you to then take 4 prize cards, even 5. But to do this so early, to go into the Marnie's Grimmsnarl so early is immediately being punished, not just by Teal'c's Ogre knockout, but also by an unfair stamp, and you have no options beyond that after the fact. I would go game 2 and change up the game plan right away and hope, I just say, for the setup deck to brick and potentially go game 3. But I know Wei Jian here probably thinking maybe I have a chance, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, well, like I said, I think it all comes down to experience with BO3s, right? We're a region which is primarily focused on playing BO1. So a lot of these players, this is going to be their first time in a BO3 event. And we can see here, and I'm not saying, and I don't know any of either of these players, but what I will say is just judging by the pace of play, judging by time management, this is probably Wei Jian's first time playing a BO3.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, to be fair, it's also a testament of experience. You could be playing multiple BO3s, but if you're not getting into this sort of matchup, you don't know what the lines are. You might think you're in a good position, but actually you're not. So, yeah, totally up to experience. Wei Jian here, looking for options, looking for customers. He did find a boss, I believe, of the Tatsugiri.
That's right.
But passing over to Yan. Yan now, he's probably going to say Mirror Leaf Shower knockout. That's probably what he would prefer doing at this point. Nothing much to do actually if you're Yan than just taking knockouts.
Mirror Leaf Shower knockout, I believe, is exactly what Yan is eyeing on. But first, we take damage. So in case you're wondering why damage is being put across the board, is because of Frostlass's Freezing Shroud ability. You put 1 damage counter on every Pokemon other than itself that has an ability. So that's inclusive of yours. Initially, this card was released, I think, the same time as Monkey Dory. So
Twilight Masquerade. Been a while now.
So a lot of people were very excited to see this, as it allowed for very funky decks, very funky strategies, I would say. Right?
Yeah,
especially
definitely.
with Marnie's Grimmsnarl.
And here we see the knockout on the last Morgrem on Wei Jian's side of the field by the Teal'c's Ogre. Yan taking out the only major threat that this Teal'c's Ogre will probably have in terms of a Grimmsnarl. So Wei Jian now left just with Frostlasses and Monkey Dory and a lone Tatsugiri. It's a lot of stuff, but it's not enough up against Mega Meganium and Friends at this point. Or actually Meganium and Friends, because we don't even see the Mega Meganium in this matchup. We don't even need to see it. Oh boy, it's rough if you're a Marnie's Grimmsnarl fan right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to see if there's a math or if there's a way for you to kind of clutch the Fez and still prevent, because if you clutch the Fez, Yan can only take 1 prize per turn. I mean, even, I guess, and he has to put 3 energies onto that Fez Antipathy, so you're kind of restricting him to put everything on the Fez. And if you're clutching and shifting damage over to the Fez, right, there's a way where maybe you buy enough time for you to start building up all the tick damage. Thanks to the Monkey Dory, Adrenal Brains plus the Frostlasses.
There is a line there because there are exactly 5 prize cards to take for Weijian, 2 Team Pokemons and the Meganium. It just feels a little too late. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe Weijian sees a line that we don't see. There is a potential. That's what we said. Double Freezing Shroud with Adrenal Brain will rack up a lot of damage. The question is it too late? And it's just a pass here from Weijian. Oh no, just Adrenal Brain. Okay, Adrenal Brain onto the active. We would love to see a clutch coming out because that is the Pokemon, or that is the play for Weijian that can prevent, as you say, knockouts. But it wouldn't prevent.
No, it won't prevent knockouts.
Yeah,
it will just slow down. It will force Yan. It will force Yan to put not all of, but 3 energies onto, or 2 energies onto the Pheasantipity. So that way you're kind of guaranteed a way for you to get rid of a couple of energies from the field, right? And eventually the tick damage will be able to knock out that Meganium. So then Yan would really need to focus his resources quite well here. Keep in mind, Freezing Shroud here will be doing 2 damage per turn, right? I'm just trying to see if there's a way. I mean, look, Unfair Snap here would have been great, but used it already.
So there is a world here, based on the math, where Weijian will take 1 prize next turn for the Meganium. Yan may or may not set up another one. He doesn't need to be fair, because energy is already in play. But the damage racking up on the Teal'c's Ogapons does allow for Weijian to potentially take 4 prizes in 2 more turns, actually. Because
is it just 2?
I believe 2, because if you look at the numbers being racked up, if Yan doesn't go for one of the Monkey Dories, Weijian actually has a 2-turn clock on Yan right now. Yan has to go for a plate sniping off either a Frostlass or a Monkey Dory. I think the Frostlass is probably the one that's hurting him more. I just wonder if he sees it, because if not, Weijian actually has a line here, because 90 hit points, well, to be fair, 100 hit points left on Team Pokemon. That's 3 turns on the one on the bench, 1 turn on the one in the active. Does he see it though? I think he does. He's putting energy onto the Pheasantipity. Yeah, Weijian might be onto something here. That second Freezing Shroud is changing the math so much. Yan has to go for it right now, and I think he sees it. He took out the Morgrim, because that is, of course, the bigger threat of a Marius Grimstyle. But now, going into the Pheasantipity, you got to move 1 more energy, Yan, in order to use Cruel Arrow. Yes, there it is.
Yeah, he sees the line there. So I do expect to see him using Cruel Arrow on one of the Monkey Dories, which has 3 damage.
No, he has to go for the Frostlass. The Frostlass is the one that's going to break up more damage. Too. Yeah,
because it's 20 on everything. Yeah, so getting rid of the Frostlass here would be really good. Personally, would get rid of that Art Rare one just because, why not?
Your OCD is tricking you.
No, it's not even OCD, dude. It's literally just, hey, look, you have a nice card. I'm going to get rid of that from the board.
Oh.
You're racking up the damage. I mean, I'm just going to get rid of it because, And by the way, Cruel Arrow, guys, 3 energies, colorless energies. You get to do 100 damage on any one of your opponent's Pokemon, which is nice. I mean, we did see a Cruel Arrow knockout yesterday on stream. Looks like we're going to see a second one. And Pheasantipity in this Grass-type box is actually a pretty decent attacker, right?
Yeah.
Because all you need is just 2 energies, and with Mega Venusaur up and running with the Meganium as well onto your bench, you're able to just snipe for 2 energies, right? And you don't mind losing the energy because you can charge it back up with Teal'c's Ogapon.
And it's testament also to Yan here for seeing the line using Cruel Arrow here. He's also looking to probably build up another Meganium, because right now the one on the bench is probably going to knock out coming into his turn after Weijian has the next turn. So eyeing up the Bayleaf here from the
Bug catching set.
It's not too bad. Getting another of the evolution pieces. Weijian here probably thinking, you know what, I'm still in this, and we wrote him off, but we might be corrected here, judging by what's going on. So it could be just a single game going the distance here.
He snipes the Monkey Dory.
Oh no!
Hey, there's a chance? Question mark?
There is big question mark here, because you go for Monkey Dory, fair enough.
You can set up the Monkey Dory again, no?
Exactly.
Oh, wait a second. Is this going to be a turn of events?
It might be. That is probably not what we were seeing, because double Freezing Shroud is raking up so much damage. That is Oh, we were giving Yen credit for seeing the line of removing one of those Frostlasses.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, so let's do the math real quick. Okay? So we know that one prize is going to go from that Meganium, right? So that brings Wei Jian down to 4 prizes. Is Wei Jian able to take 4 prizes going back into Yan's turn? We do see 120, 150 damage onto the back Teal Mask Ogerpon. So technically, the 2 Adrenaline Brains would be able to allow Wei Jian to knock out that Teal Mask.
Yes.
Right? So that is 3 prizes. That means there needs to be another 2 more prizes that needs to be taken. Is there... And there was another Teal Mask Ogerpon, right? Oh, there's over there. Okay, so that is 6 plus 5 plus... Is that 2 or 3? I think it's 2. All right, so 7 is 130. 130 meaning that... that Ogerpon has 80 HP remaining.
Oh boy, he's so close.
I think he is short of a little bit of damage. No,
he's short of maybe
80. So 2, that means he should shift 6 over there, 6 there, 4 there. So he's short of 1 turn.
Short of 1 turn. Yen has 1 prize card left.
He's short of 1 turn.
We just almost had it.
Yeah, because you look, so the Teal Mask Ogerpon with 3 grass energies, right? That has. Wait, is it did Wei Jian just pass?
Oh no, I think the Meganium gets knocked out going to Wei Jian's turn because he didn't go after.
He
the
didn't take it, is it? It wasn't ticked?
Yeah, it wasn't ticked. So the Frostlass, double Frostlass knocks out the Meganium. So Wei Jian now has a turn down to 4 prize cards. He needs to find a line to take 2 EX knockouts. And it has to be those Teal Mask Ogerpons.
Yeah, but I don't think there's a way though.
Yeah, not with 1 turn.
Not with 1 turn. You need 2 more turns here.
So close though.
Yeah, because because there is 13 damage counters onto the top, the northern Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Yeah.
And then there's 15 damage counters onto the middle Teal Mask Ogerpon. So even if you're able to shift 30 damage to the middle one, you are short of 10.
Yeah, you're just short 1 turn. You're just short 1 turn here as Wei Jian. I think that's the key here. Oh boy, it goes back all the way to that 1 turn of saying, you know what, I'm just gonna go after your Celebi. That clutch turn could have bought him that 1 turn for Wei Jian.
Yeah. I don't think. Well, he uses the Night Stretcher to find Dark Energy, I believe, to attach them to the back Monkey Dory.
Yep.
And then here, yeah, I mean you don't have enough damage to play around with as well, right? You got 5. Okay, no, you're able to shift. You're able to shift. You do have 90 damage you can shift around, but it's not going to be enough.
We shall see Wei Jian here going through the motions of the Adrenaline Brain. And it should just be a knockout next turn for Yan with Cruel Arrow.
Yeah, because if Wei Jian just passes over here, it will just go back to Yan, and Yan will just announce Cruel Arrow on anything, and that's going to be it.
Yeah.
That's going to be game. So I think Wei Jian has seen that. Yep, he is just going to scoop and go to game number 2. For only 20 minutes left on the clock, though.
1 turn short for Wei Jian. Yan getting by with what we thought was a very commanding lead, but actually Wei Jian finding a line there that was very, very close. And this is the thing about Monkey Dory and Frostlass. This combination can find knockouts from very weird places. Yan almost walking right into it. So it's up to Wei Jian now to see who goes first. And Wei Jian says, I will go first now. I want to be the aggressor. Makes sense to do that. Yan sitting pretty with that 1-0 win with 19 minutes on the clock.
But keep in mind, Yan here wants to go for that 2-0. He wants to go for 1 more win. It makes such a big difference between 6 points and 3 points, right? So he really needs to pick up the pace a little bit, assuming that he gets set up. And if he doesn't see a way to victory, I do want to see Yan with a very quick scoop, because 2 wins versus 1 win in this tournament makes a huge difference.
Yes, the points are different. If it's a 1-0 win versus a 2-0 win, if I'm Yan right now, I'm going to just set up the way I did. I'm hoping for the same sort of game plan from Yan. Wei Jian, on the other hand, might want to change it up, because going aggressive has to come with its upside. We didn't see that earlier, but of course, it was a very close game at the end. So let's see what they open up with.
No, we do see Mulligan.
Okay, Wei Jian gets an extra card, but he's starting with a Snorunt, not the best starter, but you do run Air Balloon to get it out, so not too bad if you're Wei Jian. For Yan, going second, you want to see that Celebi, hopefully, or even a Tilma Zogapon, that's also fine. But yeah, these players have very little time to get going for the game 2. It was much closer in the end, Brian. That was interesting.
Yeah, I will say that it was a lot closer than expected. But by the way, guys, for time call rules in day 2, if I am not wrong, things can't end as a... So you do get, I think, just that one turn, right, to finish?
Yes, no one turn for each player. Exactly. You don't get plus 3 turns here. The game has to end on a second player. The player went second's turn. In Swiss, you can still tie, which is
not tie, double game loss.
A double game loss, which is basically double game loss. However, in Top Cut, there will have to be a resolution. So for now, for Yan here, he's hoping he doesn't brick as a multi-stage 2 deck, which can happen. And Wei Jian here hoping to be able to take 2 quick wins to win the match. We will now see if there's any basic Pokemon for Yan coming out here. We see Mega Venusaur.
Again, nothing.
This is actually in Yan's favor, I should say, because he's not, this play is not slow playing or anything like that. It's just multiple mulligans happening, but time is still running.
No, I mean, like I said, you want to get the 2-0.
You want to get 2-0.
You want to get 2-0. You don't want it to go to time. Because if you let it go to time, you're just going to win with a 1-0. And 1-0 versus a 2-0 makes a very, very big difference. Right?
Yes,
so
indeed.
Yan here, hoping that he doesn't mulligan again. Is this going to be the third? No, it's not. He started with Kiyomasi Ogapon. So here we are going into round number 2 of round number 1, game 2 of day 2. Yan taking the first victory with the Mega Venusaur box, or the grass box. And Wei Jian here playing the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Previously, if you're just tuning in, Marnie's Grimmsnarl was very close to sneaking a victory just with a double freezing shroud. But Yan here,
look at the prize cards. Okay.
That unfair step.
3
Spikemuth gems prize for Wei Jian.
That is the reverse lottery.
Horrible.
That's a reverse lottery you don't want to see as Wei Jian.
Oh, I mean, there's no way for him to bump the Force of Vitality anymore.
To make it worse, there's also a rare candy and the Morgrem. You're missing so much to set up your one major attacker. Wei Jian now with the first deck search of the game.
He's going to be like, where are my gyms?
Did I run stadiums?
Did I play Spikemuth gyms? Am I using the right list? Wait a second.
Oh my gosh.
That feels horrible. Yeah, so
oh gosh. We didn't get to talk about Yan's prizes. The unfair time was in the 6. That doesn't feel as bad as prizing 3 out of 4 stadiums, which you actually need to get this deck rolling. If you're Wei Jian right now, you're thinking, what's going on? Something is missing. Something isn't right. One of these things don't look right here.
Is it one of those fine Wally, but fine reverse Wally, right? So you're like, okay, I'm finding Wally, but I don't see Wally.
It's Waldo. I'm finding Waldo, I think.
I'm finding it's Wally's to me because it's Wally's. It's Pokemon, man. Come on,
it's Wally from Pokemon.
But yeah, so Wei Jian's like, okay, well, I'm just gonna, I guess, find some customers, I guess, because my gyms aren't around. My gyms are all closed.
Let's offer some sushi up and hopefully find something out of this.
Lei Long, come buy one get one. No gyms included though.
You're so Malaysian, man.
So Wei Jian here uses attract customers. I think. No, it hasn't used attract customers yet. We are gonna attract some customers. Dark Energy, monkeys. Impotence.
Off the last
one, we do have Lily's coming out, buying some sushi from Wei Jian. He is not going to be able to use that this turn, but next turn, at least he gets a consistency card, and he will be able to draw 8. Wei Jian looking at a way for him to thin out his hand. Potentially nothing. Just going to pass over to Yan.
Now for Yan here, you're hoping to draw into some of your basic Pokemon, at the very least not leaving just a Tilmas in the active. Gets a Chikorita, okay, that's good, a good start, but let's see what else he has here. Ultra Ball, discarding okay, you got the Bayleaf and the Mega Meganium, so we're probably not going to see that right now. We don't need to see it, to be fair, but it's a really good Pokemon up against this Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck. It has no abilities, it takes one-hit knockouts, but we won't see it for now. But at this stage right now, Yen is probably looking for something. If he has no supporter, then he might go into the Meowth. We talked about that, Brian. The Meowth will rake up damage, and it's one of the easiest things for Weijian to knock out.
Yeah, so we are going to see that Meowth. Meowth EX is brand new in perfect order.
Last ditch catch.
Last ditch catch. Ability. Exactly, able to find any supporter from your deck, able to, it's Luminion V if you guys play back in the Sword and Shield format.
Go back further, Brian. Eldegoss EX.
Yeah, Eldegoss EX?
Yeah, and then go back even further. Tapu Lele EX.
Yeah, Tapu Lele, there we go.
Yeah, there you go. Go back even further. Lapras from Legend Maker. So I'm showing my age right now.
Yeah, so look, all these cards here, just able to find you any supporter, and this is super key for Yan because he's going to be able to find that Lily's Determination is going to let him shuffle his hand into his deck, drawing up to 8 cards. This is going to be extremely pivotal. He has a Force of Vitality already down. He is hoping to find some more of those Stage 2 lines. But I think in this specific instance, he probably wants to see something like a Celebi.
Yeah, Celebi will be great here for Yan. However, I don't think he has an out for that. Does he run any... Does he run any way to pivot out of this? Well, energy is fine.
He's got energy, right?
Yeah,
so you don't need a pivot.
Yeah, that's fine.
You don't need a pivot because of the Grass Energy attachment from the Teal Dance. We are going to see a Pokepack come out. I don't mind him finding that Celebi. Like I said, Celebi is a really good tool right here for him to guarantee that setup. But no, he's looking for the Bulbasaur instead.
Okay.
I think that means, or what that tells me, is that he has some of the other Stage 1 and Stage 2 lines in his hand already, so he doesn't require one turn to set up.
Yeah, strong enough hand here from Yen saying, you know what, I don't need to go into the Celebi. Maybe it's a little too slow at this point, but I'm going to try my best to build up enough energy and start taking knockouts even. And that's a knockout, by the way, on turn 1 for Yen. That's going to be a Mirror Leaf Shower for knockout on the Tatsugiri.
You can't do that because it's 2 energies. Mirror Leaf Shower is 3 energies.
No Meganium.
Yeah, there's no Meganium. I mean, you can't evolve using Force of Vitality in your second turn, so you can only do that next turn.
Turn 1 though, that's the thing for Yan. He did it again, but this time he may not be as punished because there's 3 stadiums in the
He doesn't know that, but yes.
He doesn't know that. So now Weijian here with a Lily's Determination again. Didn't get to play much though, but he did get the Frostlass.
That's just important.
Freezing Shroud will rake up damage, especially on the Meowth and the Tilma Zokapon. We saw how close it was in Game 1. But with 11 minutes on the clock though, I don't think there's enough time to finish this game.
Yeah, especially if Weijian doesn't evolve any of his Grimmsnarls, then Riano has to go the full length, has to take that 6 prizes. And with 11 minutes on the clock, as you mentioned, unless the players are going to start picking up the pace, I don't see this game finishing anytime soon. I do want to see Weijian though start using Clutch. Clutch is going to be so clutch for him, preventing things from, preventing any further shenanigans, right? Unfortunately, Clutch isn't as effective as it is on other decks, right? But it's still a tool to kind of slow things down and ensure that Yan plays his pace of play.
Yeah, for Weijian now, with these attract customers, getting a petrol, it's so weird to get a Team Rocket as your customer, but that's fine here because that's going to allow you to search out potentially for your only stadium next turn. Or if you give up a knockout, maybe search out that Unfair Stamp. We know Yen has no access to Unfair Stamp. It's in the prize cards. Weijian, however, does have it. That might be a key card here to potentially tie up the series. And if you're Yen right now, you look at that field, there aren't many threats at the moment because now Yen has a chance to evolve up into those big, beefy Stage 2 Pokemon and start taking prize cards. But first, Freezing Shroud damage. Here comes the ticks.
Yeah, the tick. So we do see one on the Meowth, we do see one on the Teal Mask Ogapon, the 2 Monkey Dories on Weijian's side of the field as well as the Tatsugiri. But hey, dude, I want to mention something.
Yeah?
Look, Tatsugiri does not discriminate. We serve Team Rocket, we serve Team Galaxy, we serve whoever wants to come to the table, we will serve them.
Everyone loves sushi.
Everyone loves sushi.
If you don't, something's not right. But anyway, moving on. Yen now with the Meganium, so Wild Growth is live. Those energies are now doubled. And Yen are also going for the Ivysaur, so that's good. He's probably going to try and get into the Venusaur right away.
Yeah, not necessarily right now though.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't mind because Jungle Type can always remove damage, so that's okay. It's the tankiest Pokemon you can have.
You want to see a funny line of play with the Mega Venusaur? You retreat. You retreat the Ogerpon, you push up your Meowth,
there you go.
And then you can just take a knockout on the Tatsugiri and push the Meowth back to hand, and then you don't have to worry about having that liability on the board.
That is true. And guess what? My son did that to me the other day. He knocked out one of my, I think it was my Dreepy or something. I have no idea how that happened. But to be fair, yes, that's a good line of play here. But a judge coming up from Yen, the one-off judge, if I'm not mistaken, from his list is the his hand disruption of choice. You're playing this card potentially for Alakazam, as another disruption card, in general against Dragapult.
I mean, disruptions are good, man. You can't discount disruptions.
There's nothing from that 4-card hand that he played, so just taking a knockout and saying, all right, let's just start the price race. Now, Wei Jian, do you have a response?
He's only started the prize race with 8 minutes on the clock.
That's true.
That is very, very slow. Wei Jian can actually take his time here. He's going to use the least determination out of the 4 cards that he got from that judge.
So hear me out. Wei Jian actually had access to petrol. He could have gone for Rare Candy.
He doesn't.
There was a petrol in hand earlier.
Did he?
Oh no,
he judged. Yeah.
Otherwise, that would have been a superb turn to knock out the Kilmazoban and take out all energies. So the judge here ruining the plans for Wei Jian. Because that would have been an amazing turn to take a knockout because it would be Freezing Shroud taking a tick.
That's right.
Wouldn't be active. But let's see all of this least termination. Do we see it?
No, we don't. I didn't see the Grimmsnarl. I didn't see his one Spike Move Stadium left in the deck. It's just energies, night stretches, and more supporters. This isn't what Wei Jian is looking for. He may have to retreat, push up an Impidimp and pass, actually. I wouldn't want to sacrifice any of my energies on that Monkey Dory, but I will expect to see... Oh, wow, he is actually doing that. He is going to start shifting damage I'd like to see. I want to put some damage onto that Meganium. Or the Meowth.
I'll put it on the Tilma's Ogerpon. You want the clock to go down the same with both these EX Pokemon. The Meowth can easily go back to the hand.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't necessarily put damage onto the Meowth. Maybe he doesn't think that Tuck Tail jump, is it? Tuck Tail?
Just Tuck Tail, actually, yeah.
Literally Tuck Tail.
Tuck Tail and run.
I was going to say Tuck Tail run. Yeah, I mean, I would just Tuck Tail here.
Yeah, I mean, with a Mega Venusaur, of course. You need to get a Mega Venusaur first. Or just one... I mean, let's see. For Yen here, you need to just run on the clock. Removing prizes from your field will help you run on the clock. You're not going to take a knockout, though, with the Meowth Stuck Tail. Not like previous turn if you had the Mega Venusaur. Yen going for another Bayleaf here. Okay, interesting. And least elimination. Thinning the deck, I should say. This is thinning, trying to get into the Mega Venusaur, hopefully. Potentially that judge that he played the previous turn wasn't great for either of these players. Lily's Termination, though, will get you 6 new cards.
Yeah, I mean, look, I just want to see the Fez, man. I mean, Fez, Snipe, Frostlass with Air Balloon just stops Wei Jian as the only Frostlass as well. It stops Wei Jian's plans right in the heart of it. He does draw more grass energies. We may see some more teal dancing happening from that Ogerpon. But I don't think these players are just taking the time, man.
Yeah, they're waltzing through this one. I think Yen just trying to figure out what can he get off this teal dance. The Ladies of 6 wasn't great. A bunch of energies, no further Pokemon.
And this is the problem of this Grassbox deck. There are times where you just break.
Like now.
In
a sense. But you're breaking with an attack, so not too bad. It could be worse.
It's not the worst. It could be worse.
Yeah,
You're right. It could be a lot worse.
So, Wei Jian, what do you have, my friend? Is there anything going?
I do see that Snorunt there. Maybe it's time to bench the Snorunt, man. Just saying.
I mean, at this point, better late than never, right? So
yeah, so we do see the Snorunt coming down. We do see a Petrol in hand as well. Are we going to see something like a Smite Move? To bump up this Force of Vitality. It's a little bit too late at this point.
It's too late.
But we are going to see him eye up the Unfair Stamp, going to be disrupting the opponent's hand, I believe. There was a knockout taken, so Unfair Stamp is live. Unfair Stamp going to be allowing both players to shuffle their hands into their deck. Wei Jian is going to be drawing 5. Yan, they're going to be drawing 2.
So
with only 4 minutes left on the clock.
That's
what
true.
can Wei Jian do?
So there is an interesting line here for Wei Jian. If he gets into the Rare Candy Marnie's Grimmsnarl, he can take the knockout on the Team Muscle 1, removing all energies of the inside of the field. And
except for the one with
except for the one on the Venusaur, on the Ivysaur. He can also then Adrenabrain 40 damage onto the Meowth. Well, to be fair, not the Meow. I don't think Meow is going to be any good here. So he does get it off a 5-card hand all done first time. That is crazy good.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, it hasn't been Wei Jian's game for the game and a half, so it's about time he gets something going his way. We are going to see Marnie's Grimstyle come and punk up, going to charge up those energies. We are going to see a Pokepad for one more Morgrim. Wei Jian is finally going offensive. We are seeing him pick up the pace at this point. I do expect him to retreat that Frostlass and start swinging with that Shadow Bullet. Such a good attack. 180 to the front, 30 to something on the back, but please do not choose a Terra Pokemon, because if you do, that 30 damage is wasted.
But there's no Terra Pokemon anyway on Yen's side.
No, that's good. Just making a point to the viewers.
That's true.
Just making a point to the viewers.
The thing is, you can select it, but it will not do damage. Just key there for everybody. You can select it. There's just no damage. But in any case, here for Wei Jian, Shadow Bullet will take a knockout. He's probably thinking, where do I want to put the Adrenaline damage? It's going to be... Well, he has 70 damage to work with. 30 off the Shadow Bullet, 40 from Adrenabrains, and then you have a Frostlass tick. It's just not enough for the Meowth, so I wouldn't... Oh, okay, fair enough.
No, I think the Meowth is fine at this point because it's just not enough energies, right? And your opponent has 2 cards, so there's no way for him to actually tuck tail at this point of the game. So we are going to use... Oh, that's still the Adrenabrain, I think. So, all right, so guys, keep in mind, if Wei Jian gets down to 2 prizes and Yan doesn't, and time is called, Wei Jian will win this game. I believe that's how it's ruled.
I think he had to play out his last 2 turns, or if I'm mistaken.
After those last 2 turns, if either player has 2 prizes or less, the player with less prizes will win. I believe that is a judge call. I believe that is the ruling here. We'll need a confirmation on that.
Unfair stamp to Lily's termination.
What?
Unfair stamp is a lie, my friend.
Unfair stamp is a lie. But yes, Wei Jian here manages to get 2 prizes off the Teal Mask Ogerpon. He is starting to rack damage up the Meowth. Wei Jian sees a line where he gets back into this game. Yen needs to find a way out of this Lily's. He has 6 cards. We do see a bug catching set. We see a grass energy.
2 bug catching sets. So a lot of options here for Yen to get that.
I mean, if he whiffs it, then it's too late, right?
Yeah, though.
So we're going to see 6 cards, 7 cards off the top of the deck.
We need to see not just Teal Mask Ogerpon to accelerate energy. We also need to see the Mega Venusaur. We're going to see the Mega Venusaur in energy. We have an attack.
All right, so we do see the Mega Venusaur. We are going to start swinging into that Marnie's Grimstyle again. Having 2 prizes left is putting him across that finish line. So it is really, really close. But we can Wei Jian. It can Wei Jian strike back to get another 2 prizes. We are going to see the Evolution Mega Venusaur. We're going to see the Energy Attachment. Jungle Dump is live. We are going to use that one more bug catching set, hoping to find maybe a secondary Meganium at the back.
Secondary one, because that other one on the bench is going to get knocked out next turn, I believe. So he's hoping for another Meganium. Double Grass, though.
Double Grass and it. He need even the Teal Mask Ogerpon here would be really good.
Yeah. So at this stage right now, Yen is 3 knockouts away because there's no double prizer on Wei Jian's side of the field. So he takes 2 prizes off the Marnie's Grimstyle. 1 more prize, 1 more prize. That's a prize Baby has. He has 1 minute to do it.
Yeah, he has got 1 minute. But then keep in mind, both players have 1 more turn once this time is called, right? So Wei Jian here needs to find a line to get rid of that Meow. We do see the Shadow Bullet. We do see the Marnie's Grimstyle get evolved. We do see the 1 more energy. Wei Jian has an attacker. Is there a way for him to take 3 prizes this turn? No, actually no. Even if he takes 3 prizes, it goes back to Yan's turn and he can just Jungle Dump.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't want to do it. It's going to be a knockout unless he removes the Bayleaf as well as the Meganium. He forces Yan to have energy and Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Yeah, he needs 2 energies, that's right.
That's the only way to do it. He needs a boss right now. Wei Jian needs a boss at this point to force Yan to either just get energy off of Teal Mask Ogerpon or just brick. We know he has 2 energies in hand though. We know there's 2 energies already. He's just 1 Teal Mask Ogerpon.
We do see the boss!
Play. Here it is.
We do see the boss! Wait. Is this happening? Alright.
This is
this actually happening? Wait. Is it more time or is this overtime?
It looks like overtime right now here. So, and Wei Jian went first. So he has to play out the full turn. Yan will have 1 more turn, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yan will have 1 more turn
Yan
here.
can go 2-0 here, but
that's what I'm saying.
Wei Jian cannot do anything to win the series, unfortunately. Or to win the tie.
As long as he takes 3 prizes, right?
But Yan will have 1 more turn. Yan has 1 more turn no matter what.
Oh, so you go 1-1. So you go... Okay, so it's either Yan would get a 2-0 or Yan would go 1-0.
Exactly. So Wei Jian here will take a knockout on both the Bayleaf and the Meganium. And oh, this is so close.
Nah, I mean, if there's no way, then
There's no, I mean,
no way.
we just need one more turn. One more turn, the Meowth would have been gone. It's so close in that respect. But now Yen is only left with 2 energies on the Venusaur. He needs Tilma's Ogerpon right now. And look at the damage on that Meowth.
Yeah.
One more turn, and we would have had it.
150, yeah. In fact,
One more
it's
turn.
one turn with a Adrenal Brain.
Yeah.
All right.
Or even if you had another Frostlass like early on. It's only one. So Yen,
All right,
do
Yen
you
here,
have
three
it?
energies. 3 energies. He's trying to think of a way.
There's so many
He can charge
energy.
one more
There
energy.
it
We do
is.
see the Tima's Pokemon.
That's
We
the
do
game.
see the energy attachment. We do see
He has one more.
one
There it
there.
is. Gen takes it 2-0 here. Jungle Dump for the knockout and the win. There goes Minus Grimsnarl. Yen booking a win here to go 7-2 here at round number 9.
I mean,
I would not have expected to say Jungle Dump for the win. At least not this weekend.
look, grass type weakness. I expected the game to last only 20 minutes. It lasted the full 50 minutes.
Malaysians are entertaining, man. They want to give you hope as a Minus Grimsnarl fan, which I am, by the way. So in a sense, we got to see 2 different decks. We got to see decks that we didn't get to show yesterday, and it's testament to the variety in the metagame right now. I am a fan of both these decks, to be fair. It's nice to see Mega Meganium, Mega Venusaur get some spotlight. I also like to see Minus Grimsnarl hopefully do better. Maybe we might see another one later on in the day. It is a very high roll deck, as we know. But in the end, congratulations to Mega Venusaur and Yen for going into 7-2 for round number 10 after this.
That's right. Grassbox does make it past one more round, so hopefully we will see him down the line. But for now, guys, we're gonna go for a short break. We will catch you guys in just a bit, so stay tuned.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
In the Pokemon trading card game, Mega Evolution, Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now, only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! stand tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now, only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as prize.
And we're back, folks, at the Master Ball League Malaysia here at Summer Premier Convention Center. My name is Aaron Minjut, with me, Brian Kwa. We are in round number 10, and we have a very fun matchup for you. We had a very good round 9, Brian. It was interesting.
It was closer than expected, to be very honest with you.
Surprise, surprise. You don't get a walk in the park if you're playing Mega Venusaur up against Minus Grimstyle. Thanks to monkeys and freezing shroud. So it was a fun match, actually. Thinking that we went into it thinking it's going to be a one-sided affair. It was
pretty one-sided. So let's be honest with ourselves.
We thought it'd be closer. We thought it wouldn't be as close. We thought at least game 1 would be a bit more, it's a walk in the park, but it wasn't. But in the end, we got to show some fun Pokemon, and now we will be showing some, I would say, even more fun Pokemon. We have some very famous players, some star-style players here from Malaysia with some interesting picks. It's going to be Mega Lopunny, Mega Frostlass, the Dunsparce, up against Ants Zoroark for round number 10.
AKA Tank Frostlass versus Ant Zoroark. And this is honestly... It's very, very interesting because usually we see Frostlass or Mega Frostlass specifically being paired with something like a Starmie, right? Because it's an alternate attacker. They both use water energies. You have your Mega Starmie to do spread damage. You have Frostlass to do your big one-shots, right?
Yes.
Especially in this format with very little disruption, your hands tend to go pretty wide.
That's true.
And the wider your hand goes, the happier Frostlass is because it's just going to one-shot you. All right.
Yeah. Specifically Mega Frostlass. There's no regular Frostlass here. We're not going to see Freezing Shroud, I believe. But it's going to be Mega Frostlass, the next Mega that we're going to show on stream right now. We saw Mega in earlier, Mega Venusaur. We're not going to see Mega Frostlass come into play.
And look, Mega Frostlass is one of my favorite new Mega Pokemon. We're playing Legend ZA. The Mega Frostlass just caught my eye. I mean, the design is absolutely gorgeous.
Of that Pokemon.
Exactly. So, and then, we see her in the TCG now with her resentful restraint.
Yes.
So you do 50 times the number of damage for every card that your opponent has in their hand. So your opponent has to show a little bit of restraint. When they play against these kind of decks. But we are going straight into the game. We do see the prize cards. Jason Wee on the left-hand side playing that Mega Frostlass, the Tank Frostlass, and Qian Xiang playing the Ents Zoroark on the right-hand side. Two Lilies is
not the greatest.
Not the greatest.
Yeah.
And on the left-hand side, we do see the Wally's Compassion, the card that we alluded to a little bit earlier in the stream, being prized there. But I am not too worried about that. He should be able to get to that point of the game where he picks up that Wally's Compassion from the prizes and use it. Right?
Getting when it matters, right? Getting when it matters. And now we're here already on the left, Jason Wee, on the right, Qian Xiang. I want to also give a very quick shout out to both these players. These are star-studded players here in the Malaysian community. Jason Wee, a multi-time Worlds competitor. Qian Xiang, also a Worlds competitor. Qian Xiang, actually a regional league winner from 3 years ago. He is now back here in day 2. Jason Wee, one of the more recent players making big waves here in the local scene, and also a 2-time Worlds competitor. He actually made day 2 at Worlds just last year, in addition to other accolades like a top 4 at Championships, top 8 and top 16 at PBL and Master Ball League, respectively, in previous seasons. So we're in for a very high-skilled match, I would say.
Yeah, look, I am excited to see this. We are going to see Jason start things off with the fan call, the fan rotom. I'm fully expecting to see something like a Baneri as well as a Dunsparce come out from this fan call. Pokemon that will start off the early game very well for the side of Jason. He is just going to do his deck checks first, just ensuring that he has everything that he needs in his deck. We do see the Dunsparce being eyed up here as likely going to be the two of them. Keep in mind, the Dunsparce can evolve into... the two of them plus the Baneri, so he's not going for the Dunsparce just yet, just ensuring that he has the full setup from the fan call. So it's going to be double Dunsparce, one Baneri, I believe. Right? Surely.
Yeah, looks like
Surely.
it. Yeah,
no, he's discarding
discarding
Baneri,
Baneri.
actually, saying that Baneri is not needed for this matchup. I am going to go and threaten with the Mega Frostlass, and because, guess what? And Zoroark wants to get his big hand. He's got trade.
I was going to say that this is one of the decks that goes really huge on hand sizes with trade. One of the abilities of the Zoroark deck. One of the abilities that make this deck as strong as it is, giving Kenshan many, many options throughout the game. But if he gets a little bit too, trigger happy on that trade, Jason Wee's Mega Frostlass will be punishing that large hand size. So here, Kenshan going to a release domination right away. Nobody but a Poffin. That's not the greatest thing, but with release domination, filling a hand back up to 8, Kenshan will hopefully want to see a Buddy Poffin, maybe a Pokepad or 2 as well. Because for Kenshan, it's all about setting up multiple Ends Zoroark EX.
Yeah, it's a good thing that he has the Ends Castle there right from the get-go, because he will be able to retreat the Ends Zekrom into maybe another Pokemon like a Tatsugiri for him to find those.
Tatsugiri's surprised, unfortunately.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Tatsu's surprised, so maybe finding something like the Yveltal.
But potentially,
To start clutching the Fan Rotom. For Fan Rotom, will be able to swing back, but it's not going to be able to knock out that Yveltal. So he definitely wants to switch out the Ends Zekrom, as you don't want to leave your source of attacker exposed so early on, right? So we are going to see the Buddy Poffin coming out from that Lily's Determination, likely finding that 2 Ends Zoras. We are going to see 1, we're going to see 2. Basically, status quo at this point. Kenshan just making sure that everything is in his deck at this point as well. Serrano's, he's noting that one of them is prized. He does play 4 copies of it, so not too worried that much. I wonder if he's got an energy. It's going to be a second Buddy's Poffin.
That's good. That's good for Kenshan. I was going to touch on Serrano. That is one of the supporters that's currently making a splash everywhere in post-rotation, because you ever search out for EXs, 3 EXs, pre-rotation it didn't feel as strong, but right now it's seeing play in Zoroark, obviously. It's also seeing in Raging Bolt. Any deck that plays Team Up Pokemon wants to play it, except for maybe, Mega Meganium. But it's one of the, I would say, more of a consistency boost card in Kenshan's deck right now. We see the Darmanitan coming out here, or Darumaka of that Pokepad. How important is that card here for Kenshan?
It's going to be super important, right? Because if he knows that his opponent's draw engine is going to be based on single prizes, he wants the ability to do a snipe.
Yes.
Right? He wants the ability to take out 2 prizes at once. But Jason here, going to start things off by evolving his Dunsparce to the Dunsparce, is going to have that runaway draw ability. So he will be able to just, draw 3 cards should he want to. He is going to be evolving this Snorunt to a Mega Frostlass immediately, and going to be playing a Lily's Determination, shuffling his hand into the deck, drawing 8 cards, and then going to be able to see 3 more cards thanks to the runaway draw.
That is a really strong hand for Jason Wee on the second turn. I want to also say he's hoping to evolve the second Dunsparce as well to get out of range of Flame Body Cannon. But if you're Jason right now, you're pretty okay with this. You might want to find an energy to retreat. I'm not sure if you're going to go aggressive though. That's the thing I want to ask you, Brian. Do you think you're going to race Zoroark? Are you pretty safe using a Mega? Or are you worried about the potential Mochi into Black Belt play? That is something I think is probably at the back of Jason Wee's mind. He's got to be really careful when he navigates this.
Yeah, he is, but Jason's also got the one thing which is going to prevent a 3-prize knockout cleanly. It's going to be that Hero's Cape. This is why it's called Tank Frostlass, because Frostlass is going to be a main attacker. Bumps the Ends Castle with the Battle Cage as well. So now we're going to have Mega Frostlass. It's just going to be swinging with that Resentful Refrain attack. And
that was the last option for retreat for Kenshan. That was the only Ends Castle, because that one's prized.
Well, you know what? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter
much
for now. Yeah,
because the one thing that you want to get out of that is gone because it's been taken out thanks to Resentful Refrain.
And now it's double end Zoroark right away from Kenshang on turn 2. He's going to try and, respond back with some attack.
Yeah, I do want to see a boss's orders, but instead we're going to see the Serrano probably looking for the Pheasantipity, the last end Zoroark, and maybe a Petrarant.
I would think Petrarant comes to play here.
Yeah, because you do need to find your pivot options at this point.
There is one other card that we need to talk about here. There is a Tool Scrapper in Kenshang's deck. That is going to be clutch here. He has a lot of one-offs in the end Zoroark deck. Because you are such a consistent deck, you can get into his one-offs very easily. The Tool Scrapper in combination with the Mochi and the Black Belt actually gets a knockout on a Mega. Kenshang might be aware of that and is trying to figure out when is the best time to pull a trigger on it, when maybe Jason's not suspecting it. And I think right now, all you need to see from Kenshang's side is probably some energy attachment. There's no energy in play at the moment. He has the Dark Energy in hand, eyeing it up, and there it is. And also having the Darmanitan already down. So will we see a Flame Body Cannon?
Potentially. I mean, it depends on whether he's able to have a Dark Energy inside that discard pile. If he does, then he can go down that route of the Ends PP up, right? Be able to charge a basic energy from your discard pile to any of Ends Pokemon. Unfortunately, I don't think I saw an energy card in Kenshang's discard pile just yet. And he's already used 2 trades. He's choosing not to actually evolve the front Zoroark, rightfully identifying that there is no way for him to do anything with that Zoroark just yet. And he knows that the Zoroark will be able to get knocked out, I think, by Jason here. So showing some restraint actually coming from Kenshang, which is really nice to see.
Yeah, but Jason now, he is on the front foot here, taking 1 prize, already has an attacker, already has draw power on the bench. He might want to get into a secondary attacker perhaps, or maybe not. Maybe just preventing any sort of cheap prizes on his side of the field, knowing that Flame Body Cannon is ready to go next turn most likely. So he's going for a runaway draw here, drawing 3 cards, and the Dunsparce line gets put back into the deck. I should say though, the Dunsparce is quite a popular card right now in many decks. We've seen it with Mega Lucario here locally. We've seen it with Dragapult over in Prague. Now we're seeing it paired with Mega Frostlass. It's everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you have a card which just says draw 3,
I love that.
I mean, it's in the format where there is not really a lot of different draw engines. The Dunsparce suddenly becomes your premium draw engine, right? And I totally understand why people are putting the Dunsparce with everything. It's consistent. And in a game like Pokemon, you need this level of consistency, right? Pokemon is one of the few games where you're able to actually tutor a lot of things out of your deck. You're also able to draw a lot of different cards. Thus, the reason why you can play a lot of one-offs, right? Take, for example, Zoroark. You mentioned it earlier. You have Trade. Trade allows you to discard 1, draw 2. You're able to filter through your decks extremely quickly. So playing the one-offs in your deck actually mean that you will get to see them, and they're really good tech options, right? And coming into a BO3 format, both of these players, by the way, very familiar with the BO3 format, so they will be able to just play the game properly when they have all the right cards. And for Kenshang here, we do see the black belts.
We do see this Tool Scrapper as well.
We do see the Tool Scrapper. This could be the turn. We're going to see the swing.
Will we see it though? Will we see the black belt Mochi Tool Scrapper play here if he does have all he needs? I would think though he would have promoted the Zoroark that didn't have energy if he was going to do it, because then you could subjugating chains up the one on the bench with energy.
Doesn't matter when you have NSPP up and hand attached.
That's true. That's true. We hope to see it. There's only 1 Darkness Energy in the discard, I think, at this point for Kenshang. So he might need to get 1. He needs 1 more than for any attachment onto the Zoroark on the bench.
1, 2.
Do you see it?
I'm not sure.
No, it's just Pokepad and something else. Maybe a boss. So the boss is there. So there's a potential of going for a 2 prizer here as well. Going after the Snorunt and the Dunsparce with Flame Body Cannon. That would tie up the price rates for Kenshang.
Actually, I wouldn't mind getting rid of the fan modem here, because that's the pivot for you, right?
That is true. Well, then again, the Dunsparce is also a pivot, technically speaking.
It's true.
It in, yeah.
But it's a lot harder of a pivot for you to reuse, right? Having Air Balloon there permanently is something which is a bit of a problem, because you don't have to discard any energies for you to retreat. But with Tool Scrapper, if Kenshang is able to access that, then I do see an argument for you to take out the Snorunt as well as the Dunsparce. So really, we really need to see if Kenshang is able to draw that Tool Scrapper.
Activating flip the script here for Ken Xiang, getting 3 more cards off.
I do see the PP up now, I think.
Yeah, the PP up is in hand. And I think also for Ken Xiang, if he goes after the dance
He's got the Mochi.
He got the Mochi as well?
Yeah.
Ooh.
The Mochi's right there. Does he have
options here for Ken Xiang?
Does he have the Dark Energy in the discard? I didn't see
there's
one.
I think. It was off the trade. I think it was traded away.
All right,
goes
so
to the
we
2 scrapper
are
now.
going to see the 2 scrapper.
We talked about it.
This is the turn.
Alrighty. Will we see it? There's a few options here, right? You could go for the boss play onto the Dunsparce and knock out 2 of the evolving Pokemon, preventing those options for Jason. Or go into the Mochi play. He has the Mochi down. Will we see it? Does he have all he needs here? We do know the Petron is in the hand.
Huh?
Oh! He misplayed, I think. He's just scooping game 1. Ken Xiang saying, I did a huge misplay there. I think I don't have it.
I didn't see the energy in the discard.
Yeah, maybe he thought he had one and realized that he didn't have it.
Yeah, I didn't see the energy in the discard pile, so that's probably why he was like, I needed
maybe
to
he
find...
had the energy in the discard, but not the energy in the hand for the bench.
That could be it.
So he was 1 energy short.
Yeah, and because at this point in time, his hand is too big, right? So if Jason here would just be able to use Resentful Restrain and just take a knockout on a 2-prizer, he's going to be too far behind. It's going to be a 2 prizes to 6 prizes, right?
Yeah.
So Ken Xiang, I think, very rightly scooped there. And this is the difference between players who have played in a BO3 format before.
Yes.
They are very aware of the time. They're like, look, I've got 40 minutes left the clock. That ain't enough for me to get 2 wins. So Ken Xiang here, I think that was definitely the right move.
Heads up play there. Really heads up decision.
Just scooping and saying, look, I have 40 minutes to win 2 games instead of 20 minutes to win 2 games.
Indeed. I think for Ken Xiang there, the one misplay or the one misstep, I should say, was promoting the Zoroark with the energy. Because one thing about Ends PP Up, it's a great accelerating card. It only attaches to the bench Ends Pokemon.
Yep.
So if you're missing the 1 energy attachment from hand, it doesn't matter if you have 1 energy in this card, you can't attack.
Yeah.
So in this scenario, I completely understand where Ken Xiang is. If he sees the line, the writing on the wall, I'm not going to be in a competitive state in this game 1.
Yeah.
Let's just go game 2.
I will say though, I'm a little bit confused as to why Ken Xiang showed his tool scrapper there. It's a little bit
That
funny,
is true.
right? Because if he was going to scoop that early, I would have just held that tool scrapper and be like, look,
Well,
I'm not going to show you all my cards.
Well, to be fair here, these players probably know each other back from way back as well. It could be that they already know that they play some of these decks. Potentially they were sitting next to each other maybe in the previous round. So we don't know that. You know, in the end,
It's still a little bit weird there.
it is. Kind of sus. Kind of sus. But here, Jason will go second. Ken Xiang will opt in to go first. These 2 decks are evolution-based decks. If you get to go first, you get to evolve your Pokemon. Let's see what basic Pokemon comes down. We will then also get a look at the prize cam as well. Jason has a Snorunt and I believe a Binary.
Yeah. He's got everything he needs, actually. We're going to start with the Snorunt there. I think starting with the Snorunt is fine going second because you're not really relying on Ken Xiang being able to take a knockout. Even if you are, you may be able to evolve the Mega Frostlass first. Binary is not, I think, great in this matchup, which is why Jason's like, look, I'm not going to push super heavily with the Binary up the front. And in fact, actually, you want to see Binary on the bench.
Yeah,
right?
for
Because
sure.
with Mega
Lopunny. Yep.
You're able to then use its first attack, right? When you push it up to the front, it does, I think, a total of 230 damage.
Yeah, that's Gale Thrust for a very efficient attack. 1 energy for 230 damage. That is crazy huge for a single energy attack. But you have to come from the bench. It reminisces of Calistopod GX from the back in the day. There you see Gale Thrust. Megalopunny actually is finding his way in multiple decks. I've seen it in Zoroark as well.
Hey,
a very flexible attacker.
Oh! Just going to interrupt your train of thought here. We're going to look at the prizes right here. Ken Xiang prizing 2 Pokepads is a little bit painful, but not too bad. I think Jason prizing 1 of his Mega Frostlass is a little bit unfortunate, but he still has 1 more in the deck.
There is.
Fan Rotom being prized.
He's only 1 on Fan Rotom. The only thing that he has only 1 of in that prize card was the Fan Rotom, so no Fan Call. So now we see Ken Xiang here starting with the Tatsugiri. That's good. Double and Zora as well. 1 energy attachment as well on the bench with the Darumaka. Pretty decent start for Ken Xiang. I didn't see if he grabbed a supporter earlier. I think we probably just panned back when the turn was over. Jason Wee now looking through his deck for the first time with that Pokepad. I would presume eyeing up the Dunsparce is the right play here. There is a world where he might lose 2 basic Pokemon right away on turn 2 for Ken Xiang because of that Flame Body Cannon. A very aggressive potential play for Ken Xiang.
Yeah,
I like it. No Shaman available for Jason, obviously. So now is whether or not Jason wants to go a little wide with his plays here. Okay, so going for the Dunsparce.
That's his consistency.
That's his consistency.
He knows,
that's a draw.
He knows that Fan Rotom is not in his deck, has to go for the singular Dunsparce instead. I think that is unfortunate, but that is... Yeah, actually, no, I was going to say that's fine, but it's not in reality because of the Flame Body Cannon threat, especially with the 1 energy attachment onto that Zora. Question marks? Yeah, okay, Jason, I think sees that does bench the Baneri as he knows that I think that the Dunsparce as well as the Snorunt is going to get knocked out here. We do see an evolution of the Zora to Zoroark EX. Qianxiang using a Lily's Determination to see a fresh set of 8, and to keep in mind, you're gonna see fresh set of 10,
if not even 12. There's another Zora not evolved yet, so there's a potential here.
12, and you get to see for your Tatsugiri, you're gonna be able to attract some customers. So there's a lot of things.
So some sequencing here, right? For Qianxiang, the idea you draw 8. You Tatsugiri, perfect sequencing here, thinning your deck of a supporter, and then you trade to see if you can get into resources that you can use right away.
Unfortunately, not going to be able to thin out one supporter, but I do like that you mentioned sequencing. These decks may seem simple on the outside, but sequencing here is key, right? Making sure that you're maximizing the outs that you have in your deck is very, very important. We are going to see the first trade happen for Qianxiang. Is going to be putting the counters as easy for all of us to see.
Thank you. And what's he looking for? What's he
looking
for? If you're looking for Petron, probably.
That's the Darmanitan.
Okay.
There's one Darmanitan.
1 energy and a Petron. He doesn't run any other switching out except for the Petron or the Ents Castle.
Ents Castle ain't going to do anything for Tatsugiri though.
Oh, yes, you're right. So yes, it's only just the Petron here. No Air Balloon in this list here for Qianxiang.
Don't need it.
Don't need it because you have
Petron. I think that's Petron in his hand though.
Oh. So it's just 1 energy short?
I saw that he has that Petron, 1 energy short. If he doesn't bench... actually, just take a look at Jason's hand. It doesn't look great, man. 2 air balloons, a Wally's Compassion, a Battle Cage, and a Mist Energy?
Yeah, I think that's going to be rough for Jason, though. But will he even get a chance? No, just get the passing. He missed the energy.
With an energy.
That would have been a huge share for Qianxiang if he had it.
And now Jason has an Ultra Ball as well. I mean, there's a world where you go Ultra Ball, get rid of the Battle Cage because it doesn't do much for you this at all.
Yeah, but what do you search for even, Jason?
The Dunsparce, right? You go for the Dunsparce.
Yeah, only the Dunsparce. There's no Meowth here. There's no Meowth, there's just the Dunsparce, and you're going to see 3 cards, hoping to draw into like a supporter, like a Lily's Determination. But that's about it. There's nothing else that you could be looking for here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that you put... if the energy was a water energy, there's a world where you attach water energy Ultra Ball for Mega Frostlass and start swinging with the Resentful Restraint. But unfortunately here, doesn't have... that option, doesn't have that water energy. We are looking for the Dunsparce is going to start running away with some draws. So we're going to see 3 cards being the top. Jason really looking for something like a Buddy Poffin here. He needs to get his board set up. I want to see another Snorunt. I want to see another Dunsparce. So if he gets the 2 here, he gets the Lily's Determination to Lily's off the top. It's going to be pretty big.
Alrighty, so Lee's off the top. There's also out for Pokegear in his list here, Jason. So getting double Lee's.
Dunsparce as well. That's great.
Dunsparce. Nice. Has a Mist Energy down, has Air Balloon down. So yeah, pretty decent of the 3 cards.
Yeah,
Jason now getting to draw a fresh kind of 8 as well.
And he's going to be able to use Gale Thrust as well. So Gale Thrust, with the Mist Energy attachment, the way that Jason is playing, he wants to guarantee an attack, right? So by getting the first prize off is going to be pretty big because most of Jason's Pokemon are 3 prizes. So he needs to start going for his prize mapping. So it seems as if Jason is going for a 1-2-2-1 line. Here, or a 1-1-2-2 line, right? Both of which makes perfect sense for Jason's side. We do see a Lily's Determination. We do see Buddy Poffy. We do see a Dunsparce. We do see a Snorunt. Jason has everything except for the Mega Lopunny.
And the water energy. He could have also gone into the Mega Frost, but there's no water energy. He already attached anyway. But then again, right now, no Mega Lopunny. No way to draw more cards, I don't think. Yeah, that's rough. And the thing is, for Jason, do you even show the Mega Lopunny? I don't think so. Why give up a potential 3 prizer?
No, I mean, I don't mind putting the Mega Lopunny here. I really don't.
there's no way
but he doesn't have it, so it doesn't really matter in the first place. He's eyeing
Oh,
up
sorry,
at
I meant you play the Mega Frostlass.
Oh no, definitely not.
Yeah.
You just retreat into the Snorunt there, right? And just give him 2 prizes instead of getting chip damage off the Mega Frostlass. Yeah, I think it makes perfect sense for you to just give up 2 instead of 3. A potential 4, actually.
Yeah, the only thing here I'm seeing is that potentially Kenshin can go for the Flame Body Cannon and knock out both the Snorunts at one go. Potentially, if Jason really values having a Snorun in play, he could retreat the one with the air balloon, put up the one that cannot evolve, and then evolve the one on the bench, protecting his Mega Evolution EX, and Kenshin has no way to go after it because there's no such thing as counter catcher right here. It's not even alive.
Yes.
And if you want to knock out the Mega, you have to go with Black Belt as a supporter. But Jason actually gives us the Buneri.
No, I think the Buneri here is the least impactful
fair enough.
in this list right now because his main attacker is going to be that Mega Frostlass.
Fair
right?
enough.
So Jason here is like, look, you can take the Buneri. He's useless at this point. He didn't give me my Gale Thrust. Was not able to evolve. Probably held an Everstone or something. Yeah, exactly.
No way to get you one. Here, Kenshin with the Cyrano, look at that. The ability to get so many EXs, all these strong EX cards, with just one supporter, Brian.
I know, I love it. You see two Zorak EXs as well as a Fezandipity EX. We're going to see the Zora evolve. We're going to see it probably trade using one of the Zorak EXs that he just took from that Serrano. And he's then going to be able to draw 2 from there. We are looking at the boss's orders coming out from that Tatsugiri, which is pretty big, by the way, because now you're able to take out both of these Snorunts.
Exactly. I think Kenshin here, if he has everything he needs, energy, he plays the boss right away, okay?
Does he play it, or did he just accidentally discard it? I think he may have accidentally discarded it. Or
he's trading with it? Is he trading
No, he's not trading with it. What's the boss inside the discard?
Yeah, is there any reason why the boss is in discard?
He probably mistook. Yeah, he probably made a mistake there, but I think the judges are going to fix that real quick. So we're going to see the first trade happen. We're going to see the second trade happen. Oh, yeah.
They caught it. That's good.
So
thank you, judges. Thank you, players.
Yeah. So the boss is just going to go back to the hand, and we are going to see a trade now. The second trade happen. I do expect to see something like the second Zorak. Exactly what I said. You want to thin your deck with the Serrano, and he wants to just get rid of it to draw more cards. Just draw into that energy right now, so he will be able to swing with Flame Body Cannon as long as there's a Petrarun on the field. We do see Petrarun in his hand, so it could just be bench Petrarun, push up, subjugating chains, and then copy. To use Flame Body Cannon with the boss's orders, by the way, to get rid of the 2 Snorunts.
And there are no threats on Jason's side of the field, then, except potentially for the Dunsparce EX. That is a one-off.
1, 2, 3.
Is that enough?
470 into 280.
It's just short, right?
It is just short.
It's just short, rather unfortunately for
60
for
times
Jason.
4, so you're 240 only.
Yeah.
You will be able to take out something like the Pheasantipity or the Petrarun if you have.
That's true.
If you do have a boss there.
He didn't go for the double Snorunt though, unfortunately.
Because he plays Serrano, not boss.
No,
he plays
fair enough. Yeah. We such a strong supporter. You want to play that. So in the sense here for Kenshin, he removes 2 cards or 2 basic Pokemon on Jason's side of the field, getting 2 prizes to the good. Jason now has options, going to the Mega Frostlass perhaps, with the Dunsparce in hand as well. There you go. Here comes the Dunsparce, another runway draw. Such a really good consistency boost for these decks, having ability to just recur this draw engine.
Yeah, here going to be playing the Buddy Puff and going to be searching for the 1 Dunsparce, the 2 Dunsparce. He plays 4 copies of this, by the way. It may seem excessive, but I tell you, it is not when you're able to just recur the runaway draws and also be able to use it as a threat with the Dunsparce EX because of its Tenacious Tail.
Yeah.
Tenacious Tail does 60 damage for every EX Pokemon on the field, and a deck like this Zorak and Zorak. Look, there are 4 EX Pokemon there. More than often, you actually see 5 because usually that Tatsugiri is a Zorak EX. Right, I like Kenshin's addition of this Tatsugiri, and if it's 5, you're doing 300 damage with that Tenacious Tail.
Yeah, but very unfortunately for Jason, is only going to be just short of a knockout with Tenacious Tail, so he's opting to go into potentially Mega Frostlass, which already is on the field, but I don't see a water energy, Brian.
Yeah,
Where is the water energy? We need to dig it out with the runway draw.
There's only 2 in his deck?
Yeah, it looks like there's only 2 in the deck.
But
he runs 3, I think.
Yeah, he runs 3.
Was 1 prize. We need to do a quick check on that one later on. Maybe one will discard it, perhaps. I don't know. But in this scenario here for Jason, well, you have your Dunsparce engine pretty much here. You do have access to an attacker. It's all about whether or not you're going to get a knockout. I didn't count, I would say, Qianxiang's hand. It looks like a pretty big grip, so potentially it will be a knockout. But
there we go.
There it is.
2-1 energies in the deck, 2 in the hand right now. Runaway draw, getting Jason not the game, but getting Jason a way to start swinging. We are going to see water energy attachment, I think, on that Mega Frost Blast. There's no reason for you not to use Resentful Restraint. Qianxiang has a boatload of cards in his hand. That will definitely be knockout. Now, wait, how much damage is he doing, Aaron?
Well, I think with the yeah.
Yes.
You know what? Calculator, please. But yeah, for Qianxiang here, he actually went wide with the hand because he needed to dig for options earlier on. So I think for Qianxiang, he's okay having taken 2 prizes, so he is in the lead. The thing that he needs to do now is to actually get a knockout on this Mega Frostlass in 1 hit. And he can do that because there's a Mochi on the other end, Zoroark EX. It's missing energy, but he has End's PP up. He has energy in hand. He should have it as long as he gets the black belt.
Yep, he just needs black belt training. Is Qianxiang able to get that? He's going to start things off with the flip, the script. The script is flipping. 1, 2, 3. We see a buddy poffin. I guess you could say it's a buddy poffin.
Buddy
poffin.
Lots of buddies there. But we need to see, the first time I think we see a Resentful Refrain this series so far, where it took a huge knockout on the end Zoroark. It's such a strong attack for any Pokemon to be able to do damage for 1 energy and just say knockout.
Yeah, but look, it's only because we're in a format right now with such little hand disruption.
Yes.
Which is the reason why Mega Frostlass is so good right now. Right, and her HP is pretty high. 310 is nothing to scoff at. Even stuff like Raging Bolt, you have to discard something like, five energies. Yeah, 5 energies instead of the 4 is pretty. It's not a round number. It's not a super easy number for you to hit.
It's an inefficient number in a sense because you have to expend so much for a Mega. But here, Qianxiang though has a very interesting line, a very great line, one of the lines that Zoroark can play. That's the reason why this deck is so strong. It can actually go so tall in terms of damage thanks to that Binding Mochi, thanks to the Black Belt, thanks to Patron Subjugating Chains. Do we see the Black Belt though?
Hey, look, I just realized that you can't even swing with this Zoroark because you don't have enough bench space for the Zekrom.
Oh my gosh!
He benched
Zora!
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
He's bench locked, so he can't even. But he has to play in this way because if he doesn't play in this way, he doesn't have a backup attacker, right?
That is fair.
The backup attacker could be the backup attacker in this case. Actually, probably should have been the Patron.
Well, to be fair here, I was going to say this. You could actually still go for a Flame Body Cannon, knocking out 2 more Pokemon here on Qianxiang's side, and then opt to go into another Flame Body Cannon the next turn because there's so many of these bench Pokemon. However, Jason can actually prevent that just by using Runaway Draw and leaving a tanky Mega Frostlass inactive for Qianxiang to go through. And in this situation right now, he's going to be once again having to bench a Zekrom and not have any backup attacker. He's actually having a very full bench at Qianxiang and not a lot of options because of that.
Yep, so we are going to see the Flame Body Cannon going to be taking out 1 Snorunt as well as one of the Dunsparce there. Yes. So that's 2 prizes. Qianxiang now ahead, 2 prizes left in this game. Jason with 4 prizes, but we know Jason's 100% going to be able to take a knockout onto this. And Zoroark, all Qianxiang needs is 6 hand cards, and that's definitely way more than 6 hand cards in his hand at this point. Jason, what is he going to do?
Jason has this, I think. He has it because the fact that he actually evolved that Dunsparce means that Qianxiang can only take a single prizer with Flame Body Cannon next turn, and there's no way for Qianxiang to get a knockout on a Mega Frostlass once his Binding Mochi hits the bin.
That's true. Jason in a very good spot right now. I mean, we saw Qianxiang start things off with such a great setup, but now now not being able to take a knockout onto that Mega Frostlass the previous turn meant that it was very, very hard for Qianxiang to get himself back into this game because Mega Frostlass is going to do way too much damage here unless there's a way that Qianxiang is confident. No, I mean there's no way, right?
No, there's no way.
250 plus the black belt.
It's
black belt's only 40, right?
Yeah, it's short 20. There's no other damage modifier for Qianxiang, unfortunately. without that binding mochi. Then it's going to be so rough for Ken Xiang. I don't see a way back for him this point. He needed to get the black belt last turn.
I guess he wasn't able to draw into it, so he probably went for the alternate line, and by going by this alternate line, it's going to be nigh impossible. And how much damage is Patron doing? 60 times 40 as well, right? So that's not enough.
No, that's not enough. And you actually got to find a way to attach two energies at the same time. There's no energy switch, I don't think, in Ken Xiang's list.
Yeah, and it's only 60 anyway, so you're only going to be able to do 240. It's not enough to get rid of this Mega Frostlass. You can't even bait Jason to put enough damage for you to make use of the Reshiram either.
Oh, Ace Aurola's here as well. That's going to add salt to wounds here. Ace Aurola's Mischief, a card we don't really see very much. It's seen in some decks, especially in that Prague winning list as well. It's going to be able to prevent the damage and effects of attacks onto this Mega Frostlass next turn. So Ken Xiang has to find a boss if he wants to do anything.
I really like this list. I really like this list for Mega Frostlass, man.
He has so much thought into it, and now Ken Xiang is on the back foot trying to figure out where can I find prize cards. This is rough.
You can say that again, man. I mean,
this is rough.
It is not easy for Ken Xiang to find his way back in. I believe Jason as well, one game up. Ken Xiang is backed up into a corner here. Can he find a way out?
Well, you can start maybe finding the unfair time. We haven't seen that card yet from either player.
Unfair Stam ain't gonna do anything here.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can buy a turn. That's all you can do. Maybe with a clutch play or something. Clutch is one way to get damage onto the Mega Frostlass, right? That's the only way. So, go for the Zekrom though. I would think you go for a clutch. You put 20 damage onto the Mega Frostlass and you open up the Black Belt play later on. But instead, he went with the Zekrom. Goes to the boss play. Is there enough
because
damage?
if he uses Black Belt here, is that a KO for playing Body Cannon? No, but Black Belt's only an EX, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
unfair stam. So we do see unfair stam. I think Ken Xiang just playing his outs here. Unfair stam down to get Jason down to 2 cards. However, I don't see a way here for... Okay, there's a world here where Ken Xiang takes a knockout on the bench Dunsparce, gets some damage onto the Dunsparce, and then... Or maybe, sorry. Let me correct myself.
Oh, he can thin out his hand,
He could thin his hand. So he could prevent the knockout even if Jason were to go for the runaway draw, get the 80 damage he needs onto the Mega Frostlass, and then ramp up for a potential Black Belt the following turn. So in a world where you're looking for options...
I can't even play the Buddy.
Yeah,
it's 5 cards.
No, okay, fair enough. You want to take a look at some cards, but you may not want to even draw anything.
250 is not enough. Yeah, actually, we know with 5 cards, you can't take the knockout yet because it's 50 times, not 60 times.
Yes.
So technically, you survive with 30 HP.
Yeah, Resentful Refrain does 50 damage per card in your opponent's hand.
I mean, you wouldn't use Flame Body Cannon here to do any kind of residual damage. Then you just go for double boss.
You need to do it onto the Mega Frostlass to be able to do a Black Belt turn next turn.
Sorry?
To be able to go Black Belt next turn. I mean, if you want the Mega Frostlass to not ever come up, you have to do 80 on both these Pokemon.
Look, I mean, Ken Xiang plays 4 bosses, I will say.
Okay, so...
Alright, so there was a world where maybe he goes like boss.
Yeah.
Right?
And
I mean, he's only got 2 bosses in his card pile, so you just boss out the single prizes. But here, Ken Xiang is going, nope, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try to go for the 3 prizes? I don't know. It's a little bit... it's interesting the way Ken Xiang is playing, right?
Yeah. Maybe he sees a line we don't see. But for Jason here, putting up the Dunsparce is heads-up play. He doesn't want to give up, do any damage. Boy, he has another one as well. Another Dunsparce in the hand. So we talk about the situation where it could be just Mega Frostlass against the world. We might see it here. If you put the Dunsparce into the deck here for Jason with another runaway draw, you take a knockout on the Tatsugiri. There isn't actually any way for Ken Xiang to take a prize after that.
He has to go through the Mega Frostlass. But the good news is that Ace Aurola's has already been used, so you can't just Ace Aurola's Mischief and just, look, it's my lone Pokemon, what are you going to do about it? So that is the silver lining for Ken Xiang there. Not
the Heroescape as well. In the hand.
Heroes Cape in the hand. We're going to see the bump of the Ends Castle. Battle Cage coming down. Heroes Cape coming down. If I was Jason here, I'm not going to be attaching anything. I'm just going to Resentful Restraint. and just pass because I do have the Wallies as well, by the way.
Yeah, resentful refrain and therefore refrain from doing anything else.
Yep.
So, Ken Chang here promoting the Enzorok, and Jason Wiedau down to one more prize to booking into a 8-2 record for Ken Chang. Body by Puffin played. What does he look for? He has the Yveltal in the deck.
Not
opting for the
Yveltal ain't gonna do much here because there's only one prize left on Jason's turn right now. Ken Chang looking into the Zora. Maybe as discard father.
Yeah, Jason's one boss away from win here.
Oh, he's benching the Zora as well.
Yeah. Well, he needs to thin the cards from his hand. So playing the Body by Puffin essentially means playing a card, getting a card down, and there's no other basic opponent to play in Ken Chang's hand. So for Ken Chang, he's just hoping and praying that Jason doesn't have any boss's orders. Well, there's a Wally in hand.
Yeah, Wally's going to heal that right up. So he does copy Slash, I will say. So Shred. So Shred does that 70 damage, which is going to be enough for Ken Chang to take the one-shot knockout later, thanks to Zekrom's second attack. Does a whopping 250 damage. But here, Jason's just going to be very happy with using Wally's Compassion, healing everything back up. And then he does have a follow-up with the Water Energy in his hand. We're going to see the Wally's Compassion going to be discarding, I think...
Are you returning back to hand? So returning back to hand and
return
attach
back
one
to hand,
back.
okay.
Yeah, so return back to hand, attach one back in. Yeah, so, okay, Jason's just playing through the motions. I'm sure judges are reminding them, just play it out as you should be. But yes, attachment back to hand. And now here comes Resentful Refrain for 200 damage, I think? 4
200,
cards?
yeah, it should be 200.
So, Ken Chang, what do you have at this point? Because at this stage, you got to get that Zorak out of there.
I think he needs to retreat the front Zoroark, push up the fresh Zoroark with a energy attachment. Do you see the boss's orders being eyed up there, which feels a little bit interesting? But I think here Ken Chang gonna be trading the Lily's Determination for 2 cards. He needs to find an energy. He needs to be able to find it. And Zoroark, we do see energy come out. 2 Scrapper being used. He needs to find a Zoroark here. Without a Zoroark, there's no way for Ken Chang to come back into this game. Darkness Energy being attached to the Petra, 250 damage. Not going to be able to do anything with that, which is interesting. But here, Zoroark just going to manually retreat into the Pheasantipity.
Yeah, he's just trying to thin his hand as best he can and put up something that he can use to just buy a turn.
Yeah, because he needs to find...
Boss order?
For the boss's orders, yeah.
No, it's a Dunsparce EX.
Dunsparce EX?
Well, he can find a boss from here. Oh.
Yeah, actually... No, he was counting how many EX Pokemon is on Ken Chang's side.
Hits up there, Jason. But here is a random draw. Will we see the boss for game?
No boss. We see 2 Dunsparce as well as a Mist Energy there. Jason going to be shuffling the Dunsparce back into the deck.
This is getting quite
this
close.
Game is...
Yeah.
I mean, Ken Chang is just trying to find all of his outs, right?
And so just a Resentful Refrain for 200 damage for Jason. Ken Chang now, once again, having to find options to take a knockout on these huge Mega Frostlass.
He needs to find his Zoroark. He needs to find the energy. We're going to see a trade.
We finally see a black belt, though, unfortunately. It's coming at the wrong time.
We see the ends PP up. All right, but does he have a second Zoroark? If he does have the Zoroark here, I don't know what he can do. We see Ends PP up being used right now. Dark Energy going to be attached to that Zora. Does he have a Night Stretcher maybe for his Zoroark?
It doesn't seem like it.
You see a Lilies.
So he could go into the Lilies here, hoping to draw into Night Stretcher or another End Zoroark. We know these lists run for each of the Zoroarks and the Zoruas.
And he's got two Night Stretchers. I believe one was used, so maybe he's got like one out in a deck that looks like about 15 cards left. Will he be able to find it out of the 6? That's almost half his deck that he's going to be looking through right now. Ken Chang is making it or break it. Does he get the End Zoroark EX? Boss Dark Energy?
Got the End
Castle.
though.
Not going to do anything. Let's find the nice character. That's going to be the Enzoroc EX.
Okay, but it's not a knockout yet though. It's not a knockout yet.
Doesn't matter. He survives this turn. That's all Qianxiang is going for. Qianxiang is going for the survival play. He's not going for the win. He needs to use Shred here. Shred here going to be able to put enough damage onto that, onto the Mega Frostlass energy attachment onto the Petrant instead because. There's an SPP up that was used just now. So now he has an alternate attacker in the Petra, 250 damage coming out from the Petrant. And now Qianxiang gonna be able to use Zekrom's second attack to do 250 damage onto that Mega Frostlass. Oh, we're going right down to the wire here.
Qianxiang's really pulling us out of the bag here because now he has two attackers. Jason has to deal with either one of it, but Qianxiang's hand is so low right now. The only Alpha Jason is a boss's orders here. There is no more Wally's Compassion. There's no Ace Auroras. This tank Frostlass is not going to tank anymore. Do we see a boss?
The boss! Top deck boss!
The boss with a win!
Insane!
Jason off the top. Jason Wee goes in too. What did we just see, Brian?
Oh my gosh, top deck boss. You hate to see it. You love to see it if it happens to you. But that was very, very, very well played for the side of both Jason and Qianxiang. That game, we came all the way down to the wire.
I want to say, we were yelling, but not just that. There's a huge crowd here watching the game live on the screens, and they went nuts the moment that boss was drawn. Congratulations, Jason Wee, going 8-2, getting that much closer to that top cut. It was a 2-0 win as well. These players actually went the distance for a full 2-game series. Commiserations to Qianxiang. He's not out of it yet because there's 2 more rounds of the qualifiers here, day 2. But that was one amazing match, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see that, right? The Mega Frostlass just being able to tank so much damage. Tank Ace Aurola, tank Wally's Compassion. No problem. A little bit of damage, easy. Heal it right up. And all you need is just to put that one water energy onto that Mega Frostlass, and you're able to start swinging once again.
And that's what you want to do as the sort of deck. You're tanking, you're buying time. You're buying time for that top deck, which eventually came there for Jason. So that boss order, frame it up, by the way. That is one amazing
top
end
deck
of the game. we have more Pokemon today, but to be fair, if we end on that note, I'll be really happy as well if that was the finals. But then again, it wasn't. So we have much more Pokemon for you here at the Malaysian Master Ball League. Don't go anywhere. We should be back real soon with round number 11. See you good.
Stand tall in the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild build the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! all in the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go!
Hey guys, welcome back to the Malaysia Basketball League. I'm Brian, this is Aaron, and we are having so much good Pokemon games. I mean, unfortunately, the last round ended up with the top deck boss, but
unfortunately,
it was still super hype. I mean, look, you never want to see a player like go through all the different lines, trying the best to really go through the motions of playing out the game just to lose to a top deck boss.
Yeah, but credit to both players though, Jason and Kenshang giving us a great show, right? But yes, not great to lose to a top deck. And I spoke to Kenshang and Jason as well. Kenshang he had accepted the result, and he was like, well, I was just one turn away, and like, yeah, you were. But for Jason, he's like, I had no idea what ace spec he was playing.
Yeah, that's right. So like, if I knew it was the unfair stand, I would have just checkmated him in a different way.
Yeah. So in a sense, both these players, everyone's all friendly here. We're competitors, but we're also friendly, and we want to have great Pokemon games. But in addition to great Pokemon games, we have lots more Pokemon everywhere else. Come on down to Simon Premier Convention Center for the side events. Side events have gone so much differently over the years, Brian. We now have point game battles, coloring corners and displays, expanded form battles for you to play your rotated cards, the new training journey if you're brand new, and your Pokemon Go, Pokemon Star, and again, my personal favorite, the Nintendo Switch 2 hands-on experience. If you came in through the orange entrance, Brian, here at Simon Pyramid, you would have seen the Pokemon Pokopia truck.
That's right. And in the past, we didn't have side events. So what were side events? They didn't exist. But now we have heaps. So if you are around the Sunway Convention Center, please do yourself a favor and come down and join in the Pokemon festivities here. You'll be just in time to catch the final 2 Swiss round matches, as well as your top 8 cut. So there's plenty more Pokemon action for you to participate in here at the Sunway Convention Center.
Yes, indeed. The venue is still pretty much packed here over at the Convention Center. We are not even halfway through on our stream, Brian. We went through so much, but we're not even halfway through. There's so much more Pokemon for us to enjoy, not just for the competitive side, but the side events especially. We'll just come take some photos with a huge Master Ball.
Giant Master Ball. You've got the Master Ball League posters and the key visuals everywhere as well.
Yes.
Take a look at some of the art done by the colorists
for sure.
Outside. It's all done outside as well.
Yeah.
If not, just try your luck. Come down to the pop-up store and see if there's any more MSRP Ascended Heroes in stock.
What did you say?
MSRP Ascended Heroes.
You take this one on your own, Brian.
All right,
me first. We can't do that. But essentially, we, of course, everyone wants to get some Pokemon product. There's so much more merchandise available at the pop-up store. Not just packs, but also some sleeves.
Oh, yeah, you get really nice
you
get
some
sleeves.
Exactly. The one with the key visuals for the Master Ball League. There's also a bunch of plushies, a bunch of other merchandise for you to come and check out. Take something home with you after celebrating Pokemon.
Do you know that they recently released the 30th anniversary little acrylic Pokemon?
Oh,
like it's not acrylic, but it's like the plastic Pokemon figures. So they've got I think all the different generations.
Oh yes, the starters, right?
The starters, yeah. Those are really nice.
Yes,
actually.
Indeed. So you can get the full collection, or just pick the starters of the region or generation that you're interested in. Speaking of starters, we did get to see so far just one of the starter Pokemon, which is Chikorita on stream.
Bulbasaur as well. Don't forget.
Yeah.
The OG.
Yeah, it's true. But in terms of today's matchup, or the next matchup we have, what do we have right now, Brian?
I believe we're going to have Dreepy or Dragapult versus the Mega Lucario.
Ooh, okay. This is a bit more standard, I should say.
Traditional. Meta.
Vanilla. Oops, sorry, I went too far. But hopefully it's going to be entertaining because, Mega Lucario is a deck which in Malaysia has seen a lot of success. We had one Ultra Ball League taken down by Hao Yung, who took down the Cheetah Mall UBL. 512 players, by the way, with Lucario and the Dunsparce. That is the variant we're going to see. Opposing that is Dragapult Dusknoir.
This is the Cursed Blast variant of Dragapult. So, fun fact though, Phantom Dive, 260. Cursed Blast, 130. 130 plus 200 is
330.
Which is also not enough to take a knockout on the Mega Lucario. Now add a Hero's Cape on top of that.
Ooh, we have Hero's Cape. Okay.
Pain.
Yes, and there's also a few other ways where this Mega Lucario is probably trying to tank more and more hits. You mentioned Hero's Cape. There's also Wally's Compassion. This is one of the builds that I would enjoy seeing because it's not the straightforward Hariyama build where you have multiple attackers, but it's aiming to go tall with one Lucario and taking multiple prizes. And just so everyone's aware, Mega Lucario has a pretty good time knocking out Stage 2 EXs thanks to the Gravity Mounted and Premium Power Pro. So
as well as Mega Brave, don't forget.
And fair enough, Mega Brave. Here are the prize cards here on the left, Kian with the Dunsparce and the Dunsparce in the prize with one boss. Darren, though, on the right with likely the only Latias, I want to say.
Yeah, it's the only Latias there. He does prize a Fire Energy as well, but that's not really too big of a concern. One Duskull, though, may be a little bit of a problem, by the way.
Yeah.
Right. So he does have 1-1. So he does runs a 2-1-1 line. So having one Duskull in the prize may not be a problem in the early game, but as he wants to go later in the game, not having a Duskull there, a slight problem.
Yeah. What do you think of this matchup overall, Brian? What's your take on either of these players trying to get away? And I was going to talk about Badu, and it just literally opened up right away. What is your take here? And especially because Keen chose to go second, I believe.
Yeah, Keen going second here, I think, for as a Lucario is smart. He prevents Darren from going second, and this is very important because as a Dragapult, going second is very, very key because you get to play a supporter. Right,
yes.
And having no supporter here, you often and no energy attachment. I want to add,
that's true.
Is going to hurt Darren. Keen here, very happy. He's just going to be attaching that Rocky energy up onto that Soul Rock, and then we're going to judge straight from turn one. I actually am not sure whether I like that judge, just seeing that Darren bricked, right? Potentially bricked.
It's what he had in hand.
Yeah, but so I guess there isn't really too big of a choice. I do want to point out Rocky Energy is a new energy coming out in perfect order, and it does prevent all effects of attacks by your opponent done to this Pokemon. So basically, if Soul Rock is in the bench, Phantom Dive can't target it.
Exactly. So that's
can target it,
you can
just ignore it.
Exactly. So there's going to be a time where potentially the Soul Rock might be a target because after all, on Kian's bench is going to be the Dunsparces that are going to just jump back into the deck. The residual damage has to land somewhere else. It's not going to land on the Soul Rock. And I think Kian here, he's hoping to get into a Lunatone for the combo. Pokebat is the first step. Does he have another fighting energy, a basic fighting energy in hand for him to draw more cards?
It would really depend. If he does have a basic fighting, he would then go for the Lunatone. But because he doesn't, actually going for something like a Riolu may be a little bit better as it sets him up for success. But no, he chooses for consistency, which I think is okay.
It's alright.
I'm not opposed to this because, as we always say, consistency is key. You need to set up your engines first. His engine is Soul Rock and Lunatone, but keep in mind he may not be able to. It's fine because he also needs the Lunatone so that he can attack, right?
Yes.
Without the Lunatone, he can't attack, so manages to go first ahead on prizes.
Taking first blood and removing the Itchy Pollen threat, allowing himself to have access to items. But Darren here judged into the Lily's Termination. So all his plays so far have been drawing out of Judge and Fair Sam. Obviously get more cards from his Judge, but at least for Darren here, he has something to play. A Dracloak on the bench is also good, allowing you to see a few more cards. So drawing 8 and then seeing 2 more is not bad for turn 2.
Definitely not. Darren's going to be really happy with this, seeing 8 cards in total. Was it 8 or was it 6? I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, it's going to be 8 because he has not,
6, 7, 8. Yeah, okay, I saw him put like 3-3 and I was like, wait, he's supposed to be 8 now. But yes, he does get 8 cards in his hand here. He is going to have the double Dracloak set up, which is beautiful. And keep in mind, these Dracloaks can't be one-shot by the Soul Rock unless a Premier Power Pro does get played. Recon Directive, such a strong ability. This card, since its release, has always been in the format, even on at the fringe, right?
Yeah.
For those of you older players who like your airmails, this is basically airmail. Look at the top 2 cards of your deck. Put one in your hand. Put one at the bottom. Such a strong ability. And Dragapult as a whole, the entire line has been so key in this format because it's just such a good package. You have Recon Directors in your stage 1, and you have Phantom Dive on your stage 2. In fact, even Jet Headbutt is a really solid attack for 1 energy, 70 damage. Phantom Dive, 2 energies, 260 in any way you like.
And something about this sort of deck, where if you go tall into your Dragapult, that's a 320 hit point Pokemon with no weakness. There is Liz Fairy. That's a different situation altogether, where a card is created almost to counter a card like Dragapult. But with no weakness, you are as beefy as you can be. You are so flexible in your game plan. And also the key thing here is that Drippy has 70 hit points. 70 maybe not enough against Solrock, but in a mirror situation, you're going to survive a Phantom Dive. So that's why we see a lot of back and forths between Dragapults. Here, Darren going for a Pheasantipity. He also grabbed a Dreepy as well as a Duskull from the Buddy Buddy Puffin. That's the only Duskull remaining that Darren has access to right now. He'll probably get the second one later on, or I should say maybe starting from next turn. But here, flip the script for 3 cards for Darren.
Do you see the energy card, which is good?
Oh, yes, I saw. I think it was fire. Fire energy.
2 fires, okay.
That's good. There is an energy attachment here for Darren. He can get swinging next turn. There's also even another Recon Directive. Oh, no, hang on, I think he probably did that already. It should have been.
No, I don't think
not yet.
Yeah,
okay, fair enough.
He only did 1 Recon Directive. You're going to see the second Recon Directive come out right now. I want to make a call out here, though. Darren benches the Pheasantipity EX. This is a very easy 2 prize for Kian. And also, there's another line which Kian can go for since the Pheasantipity is benched. He plays the Dunsparce EX. Right?
Yes,
so
indeed.
with the Dunsparce EX, he's going to be able to use Tenacious Tail for 60 times the amount of EX Pokemon on the bench of your opponents. All right. So if Darren here evolves 1 into a Dragapult, he has the Pheasantipity EX. He has his second support Pokemon in Latias. That's going to be 3, potentially 4, if he decides, if Darren decides to use the Meowth. And once he gets to that point, the Dunsparce punishes plays like that.
Yeah, for Kian right now, he went for a Pokepad for the Riolu, so having access to one attacker, another attacker that is not Solrock. Here it's Ultra Ball as well, discarding a Switch and a Solrock. So I'm potentially thinking it's going to be a Dunsparce. He has the Dunsparce EX right at the bottom there, but probably trying to see if he has access to, well, checking how many of the prizes, how many Dunsparce are in the prize, so at least having a few in the deck still is pretty good. And I think it was a Lily's Determination hand. There it is. So Lily's for fresh hand of 6 here for Kian. And we should. He's hoping probably to draw into a couple more cards. Maybe another Riolu, maybe more Fighting Energy. Maybe Prim Power Pro, because that will allow him to race against Darren here, getting another prize card. We see what he draws here from that 6 cards. And here we see Kian look into the 6. Do we see Prim Power Pro? We don't actually. And no Fighting Energy as well. So double Riolu at least down. But nothing else. No energy attachment. It's just a Mega Lucario for next turn. I think there's a Wally and a Judge alongside the Pheasantipity. And he's going to randomly draw here for 3 more cards. Gets a Fighting Energy. I saw a Boss Order as well there. So at the very least here for Kian, he will be able to get an attack off. It's whether or not it's going to be a knockout. But I don't think we saw a Prim Power Pro from that randomly draw. So Kian maybe have to settle for just 70 damage via this Solrock. But it does help him a little bit later on. If this particular Dracloak does evolve into a Dragapult later on, he will need much less to get a knockout on it with the Mega Lucario. So drawing a few more cards here thanks to the Luna Cycle. Do we see it? No Prim Power Pro. No. So that's going to be a weird one here for Kian.
Yeah, so here we are just going to see an energy attachment, I think, to the Riolu with that Fighting Energy there. I think there is just going to be a pause and play here, as there was, I think, a VOD review. So what I am understanding is that the Recon Directive was used 3 times.
That's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah, instead of twice. So I'm not sure what the penalty is going to be here, because 3 Recon Directives is definitely not supposed to happen when there's only 2 Dracloaks.
3 is more than 2 Dracloaks there.
Yeah,
and I think that's the reason why we were both like pausing for a bit. Was it 3 or was it 2? But eventually, I'm glad the judges have caught it, so maybe there will be a little bit of review. But I like the Kian here. So to go back to the game a little bit for Kian's turn. We will have to review this, obviously. But for Kian here, he getting the energy attachment on that Riolu is big, because that allows him to at least get an attacker that is potentially able to knock out a Dragapult. A potential Dragapult is coming next turn for him, for Darren. It will... And he has a huge group of cards there on Kian's side of the field. That's a huge hand. Multiple Mega Lucarios, multiple supporters. Also a Pheasantipity in hand. For Darren, though, it's about whether or not you can respond to the aggression that Mega Lucario is going to bring. We're getting a little bit of information that judges are going to review this, so stay with us. Brian, what do you think of the matchup as a whole? You mentioned it was 50-50 a little bit, right? This matchup?
Yeah, I think this matchup is definitely more 50-50.
Okay.
Lucario here being able to take the first knockout, and I think if he manages to draw like a boss.
Oh, yeah.
Did he use supported distance, or he wasn't keeping track?
Yeah, it was at least determination for
He used
6.
at least determination.
Yeah,
So if he uses the Lily's determination here, he's not able to access the boss. So boss's orders, unfortunately, not going to be used to take a knockout either on the GP or that Duskull, right? But you're right, finding that Premium Power Pro is going to be key. If he does get that Premium Power Pro, he will be able to take a knockout in front of this Dracloak, and Keen would be in a pretty significant lead here. Right, being 2 prizes up, and he hasn't even set up his Mega Lucario yet, is going to be pretty okay, unless Darren here is going to be able to take a knockout on that Riolu with the energy. Then he could potentially be in a slightly safer spot.
Yeah, I don't want to say that for Mega Lucario as a whole. We see this deck go through a few iterations at this point. Everyone started out with, I like to call it the theme deck build of Mega Lucario. It's basically just whatever cards you pull out of Mega Evolution. It's Mega Lucario with Hariyama. But there's a new flavor now where, and especially made popular here in Malaysia by Hao Yung, as I mentioned earlier, it's Mega Lucario with the Dunsparce. And it's making waves. A lot more players are picking it up. We see Ken here picking it up as well. So talk me through how much of influence the Dunsparce is doing right now in the metagame right now.
I mean, we saw that the Dunsparce is being put in a lot of different decks, right? So whether it was in the previous deck Frostlass, right?
Oh, yeah.
Or whether it was in even Dragapult.
Yes.
Right? Now we're seeing a Mega Lucario. It is the single premier draw engine for most decks, because a lot of decks do not have innate draw engines, right? And funnily enough, one of the decks which I'd mentioned earlier, which is paired with the Dunsparce over in the West, is that Dragapult, right? So
yes,
Dragapult, even though it has an innate draw engine, is still relying on the Dunsparce to really beef up your draw, because, like I said, you can't deny the fact that drawing 3 cards every single turn with a runaway draw and then resetting that up with something like a Buddy Puffin, it makes your Buddy Puffin relevant. Even in the later part of the game.
I was about to say that. All these cards are normally not used after some time.
Yeah, you usually chuck it away. You put it at the bottom, Recon Directive, and now you just trade. I mean, instead of trading it away, you keep it in your hand. You're like, okay, look, I can pace out my Buddy Puffins, right? Usually people want to see that in turn 1. You're like, look, turn 4, I'm still going to use Buddy Puffin.
Turn 7, it's a live draw. Yeah, it's a live draw for all these cards that typically you want to see in your opening hand. And decks like Dragapult, decks like Mega Lucario even, they're going to run high counts of cards to search out non-EX Pokemon.
That's right.
So Buddy Puffin, Pokepads. There's a lot of options here where these decks already run those consistency cards. Dunsparce and the Dunsparce as a pair have now brought some consistency into many more decks. I still remember seeing Yung Kai-jen, our national champion here in Malaysia for 2024. He paired it with Chen Pao and Excalibur back in the day.
That's right.
And that was quite an interesting thing, because if you're playing Chen Pao, you want to have energy across the board. Having the Dunsparce allows you to draw cards and frees up space on your field. So even back then it was making waves. It just finally found its place in the post-rotation metagame into even more decks.
Yeah, and also because there is very little disruption in hand, right? So the Dunsparce does really well in formats like this because it's drawing you so many different cards. So for every time that your opponent doesn't judge you, you plus 3 cards in hand. Right? And even then, if you know your opponent hasn't played Unfair Stamp yet, you can play around that. You just leave the 2 Dunsparce on the bench and you're like, look, I have 2 Dunsparce on the bench, means I have 6 cards. Even if you Unfair Stamp me to 2, I'm going to have plus 6. I'm going to have 8 cards in hand next turn. And there's nothing you can do to stop it unless you go after my Dunsparce, which is really awkward because it's 140 HP.
The Landslug is beefy, and when you do that, you're ignoring other threats like Mega Lucario, like Dragapult, so many other decks with so many more. Frostlass, Mega Frostlass that we just saw in the previous round. So just to give a brief update for those of you at home wondering what's going on, there may be a little bit of a lengthy review here with the judges, and please stay with us. Of course, we're going to have a lot more Pokemon today, but at this stage of the game, or I should say at this stage of the round, every single one of these games and matches are going to be pivotal for these players. Both these players were 9-1, Brian. This might be a win and in situation for them, because at 9-1, you can actually afford to tie your last game to sneak in because they have one of the highest resistances over 2 days. It's not guaranteed.
Can you tie? I don't think you can tie.
With a double game loss. So it'll be like a 9-2, right?
Yeah.
So in a sense, though, this is almost like a win in for these players.
It is.
Because when you go this far, you're already at the point where you have one of the highest resistances in the tournament, and you're just hoping at this stage for a slot in the top 8. The good thing is we got a lot of variety of people here playing different decks. We took a look at the meta game early. We talked about 27% on Dragapult. Yeah, that's fine. It's going everywhere, right? And we all, of course, want to see this game turn out. So what we just got to know, and just to give all of you a review, is that it is likely our friend on Dragapult side, Darren, has been given a 1 prize penalty for a third
recon directive. Yep, a sneaky one.
Yes, a sneaky third one. But thankfully, the judges did manage to catch it, and we are able to
backtrack the actions enough,
and rewind the game to the point where the game is still intact to some extent. So we have a penalty, yes, of course. So 1 prize is not end of the world. So for Kian here, it takes 1 less prize to win the game, and at the very least, right now we have a game. The game is still back on.
Yeah, and I was gonna say as well, the second recon directive, or the third recon directive at the end of the day is a pretty easily reversible situation because you just put the 2 cards back at the top, one from the bottom, one from the hand that you took, and because the judges are writing down every single action, you can actually track what card went to your opponent, went into the hand. So it's a very easily reversible game state, and in TPC's format, if it's a reversible game state, they will just reverse that.
Exactly. So the 1 prize penalty is meant to provide a counterbalance to maybe perhaps additional information gain. So in this scenario, we have a game, folks. Kian here will take 1 less prize card. Darren now has a game to play. We are back into it. And we'll see, triple Dracloak now already.
But the proper triple Dracloak, I'm going to say. But I do want to make a point that now that Keen has that 1 less prize card that he needs to take, he is in very, very good shape. 4 prizes left, which means 2 Dragapults that needs to be taken down. In fact, if you think about it, the Duskull there, if the Duskull gets used and Duskull gets popped, Curse Blast is not, is going to make it even worse. So Keen will only need to take 3 prizes instead of 4.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yes,
so
indeed.
that's literally a 1 knockout on a single prize Pokemon plus 1 of the Dragapults.
The prize map gets much easier now for Miguel Haru. Just bear with us for a bit, as I think an excellent judge call it, just to look through a few things. But you're right, the prize map gets so much different because of that 1 additional prize card that Keenan doesn't have to take. And prize mapping is key. If you're going to be a Pokemon TCG player, sequencing, prize mapping,
reverse prize mapping.
Reverse prize mapping, there you go. So many different of these, I would call soft skills in a sense. Yeah, these are all soft skills that you can pick up, as
it's a hard skill. It's a pretty hard skill.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's a hard skill. Plus the fact that you are trying to be competitive, trying to get good at one of the more competitive TCGs, I want to say, and these are things that you can learn from the stream. You can see how Kenshan was sequencing in the previous round, and now you see also the prize map changing for Kid because of that. And we're back, folks. We didn't go anywhere. So here, Darren here is able to get a Crispin, I believe. Yes, Crispin with the Darkness Energy and the Psychic. We do see the Adrenabrain Monkey Dory hitting the bench. So Darren will likely attach energy to it eventually to get Adrenabrain online. There seems to be a Dragapult next to the Pheasantipity. So I want to see an evolution. There it is. So the evolution comes up. And this is huge because Adrenabrain with a Phantom Dive will be able to remove that Riolu on the bench.
In fact, you can remove both, no?
You can, yes, with the
Curse Blast.
You're right, with Curse Blast.
Just go Curse Blast.
Remove all
50.
stats.
So that's 20 HP left.
Yes.
Your Adrenabrain across. No, but you can't Adrenabrain yet. So what you can do is you can set up for the second Riolu. So we are going to use Phantom Dive here. We're going to get rid of that Soul Rock. We're going to put the remaining 20 damage onto that Riolu with the energy, and you have another 4 damage that you can play around with. The 4 damage, if you put it onto that Riolu, you're going to bring the Lucario down to 300 HP, which is a good enough breakpoint, because if Darren is able to set up another Duskull, you could just pop Duskull Dusknoir, right?
Yeah.
For 13 damage counters and just Phantom Dive for the knockout on a 3 prizer.
Yeah, so it's 3 residual damage there onto the Riolu. It does fix the math, so it does Dusknoir plus Phantom Dive will get a knockout on the 3 prizer here. So for Kian, he has a Pheasantipity, but nothing much else in hand. Don't see an energy even. So he's going to try and gamble with this Lily's Determination, hoping to draw into the 3 cards. But no, he goes for the Serendipity first, though. That's a little bit... Yeah, you've used it. You gotta... Okay, fair enough. So he's not reversing.
Counters are important.
Yeah, counters are important.
Don't forget to use your counters, guys.
Oh, get the Wally's Determination. I don't know if you're going to play that right now. I don't think you should. Because you don't see a Duskull on the bench, so there is no threat right away. Pokepad probably eyeing the Soul Rock. It should be the Soul Rock. But if I'm keen here, I'm hoping to get a boss, I think. If I can go after the Serendipity, that activates my prize map very nicely for my next turn.
I do want to point out that, by the way, I managed to speak with these 2 players before the game. Both of them, this is their first time in day 2. So I think nerves may have gotten onto Darren.
For sure.
Just a little bit. And, you know, credit where credit is due. They made it this far. So I think we can cut them a little bit of slack there. There was definitely no malicious intent behind that.
Of course. No.
Firstly, and most importantly, congratulations to both these players for making it this far. 9-1 is an impressive score to have when you're already in round 11.
It's an impressive feat, especially for these players who, you know, you say their first day 2. Many of the players here in day 2 qualifiers are also brand new players. We're talking about a 1,500 person event here, Brian. I don't recognize more than half the people that played yesterday because there's such a wide variety of people coming all across Malaysia. And Malaysia's geography is a little bit, unique where
scattered.
We have the peninsula as well as East Malaysia. People flying in from across the sea to be part of this spectacle. But now back to this particular spectacle, Ken did get that boss's order. So we will see a knockout here and putting Ken in a very good position going into next turn.
Yeah, so here he's just going to be able to use Aura Jab, get rid of the Serendipity, be able to charge up to 3 fighting energies from his discard pile to any of his Pokemon in whatever way he likes. We do see the 1 fighting energy. Is that just 1? Yeah,
it's just 1, yeah.
Okay, so I think we would see that on the Riolu because he can prep for Mega Brave.
It should be. Should go to Riolu, but no, going for the Soul Rock. That's interesting.
That's fine because all you need is a 1 prize the next turn, right? So you could just kind of just get rid of a 1 prize, I suppose.
No, to be fair, it doesn't really matter because Ken just has to attach energy and says and take a knockout on this Dragapult because it already has 70 damage prepped on it. The only thing here is that Adrenaline is live, taking 30 damage off that 70 makes it 40, and then you will need 1 damage modifier, right? Yeah. So you need either... Well, you just need Premium Power Pros. There's no, max belt here in this build for Ken. And for Darren, he's just hoping that there is no way for Ken to get that Premium Power Pro and energy attachment. But we do know that there's a Dance Bars on the bench. The Luna Soul combo is also around. And if Darren chooses to take a prize card, Serendipity will also activate for more cards.
Yeah, but just make sure that the counters are going there, guys. This is actually why I like to use counters. Counters, in my opinion, have a very little chance of messing up unless your whole board gets shaken up. Yeah. Right? So counters will always be there. And here at this point, Aaron, I've got a question for you. You see your opponent having 2 prizes left. You see you yourself having 4 prizes left. Do you scoop or do you keep playing?
I would have scooped 1 second ago. 5 seconds ago, 10 seconds ago. Because essentially that 1 prize penalty is putting Darren on such a back foot. We talked about it almost 5 minutes ago that it activates such a perfect prize map for Ken here. 2 EXs and that's pretty much it. Dragapult is a deck that wants to be able to take those multi-prize turns and be able to set up damage across the board for a big turn. Ken isn't giving him that. His aggression from this Mega Lucario deck is high enough that he's just 1 turn away from winning, thanks of course to the prize penalty, but it also means that Darren here should scoop up as early as he sees the line. But no, he's still trying, which is commendable. We want to see players do it, but you're right. It's about going the distance here, and if you see the writing on the wall, let's just go game 2.
I mean, I wonder if there's a way, right, where you just go, if you're able to evolve, there we go, this back Dracloak into a Dragapult, be able to have that Psychic Energy attachment onto this Dragapult, retreat. Oh no, but he attached the Monkey Dory already, so you can't even attach the Psychic Energy to the back Dragapult. So here, he's really just gonna gamble for no damage modifiers on Keen's side of the field. He's praying that he doesn't have a damage modifier because right now he's just going for Phantom Dive.
Would you have retreated and Jet Headbutt for 70, knowing full well that you have extra 30 more damage from the Monkey Dory to actually get the prize map perfectly? That would have been a play though, actually, for Darren.
Well, we'll see. No, I think he does spot that he's going to be retreating here. He's pushing up the Dragapult. So I think this is what we were talking about. We are going to likely see... Oh, he does have a...
Oh, hang on a second. Was it? Oh,
Yeah.
Thank you, judges. Caught it right off the bat.
I was like, wait a second.
Yes. So we're thankful, of course, for the people who are also spotters for the match, and we were able to prevent that. So it will be just a jet hit, but for 70.
But this makes a difference, though.
It does make a difference, but the match still lines up well for a Phantom Dive. But for Kane here, do you have multiple damage fights? He had one damage fight in hand. One energy as well. So it's all about getting to the multiple that he needs to take a knockout. Gravity Mountain is a live card here. Premium Power Pro is a live card here. It's about getting enough of it for a huge knockout on this Dragon Ball.
And once again, we talk about this. Thinning is winning. We're going to see an Ultra Ball come after the Dunsparce. The Dunsparce is going to be able to draw him another 3 more cards. So Keen is just going to be shuffling that deck, praying that he is going to put a damage modifier on the top. Once again, he needs a damage modifier. He has 4 Premium Power Pros. We didn't see him use one earlier. We have 2 Gravity Mountains that he has access to. So that's a total of 6 outs into that deck. He has Gravity Mountain. It is just going to be a Mega Brave, I believe.
Yeah, so judges just trying to make sure that
making sure that everything is doing properly. So he is going to use the Dunsparce Runaway draw. Going to have to shuffle that deck first, drop
of course
that, Gravity Mountain, and then he will be able to use Mega Brave for that knockout, I believe, right?
Seeing here, Gravity Mountain reducing stage 2 Pokemon for 30 hit points, and the Premium Power was already played, and therefore Kane will go 1 game up. Oh, he didn't play it though. Oh, I thought he played it.
No.
Oh no, okay. Fair enough. Darren seems to be a good sport about it. So I think there might be just like... So again, you need to sequence your plays, folks. Not just Darren having jitters there. Kane also having a bit of jitters here, Brian. I hope they're not scared by us, though. Did you scare them, Brian? I hope not.
Maybe. Hey, it could be a me problem there.
Oh, it's all good.
Apparently, Quaimbora is quite the assailant. But you know what? We are going to game 2. I believe Keen here just gonna make sure that his deck is shuffled appropriately. Game number 2. I wonder if both players are going to make any kind of adaptations to their plays. Right?
Yeah.
We know that Darren probably doesn't... I don't want to see Darren benching that Serendipity too early because with an easy Aura jab, it can be knocked... the Serendipity can be knocked out.
Yeah.
And he's just giving out 2 free prizes, right? You never want to see that from the side of Darren. And for the side of Keen, though, I want to see cleaner plays as well. Being able to sequence everything properly is one of the important skill sets, I think, here for Pokemon.
Yeah, we talk about sequencing, we talk about prize mapping. These are all on display here, how you essentially figure out how to get your wins in the Pokemon TCG. Now, we're only 29 minutes on the clock, 1 game down. Yeah, it feels like a little bit tight on time to go to a full series of 3 games if you're Darren. But if you're Keen, I think there's enough time for a 2-0 win. And again, every win matters here in the Day 2 qualifiers. The point structure is very different from what we're typically used to. You going 2-0 is a big difference from 2-1, a big difference from being 1-0, and of course a big difference from just going 1-1 or just getting a double game loss. So for Kane here, he's going to hope to be able to go 2-0 and get himself 1 step closer to the elusive top 8 spot. For Darren, he's going to try and pull off a miracle here, finishing 2 games as Dragapult up against Mega Lucario. It is not a matchup we can get that. So let's see.
Yeah, so here Darren is going to decide to go first. Oh, starts with the Meowth. Not what you want to see. But you know what? He has a GP there in the bench. He is going to just attach for the Psychic Energy up in the front, just ensuring that he does have a pivot there. But going to get us straight into the Pokepad. Going to likely find a second GP. There we go.
Yes.
And I think that may just be it.
Yeah,
I don't think there's much else going on from Darren's hand, but on the side of Keen, we do see a second Soul Rock.
It's very good hand,
we do see a Buddy Puffin. It's going to be 2 Riolus, that's for sure.
Well, it could be really in the Dunsparce as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Buddy Puffin, I want to say, is not a card you typically see in a deck like Lucario, because most of your Riolus are 80 hit points, but because you're on Dunsparce, you actually have one of the copies of your Riolus as a 70 hit point one.
That's right.
So that you can search out one Riolu as well as a Dunsparce with his Body by Puffin. Adds more consistency to your deck through the Dunsparce and also with the Body by Puffin. So once again, consistency is king.
I wonder if we're going to be able to see the prize cards, man. I'm interested to see
we
what
didn't
is
see
there,
that.
but hopefully production puts that up in just a bit.
That's true.
But for now, you're right. He is going to be looking for that Dunsparce as well as that Riolu. Very smartly putting that 70 HP Riolu as you made that call out. I wonder if there's a way for him. We do see a Pokepad there, I believe. So Pokepad is going to be able to find him that Lunatone, Lunacycle, an incredibly strong ability, allowing you to discard one fighting energy from your hand to draw 3 cards.
And I think I saw a boss order as well for Kin. So if he wants to go aggressive here, any attachment onto the Soul Rock would get him a prize on a Dreepy. I think that's going to be quite key there for Kin, trying to prevent these Dreepies from evolving on Darren's side of the field. If I'm not mistaken, that was a boss's orders already in hand. So at the very least, he's going to get aggressive. So we do see the Lunatone. So the Luna Soul combo is online. He has, I think, only just one fighting energy. So if it's true that he has the boss's order, this is one of the things about Mega Lucario. When you play the deck, you have only one energy. You can get an attack and a prize, or you can Luna Cycle and potentially with the energy. Oh, but hang on a second, there might be an energy already in hand. So that, or maybe not. Oh, he doesn't have. He has Fighting Gong
okay.
instead.
I think I like seeing this this play. I always like drawing cards. Drawing cards just give you so many more different options. And with the Fighting Gong, as you have rightfully called out, he can just Fighting Gong attached to that Soul Rock boss's orders up to the Dreepy and just go for that 70 damage for a knockout.
Yeah. So here, Fighting Gong played by Kin. One of the cards to talk about yesterday, fighting Pokemon, fighting energy, all in one card. Choosing one, of course. Gets a Riolu here from Kin. I think this is interesting. There's no real threat of that one Riolu on the bench going down, but I think he's setting up for an Aura jab next turn. So for Kin here, he has it energy already in hand.
He's got the Night Stretcher. So
Night Stretcher, yeah. And also energy as
he's
well.
got another energy as well. He's got everything going on
everything.
for him. Does he have a boss? I thought you said he has a boss.
I thought he did. It might be the last
That's
card.
a lie.
Okay, no, it's not a boss.
No bosses, but
Fake
70
hope,
damage is still going to be pretty good, though.
7 damage is not too bad here because next turn with a Premium Power Pro, that's a knockout on the Meowth. So leading termination from Darren. Nothing else played, unfortunately. Just a couple of Dreepies on the bench. He's hoping to draw into hopefully the Drecloaks. And we want to hopefully see a game here from Darren. We don't want someone to just run out of steam here. I want to say though, Darren's list doesn't run any Badoo, I think.
No way.
No, he's one. Oh, okay, right at the bottom.
I was like, that is such a scam. How do you not run Badoo in this kind of
on
deck?
The far side. There's one Badoo. We didn't see it in game 1 other than that.
Okay, no, he has a Pokepad here, so...
Okay.
There's a line I want to see Darren play here, right? So he has the Duskull, he will bench that.
Okay.
I want to see him whether he takes the safer route or whether he takes the slightly more high roll route, right? The high roll route would be to find the Dracologa here and to Recon Directive and pray that he gets into the
You called it. Before he could finish what the second one
he
was.
would just go for the Badoo, retreat, Meowth, push up the Badoo item lock, and the thing is that the item lock would be pretty effective here. Keen is not fully set up yet, so... does go for the slightly more high roll route. Looks at the top 2 cards of his deck. If he gets a Badoo here, he has just gotten away with murder.
Yeah, I don't think so. This is an energy.
There's an energy. Energy is not too bad, though.
Not bad.
But he's... Oh, no, he has an Ultra Ball. Okay, no, that's all fine. So you can Ultra Ball the...
Fez and Dippity, maybe?
Fez, the Fez is not a bad choice. You can Ultra Ball the Fez, you can Ultra Ball even the potential Dragapult. I mean, he runs 3 copies of that.
I think he's trying to get rid of the stadium. It might be a Risky Ruins.
We're getting rid of the Risky Ruins. It's a bit risky, what did you say?
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Gets rid of Dawn, though. Gets rid of Dawn.
There.
So no Dawn for Darren right now. He's also getting rid of Risky Ruins. I would have loved for him to keep the Risky Ruins, considering that he can actually hit good numbers with it. But I guess he does have some damage already on the Meowth here. Did he go for the Badoo or just a Dracloak? I think he went for a second Dracloak, Brian. This guy's really going for the risky plays here. Not a Dracloak.
I mean, he just discarded his Risky Ruins, so I guess you could say it is risky.
We're having fun, guys.
Yes, so Darren here, going for the second direct look, looking at the top 2 cards of his deck. He's going to put one in his hand, put one at the bottom. Looking for the Buddy Buddy Pop.
Very
He
nice.
has
Very nice.
managed to go down that high roll route. I think we will
paid
expect
off.
to see a Dreepy as well as a Badoo, unless the Badoo is priced. I see the Badoo right there.
There it is.
Badoo and Duskull.
Double Duskull is an interesting play here, though, because I would say the Draclocks are pretty safe from the Soul Rock. Now get to see the prizes here. Double
Dracula prize?
What's going on with the prizes?
And you're benching your third Dreepy?
No, he's not going for the Dreepy. He's going for Duskull. Maybe that's why.
No, he went for the Dreepy.
He wanted to change. He changed plans.
Okay, well, for the side of Keen here, having prized one Mega Lucario EX, it's fine. He's got 3, so I don't think the prizes are too big of an issue for Keen. Prizing 2 Dracloaks and 1 Area 0 under death for the side of Darren, though, not the best. But here we do see him bench that third Dreepy as well as the Badoo here. So yeah.
So Einlock is online for Darren. At the very least, though, he does run a couple of rare candies, so that Dreepy can evolve into a Dragapult. It's just not the best feeling knowing that you only have access to 2 Dracloaks right now, and you're not any closer to taking prize cards unless you get a Dragapult in play, which, by the way, removes the ability of one of those Recon Directives that you have access to. So Kian here is going to hope to look for an out here that is not item-based.
I mean, he just needs natural draw into that Mega Lucario now. Just passing?
It's just taking a knockout.
He's taking the knockout. Yeah, okay. That's
I don't like the play of using the hero escape right away, though. That's actually not... I don't think that's efficient to do that.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this point, if Darren is able to find a boss's orders, this just... I mean, we know that he has a Dragapult, right? So, if... I think... No, that's not a boss. So, if he manages to get... a boss's orders here, he can just very simply boss's orders the back Riolu and Phantom Dive.
And,
right?
it punishes that whole exposure of the Heroescape.
Yeah. So here,
like
Darren just going through the motions, using 2 Recon Directives. We do see the evolution of the front. Dracloak is going to be a Dragapult at this point. I do think there's a Fire Energy.
Crispin gets it as well.
Crispin gets it, but he can't do the boss anymore.
That's true. That's true. He did have access to boss, right? I don't think there was a boss in hand, did he?
I have no idea, but we do see Crispin coming out is going to be a Fire and Psychic Energy. I do expect to see the Fire Energy attached to the front of the Psychic Energy to be put back into that hand, and then likely going to be a hand attached to the back Dracloak. Yeah, so setup here is key, but you're missing out a key opportunity to boss and knock out the Hero's Caped Riolu. That was a very, very risky play done by Keen. But it seems like his gambling has paid off as Darren
not punished.
cut his boss. Yeah,
no punish. It's actually a judge. So it's a judge. It wasn't a boss in hand for Darren. But I don't. Yeah, you know what? Sequencing, folks. Sequencing was probably something interesting.
Oh, that's really good. Okay,
enough,
so now that he gets a rare candy,
he got away with it.
He can just pop the Noir. Put 13 damage counters onto that Riolu, and then what we're going to see is just a Phantom Dive for a knockout of the back Riolu. So Darren's gamble has paid off. We're going to see Curse Blast happen. Before that, we look at the number of cards he has in his hand. Darren now going to trigger the Curse Blast onto the back Riolu. 30 damage is going to be sticking there. And Phantom Dive is just going to be clean up for the side of Riolu.
That was such a risky play there from Darren, but all things considered, all the things we talk about, it's all moot because...
It's called a calculated risk, Aaron. Come on.
He discarded Risky Ruins, Brian. We should know this guy was high rolling after he discarded that card. But anyhow, for Darren here, he's going to be in a very good position with that Dragapult in the active. No major threat on Keen's side of the field. And guess what? With that 1 damage counter on that Riolu, the math actually makes so much sense now for Darren to go for a Phantom Dive, Curse Blast again on the potential Mega Lucario.
Yeah,
so he's dodged that issue already with the Heroescape gone as well. Yeah, he's punished for that.
And there's no way for Keen to get 3 prizes here, right? Because if Keen gets 3 prizes here, you can't pop the Dust Noir.
No.
All Darren needs now is just the second rare candy, the only one left in the deck, plus the Dust Noir. Sorry, plus a Night Stretcher.
Night Stretcher, yeah.
If he gets those 2 items, he is going to be peachy. But for now, Keen just benching in the Soul Rock, finding that one more fighting energy with a fighting Gong. He will be able to use the Luna Cycle here, draws him 3 cards, and then from there we'll be able to use Run Away, draw from the Dunsparce. We do see a Pokepat likely going to be able to get another... Pokepat going to be getting another,
Dunsparce,
I think,
perhaps.
Riolu. No, I would like to see Riolu there.
Riolu. True.
Right, because Darren still, even though he knocks out the Mega Lucario, still has 1 prize left. Right,
that is true.
And benching a
Mega
Riolu.
Lucario. Okay, we see Mega Lucario here.
Yeah, I was going to say benching a 80 HP Riolu here is fine because you don't have risky runes.
That's true. So here for Kian, he's going for the Mega Lucario. Do we have energy attachment? We do. This is interesting. He does have access to... Does he have access to a boss here to race a little bit? I don't think so. It's just a Lilies. I would like to see the ready draw to hopefully get into a boss's orders. Pokepat thinning the deck further. That's good. Will we see a boss's orders here on Defense Deputy? Almost a mirror image of the play he did in the previous game. This time though, he is actually 2 prize to the good here compared to previously where it was only 1. Having an advantage through the prize penalty, unfortunately, for Darren. So we're hoping to see the bosses play. Is that a boss?
I don't see the boss just yet, but I do see Gravity Mountain, I think. So the mountain there is going to be pretty relevant. He needs 1 more damage modifier. He does have that Premium Power Pro, so we do know that the Dragapult up the front is going to get knocked out here.
There's 1 energy though. There's only 1 energy on Mega Lucario. There's no energy on Mega Lucario.
That's right.
Yeah,
so you
missing energy attachment.
But yeah, so then you have to go for the boss's orders play to knock out something like the Meowth EX or the Pheasantipity EX. Aura Jab going to be putting in so much work because you can also charge up the back Riolu for a Mega Brave the following turn.
Yes, indeed. So Kid here, thinning his deck as best he can, grabbing as many things. We see a Xerosic Machinations as well in the hand, which is interesting. Everyone's playing something for Alakazam, I would say.
Yeah, you gotta respect the spoons, man.
Respect the Zam. But here is a Dunsparce for Kian, getting 1 more card out of the deck. And now run and draw. Will we see the boss's orders for Kian to take the lead once again in this match?
3. 1, 2, 3, and it's going to be... Wait. Oh, okay, no, he drew it first. He's not showing us the cards, man.
So
Come on. Show me the 3 cards. Is that
no?
That's your machinations.
Yeah.
Fake news.
But in any case, though, Ken does promote the Mega Lucario.
He does have an energy attached on that, right? 1.
Exactly, no energy.
There's no energy at all.
No energy at all.
0 energy.
No.
And you just pushed up your Mega Lucario. I guess you're just tanking then.
But you're not, because a Curse Blast with Venom Knife will take a knockout here. So it's not looking good for Kian here. It's 15 minutes on the clock. Darren might be able to tie the series up 1-1. And then we're going to go into Game 3 maybe.
I mean, with 15 minutes left on the clock, I'm not sure what else can be done. But we are going to see the Pokeball come out first for the Dunsparce for the next turn. Assuming that the Dragapult doesn't... Oh, wait, he does have an energy, so he will be able to Aura Jab here. But
at the very least,
it's just going to be an Aura Jab to just set up for the next few turns, I suppose. And without having a knockout here, Darren can't use something like an Unfair Stamp, so not too worried about that. That's why he probably used an Ultra Ball first. Using Machinations!
Okay, interesting.
So Xerosic Machinations forces a player to discard cards from the hand until they have 3 remaining. Here, Darren only having 5 cards, not super effective, but you're forcing really difficult choices for Darren. We do see him know he does have the Night Stretcher, so he knows he has to... He discards the Night Stretcher? Well, this play means that he can't...
He cannot Curse Blast.
A Curse Blast unless he had a second Night Stretcher in his hand?
It's in the prizes, I think. If I'm not mistaken, okay, if we can get the prizes pan back up, the other Night Stretcher is in the prizes. There it is!
Yeah, so...
Darren, no!
Darren not knowing, not seeing the Night Stretcher. That means that this Curse Blast play is out of the picture.
What has happened?
Yeah, so here's Aurora Jab just gonna be able to charge up the 2 energies, one into the Soul, one into the Lunatone, and one into the Riolu. So yeah, Darren just, just gonna start recon directives.
Yeah.
He has boss's orders in his hand right now. Maybe able to take I don't think there's a way for him to take 2 prizes here.
No.
But maybe able to get rid of that Riolu at the back, maybe, if he wants to go down that route. We do see Curse Blast potentially available, 50 damage only, though, instead of the 13 that he probably needed this turn. Having the Dust Clubs naturally is definitely useful, right? But isn't the best.
Yeah.
I think Darren here, did he whiff an energy?
I think he did. There's no energy attachment, right? I don't see it. There is a Psychic already on the Dracula on the bench. So I think Darren here is trying to set up a prize map where he takes 5 prizes potentially next turn. That is the only way I see him staying in the game here. So 10 on the Pheasant Deputy, 5 on the Lunatone, and then 200 on the active Mega Lucario. But what a bullet dodge there by Keen. That was... The play was there, I felt, for Darren. 06 Machinations, though. Oh boy!
I mean, look, this is why you play Xerox's Machinations, right? You just make your opponent just discard cards which you want him to discard.
Yeah.
You just get into the player's head. So here, Keen, he used Pokepad? Did he?
Yeah, I think another one.
Oh no! He evolved it to Dunsparce to use Runaway Draw. Now we're gonna see Pokepad for another Dunsparce. Here, Keen is just like, look, guys, it's business as usual. Nothing happened. We're just gonna swing with a Mega Brave or a jab here just to knock out the Dragapult. And in this case, I think Keen is in prime condition to just make this game a game 2. Make this a 2-0 game, because even if Darren does manage to take a knockout onto this Mega Lucario. Wait, no,
Darren wins.
You even have Wallies.
You have Wallies as well as an option here, but actually Darren is playing on a 1-turn clock here because for Darren,
that's right.
He has the prize map already on the field. The Mega Lucario will go down to a Phantom Dive, and also Lunatone will go down to Phantom Dive. So it's not horrible for Darren per se. It's just not as impactful as what we thought. So I think for Ken, he sees it and he's trying to see if he can go into a Wally's Compassion.
No, I mean, you could also just retreat the Mega Lucario, no?
You need 2 energies. But you won't get a knockout on the Dragapult like that because you don't have enough energy on the Riolu. It goes back to the Aura Jab. Why an energy on a Lunatone when it could have gone onto the Mega Lucario?
Pivot.
Fair enough, but then you have Slowrock as well. So you could pivot it because right now you need 1 energy on the Mega Lucario on the bench. So lots of what ifs.
But you know what? It doesn't matter because that's not the game that we're playing. This is the game that we're playing. We're looking at Keen potentially using a Judge here to just disrupt the hand of Darren's. Right? Darren did not even manage to take any prizes the previous turn, so there wasn't new cards that were added into his hand.
Yes.
Keen here looking to use the Night Stretcher first, going to be picking up, I think, a Fighting Energy if he has one. Doesn't have a Fighting Energy, so picks up the Lunatone instead.
Oh no. I think he was hoping there was an energy there.
Maybe. We do see the Premier Power Pro thinking about using the Judge. He's eyeing it. He's looking at it. The players have 10 minutes left on the clock here. If Keen manages to take if Darren manages to take the win here, we will be going to time for game number 3. I highly expect that. Yeah, so here, Judge is going to be used. Both players are going to be shuffling their hands into the decks and going to be drawing 4 cards. What will these 4 cards be? We do know that Keen... No, wait, King can't use Wallies either.
No, he can't use Judge.
He's already he has
to retreat the Mega Lucario manually with 2 energies. But
that's enough damage, right? Because there's a 150... with the Aura Jab and then the Gravity Mountain.
Yes.
Is there enough damage?
Hang on a second.
No, there's missing
1-6. You're missing 1 more modifier. You're missing 1 more modifier. Is he?
Yeah, I think he's missing 10 damage, no?
Oh, no, you got a second one. You got a second one in there. Is there a second one?
Did you get a second one?
I don't know. I'm trying to think now. Gravity Mountain makes it 290. 290 with a Premier Power Pro. It's just enough.
Oh, okay.
It's just enough. So we're fine. We're all good. And I want to say also though...
because it's 130,
130, yeah. So we're fine. We're good. We Gucci. But in this scenario, I just want to also say, we do have a time extension, I believe, from the judges. So we do have a little bit of time, I think. I believe so, but we'll double check.
There may be a little bit of time, but regardless here, what is Darren's game plan? Darren needs to find Boss's Orders, Dragapult, and an energy. We do see the Pult in his hand. He needs to find a Fire Energy. It would have been a Night Stretcher away, but the Night Stretcher is in this card right now.
It was used Not really used.
It was not used.
Was discarded.
It was used as fodder for the Xeraxi's machination. That's how it was used.
Yes,
We're going to see a
enough.
Pokepad here come out. It will likely be the Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory not going to be fixing any math here, I believe. Maybe just to thin out the deck just a little bit for that fire energy draw. I think Pheasantipity has been used. Both recon directors have been used. Is there a way for Darren here to get back that energy? If not, if he's not able to take the game this turn, Keen sent for one boss away for win.
Yeah, one boss or a few more modifiers to take a clean knockout on the Dragapult. Darren, though, looks like it's going to be a jet hit, but he missed the energy.
He whiffed the
There's
energy.
a psychic already on the...
Yeah, he
on
needed
the
the fire
active.
there.
He
We're
needed
going to
fire.
see Monkey Dory being banished. Darkness energy is one of the energies that he has as an option. Going to be able to charge up on the Monkey Dory so he can use Adrenabrain to shift some damage, perhaps tanking one more hit. Darren would have really loved to see something like the Unfair Stamp this turn. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to draw that.
So only Area Zero coming down. Another Monkey Dory onto the bench. Area Zero not really that a big deal here. The key thing here is that you're trying to ensure you force the Mega Lucario to have more damage modifiers for a knockout. Area Zero is interesting though for Dragapult. Talk me through this card, Brian.
I love Area Zero under death because nowadays Dragapult wants to put everything, right? And one of the beautiful things that you can do with Area Zero under depth is go wide to your bench, and then when Area Zero under depth gets bumped off by your opponent or by yourself, you are then able to collapse away any potential liabilities.
Like Meow.
In this case, the Meow.
Yes. So here comes the Adrenabrain here from Darren, being able to use that ability, that very, very commonly used ability for as long as it's been around. Darren now eyeing up a... is that a boss? Or has he already played a supporter this turn? It looks like it's a boss. Is that a game? Oh no, he's missing an energy.
Missing the energy.
Oh boy. So taking a Phantom Dive onto the active and lightly going after the Lunatone. Yeah, so 200 damage onto the active Mega Lucario, 60 on the Lunatone, I would presume.
He had game.
Oh, sorry. It's 70. 70. No. Sorry.
No.
I keep thinking it's Phantom Dive. He's only one energy.
Oh, yes.
I keep thinking he has two energies on Dragapult because he has an energy attachment, but he missed the fire. So Kane here is one energy plus a few modifiers away from taking a clean win or just a boss. So...
okay, we see one modifier in Prima Power Pro. We do see a Night Stretcher. Night Stretcher for no, but there's no Didunspot shit to this card pile.
Not at all.
So what is he Night Stretchering for? He's maybe a real loop?
Why?
In case. Just in case.
Well,
we don't question the place.
Well, what he could have done was he could have retreated the Lucario from the active, move on the one on the bench, use the Night Stretcher to actually get into a raw fighting energy for a Luna Cycle. Because his hand is nothing right now.
Yeah. He
could have done that.
He could have, but he chose to go around this route.
Okay.
So we're going to look at a Mega Brave potentially coming out, right? That's 270 plus 30 is 300. You're still short of 20 damage, man.
He's short
you
of the
need
Grand
one
Mountain.
more modifier. We do see the Premium Power Pro being used, and it's just going to be... Oh, okay, it's not pass. It's just
Mega Brave and Pray.
No, or jab? No, Mega Brave.
Mega Brave and
Okay, so
Pray.
it's gonna be Mega Brave.
That's the plan for Kane. So Darren now has one more turn. Can he find a line here? He needs an energy. He has the boss. He needs the fire energy. That's all he needs. There's a 4-prize turn coming up here. He just needs a fire energy.
He has the boss's orders.
Yes!
He's probably kicking himself, being like, where's my Night Stretcher? Wait, he has a Crispin, but if he has a Crispin...
He can't boss!
He can't boss! We do see a second evolution of the Dragapult. We do see Crispin charging up on the back Dragapult, maybe? Does he have enough energy in the deck? He has only one.
More.
No, he can't attach it to... He only has one energy, so that means he can't even use Phantom Dive this turn.
You jet headbutt again?
I mean, okay, so Darren here is just playing for survival, burning the last 4 minutes on the clock.
Well, survival of the fittest, right? But you're not going to be winning games here just by surviving as Dragapult. You need to use Phantom Dive. Jet Headbutt, yes, strong attack. Aggressive for certain situations for one energy, but not when you're staring down a Mega Lucario EX. And it goes back to the Night Stretcher. The discarded Night Stretcher, Brian.
Yep, Night Stretcher is too important of a resource for you to just discard that, but we are going to just look at potentially a Phantom Dive here. It's just going to be a Phantom Dive to the front 140. So if he Is there any way for her to get a psychic energy back without a Night Stretcher? I don't think so.
I don't think so. The other Night Stretcher is locked in the prize cards, unfortunately for Darren. So Keen here is one boss or one Gravity Mountain away from taking the win. Do we see the Gravity Mountain? No, it's just a judge. Gravity Mountain will knock out the bench.
Oh no, he has a psychic energy. He has a psychic energy in hand. That's
he
right.
has it now. So next turn he can do it. Yeah.
Next turn he'll be able to use Phantom Dive there. So okay, not all the energies are stuck into this card. Papa must wait.
Goodbye, psychic energy.
Good. Sayonara, four cards goes. All the cards go back in the deck. We're going yet again for roulette in terms of drawing. If Darren here manages to get that psychic energy, he will be able to secure the game if he manages to draw his boss as well. That judge was very well timed.
But not before Kian hopefully getting the Gravity Mountain. Do we see it here on his side of the field? 4 cards. Do we see it? We have a Lunar Cycle at the very least. We can Lunar Cycle here for 3 more cards. Is there a Gravity Mountain here for Kian?
Yeah, I mean, it needs to be okay. Lunar Cycle. One.
Don't slow rollers. Come on.
Okay, so that's gonna be one,
two.
Three. I can see the Gravity Mountain. So does he see it though? Does he see it? Does he have another damage modifier? He needs 2, no?
No, just play on the bench. The one on the bench knocks out. There's 300 damage on the bench.
Oh, because does he have a boss?
No, he doesn't need to just play Gravity Mountain. The HP from 320 becomes 290. He just has to play the card.
Okay, so this is extremely close. He doesn't bench the Gravity Mountain.
He passed.
He just uses Aura Jam. It's gonna be a psychic energy attachment. We're gonna see
a boss, and that's it. This 5 times 6. 5 times 6, Brian. Calculate that. That's 300 damage, right? Right? Tell me I'm not blind. Just make sure I'm getting it right. Gravity Mountain will remove 30 hit points from any Stage 2 Pokemon, including ones on the bench.
It's true. So here Darren is just going to, I think attach a psychic energy is going to just be able to take the game from there. 4 prizes. It's going to be a Phantom Dive to the front, to the back. It's going to be 4 prizes with 1 minute left on the clock. We're going to game number 3.
What just happened?
This game was messy, to say the least. But the silver lining is we are on to game 3.
With only 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left. So let me reiterate, guys, what happens here in game number 3. Game number 3 has not begun yet, and the time has ended. We're going to start game 3, and the first player to have fewer prize cards remaining than the opponent will win the game. Okay, if either player has fewer prize cards remaining than the opponent, the player with the fewest prize cards will win the game.
Will be declared the winner because you're in the lead,
correct,
essentially.
And then both players who have the same number of prize cards remaining, the game will continue until either player has fewer prize cards.
Okay.
Okay, so judging by how the time has just hit 0, the first player to take a prize card will then win the game.
Okay.
So here I fully expect Keen to go first. No, go second.
Go second.
All right, I want to see Keen go second.
Hope for
Lunar Cycle
combo.
Donk.
That's it.
That's all. Darren is looking for Pheasantipity to start, or even in this specific case, Meowth. Okay, I don't mind starting Meowth here, just because it's going to be able to tank a hit from the Lunarock.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the key. That's the plan. Keen is looking for boss's orders, looking for Solrock, Lunatone, 1 energy.
Yes.
Okay, or 2 energies, because then you'll be able to Lunar Cycle. Okay, so Darren here needs to find. Yeah, so Darren here needs to be able to find either the Pheasantipity or the Meowth to tank that hit. All right, so this is extremely close. I mean, I don't think he necessarily needed to get himself in this kind of position, but here we are. This is the situation.
Entertainment 101. Let's go into game number 3 here in round 11. Keen versus Darren. Mega Lucario up against Dragapult. What a game to
What a show.
had.
What a show.
Oh, I do want to say, though, we are here in one of the largest events ever in Malaysia. One of the largest events in Southeast Asia, to be fair. These players as you said, on the first day too, I want to say.
Yep.
Probably first day on stream as well. And misplays happen, folks. It's all about the game. It's part of the game. So in this scenario here, we just want to see if there is any redemption arc for Kian, or will there be a comeback for Darren? We will see.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kian did the right thing first. He had chosen to go second.
Fair enough.
Step one, check. All right. Now, Darren. So Mulligan.
A mulligan as well.
Step two, check. Okay.
Yep. Mulligan
step
as
two,
well.
Check.
What does Darren have in front? It's a Dusk Out.
No. Okay, Darren puts Monkey Dory.
Monkey Dory.
Okay.
Not too bad.
Which is still
not too bad.
Not too bad.
Yes.
Not too bad. All right. With the Monkey Dory means that he needs to. He needs to have a PPP. He needs to have a PPP. All right.
He needs to have 2. 70 plus 30 plus 30.
Yes, he needs to have 2 PPPs.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
prize cards here honestly don't really matter.
They don't matter.
None of this matters.
No,
Only the 2 energies maybe for Keen makes a bit of a difference.
Yes, and there's a third Dragon Ball anyway in the deck, so that's fine.
Darren here, off to a good start, has a buddy poffin, being able to find that Dreepy. Darren really wants to see an energy attachment onto this Dreepy. Right? If he manages to get an energy attachment off the Dreepy, next turn it has an Ultra Ball to use it for the Latias. Then there's a world where you just go Rare Candy, Phantom Dive. Right?
Yes.
So, does he have an energy? He has the Ultra Ball. Misses the energy. Not what you want to see.
There's still Crispin.
There's still Crispin.
But that's not the greatest option for
Not the greatest option. Okay, here, step 1, we've got Lunatone. Step 2, we got Soul Rock. Right, we got Soul Rock here. Does he have a boss? Does he have an energy?
Energy, switch, boss is the only line right now to win on the spot.
Boss, yes.
And there's only one switch in deck.
There's only one switch in deck.
Yep.
Easy. Surely.
This has been fun, Brian. I have to say. Needlessly fun.
Absolute cinema, guys.
Needlessly fun. But in any
Absolute
case,
cinema.
we're here for it. Here comes the fighting gong from Kian, at the very least having an energy.
All right. He has one energy. It's going to be a Luna Cycle. Come on. Draw. Find an energy. Do not charge that onto that Soul Rock. You're going to use Luna Cycle. You're going to be looking at 3 more cards. He has a Dance Force for next turn. He has a Hero's Cape. Uses the Hilda. So that means he knows that he can't get to the point where he can take a knockout this turn. You're going to be able to find yourself an evolution as well as an energy. I do expect to see something like the Dunsparce maybe. Mega Lucario and an energy. I stand corrected. Maybe Keen has a way to find himself a Riolu. If he gets himself a Riolu here, I do fully understand this play.
That's true. I mean, if I'm Keen here, I would have gambled that Luna Cycle though. Why not?
Why not?
Right. But in any case,
he wants to thin out his deck. Maybe. He wants to thin out his deck. Right.
Alrighty.
So we're gonna go discard Luna Cycle, draw 3. All right. You're gonna go 1. Find a Riolu. That's an Ultra Ball. That's an Ultra Ball. That's a Dance Force. That is a Soul Rock. Okay, so you can then now use that Ultra Ball to get rid of the Dunsparce as well as
keep the Dunsparce.
Soul Rock.
Keep the Dunsparce.
No, you have a second Dunsparce, so it's fine. He's got 2. He's discarding away the Mega Lucario here. So Mega Lucario is in the trash right now. We're going to find a Riolu because I'm sure he has Night Stretcher in his hand at this point.
That's fine.
So everything is okay.
Yeah.
We're going to see the fighting energy attached onto that Riolu. Surely, and then it's likely going to be a pass.
So we shall see now if Kian's able to pull off a win here, because now Darren has a turn.
All right, fighting energy attachment to the Riolu, we're fine.
Okay.
All right, but you're going to see Hero's Cape as well, by the way. Hero's Cape could be attached to that to the Dunsparce, so they can take a hit. Look, Keen is praying. He's like, Darren has the rare candy. Okay, Darren has the rare candy. Does he?
There is no way. There is a way.
How does he retreat, though? He needs to find a way to retreat, no?
Crispin can retreat, and you can jet hit by the Dunsparce. You can get hit by the
Dunsparce. That's right. So we're going to see the Ultra Ball going to be finding that Dragapult. Dragapult is going to find a record. Dragapult. Okay, wait. We're going to see the Crispin. Crispin is going to be there. Crispin has 2 energy cards. We're going to find a Darkness Energy attachment. We're going to see there. Where was the Hero's Cape?
Darren.
Wait, you need to finish out your plays, Darren. Show me how you're gonna get that jet hit. But no, we didn't. Judges not gonna let them play out. All right, so that's gonna be game. Darren comes away with that victory. It was not clean. It was scrappy. It was anything.
But it was a win in the end.
All that matters is you got that 2-1. Darren, congratulations for making it 2-1. And that match was just total cinema, absolute cinema, man.
If you're on a roller coaster called Pokemon TCG, this is one of them. This is the best ride here at the theme park for what it's worth.
My heart rate has gone through that roof.
We have good healthcare in Malaysia.
We do. And Singapore, but yes.
Anyhow, congratulations to Darren. Commiserations to Keen. That was one roller coaster. I hope all of you are somewhat enjoying it back home. We are trying to. But at the very least, though, we still have more Pokemon today.
That's right. We
need
still have one more round or two more rounds of Swiss.
One more round of Swiss.
One more round of Swiss, and then we're going to go straight into top 8.
Yes, indeed. So don't go anywhere, folks. There's going to be much, much more Pokemon. If you like what you just saw, at least for the roller coaster ride, come back for more real soon. Get a beverage, get a snack, and we'll be back with round number 10 shortly.
See you guys in just a bit.
tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go!
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the Malaysia Basketball League. I am Brian. This is Aaron. And man, we had a match that was just absolute cinema.
Yeah. I mean, that's the kind of reaction you have sometimes. And I don't want to say it, though. It was entertaining in a different way. But, you know, in checking out the players, they're fairly new. Some of these players are actually very, very new. This is their first major event. The first day 2 for them and the first game on stream for them as well. So, of course, congratulations to Darren for making it through with that comeback victory there. And commiserations to Kian for that match. At the end of the day, though, both of them are still essentially still able to get through. They are mathematically still able to go far. It's just whether or not they can in the next round. This is the last round of Swiss.
So what happens after here?
This is where if you get enough points over the course of today and yesterday, you will book yourself into the top 8 at Master Ball League Malaysia.
All right, and this top 8 is a very, very significant thing because it not guarantees you, but first of all, you get a pretty sizable chunk of points.
Yeah.
All right, I think I saw something like 100
100-ish? 150, 200, there it goes, yeah.
So you get a minimum of about 100 points, and at least back in Singapore, when we were doing the math, if you were about 300 points, you basically secured your invite to Worlds.
Okay.
Right? So if you manage to reach that, then you're fine. So if you were anywhere at about 200-ish points, and you managed to get top 8,
wow,
you're sitting pretty comfortable.
Yeah, and not just that, not just league points, you're just 2 to 3 games away from potentially becoming the champion of the Malaysia Master Ball League. 2 games to the finals guarantees the World's Invite and Travel Award. Yeah, that's the one that everyone wants. You're being paid to play and fly to play Pokemon, essentially.
And San Francisco, nonetheless.
Oh, yes.
Right? There's also the XP Festival. It's so much going on. The 30th anniversary of Pokemon. And I'm very excited to see, you know what's my favorite part of Worlds? Ironically or unironically, it's the end of Worlds when they show and reveal the location for next year.
Oh, that's true, though.
Yeah.
That is true. The suspense, the build-up of that announcement is always something we look forward to, right?
Exactly. And, I'm just excited to see where it's going to be. They've kept it under the lock and lid for so long, but with Wind and Waves coming up, I'm just excited to see what's going to happen there.
Yeah. Yes, I know you have a few guesses. I have a few guesses myself. We'll see where that lands. But of course, before all that, we're now in the final round of Swiss here at the Master Ball League Malaysia. Both these players are mathematically on the brink of a top 8 spot.
That's right.
2-0 win almost guarantees that they're going to make in top 8. Of course, this depends on a lot of other factors because the point system is a little bit different. The resistance is, of course, something important to take note of as well. But I'm excited to see more Pokemon. So I want to see what decks they bring.
More Pokemon, more better, as they like to say. So here we are going to show Alakazam versus Dragapult. And this is going to be a Pult Bomb variant, a Pult Noir variant.
Once again.
Actually, very interestingly enough, the past few Pult games that we've been putting on stream have all been about this Dusk Noir variant. I wonder if Dusk Noir has a chance to just bring the whole thing home.
It's like almost like a comeback of the deck for some reason.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not been seen in Malaysia for some time, I want to say. We look at a local metagame sometimes and say, okay, fair enough. Maybe it just missed out on top 8. Maybe just somewhere else in the top 32, top 64. But here in the Master Ball League, it seems like this Dragapult variant has made a resurgence. And I like to see it.
Yeah, I mean, look, 330 damage in total is nothing to scoff at.
True.
You are a little bit short of taking KOs on a few key Mega Pokemon like Mega Venusaur, like the Mega Lucario that you saw just now. But thanks to Phantom Dive, you are actually able to plot or map those prizes pretty nicely, especially if you're taking like a Phantom Dive on like a 2-prizer, putting like 1 damage counter on the potential Mega Pokemon, and then kind of spreading the rest pretty quite nicely. You're able to kind of take the 3/3 prize mapping with the Dusk Noir very, very effectively.
This is essentially the Dragapult Dusk Noir deck that was one of the top 4 before the rotation. And look at those prizes right now on the left and right. Khalid on the left with the Alakazam. Double Buddy probably not the greatest thing to see. The Bell Cage is there as well. He does run 4, I believe. But on the right, for Kim Sun, Rare Candy, Dragapult, Duskull, Meowth.
Okay, so I will make a few calls here. So Kim Sun, prizing 1 Meowth is not an issue. He actually plays 2 copies of that Meowth for this specific scenario. He is also running 2 copies of that Rare Candy, so that's not too bad. So for the side of Kim Sun, it's not horrible at all, but for Khalid, it's pretty bad.
Okay.
2 Buddy Poffins out of the 4 that he plays means that he has less access to his Dunsparce.
And the Abras as well.
And the Abras. But he's also prized 1 of his 3 telepathic energies. So that means that he has less access to his Abras.
True.
Right? So setup is going to be a little bit difficult for him. He does run 3 copies of the Battle Cage. So that means that he will have 2 to run. But the Battle Cage is super, super important in this specific matchup. In fact, this matchup, in my opinion, is favored slightly more towards the Dragapult. Because if he's able to spread the damage, he will he'll just take over the game. Right?
Yeah.
If you're able to spread your damage, get rid of the Dunsparce, get rid of the Kadabras, get rid of the Abras, because Abras is only 50 HP.
That's true. And these are the 2 cards that essentially were, I want to say, designed almost for Dragapult. One of them was Battle Cage, one of them was Psyduck. We don't see Psyduck here, so you don't get to remove the abilities. But Battle Cage does prevent a bit of the shenanigans that Dragapult does not love to do. Having 1 prize, though, means that we might be in for a bit of a stadium war here, even though the stadiums are just like 2 and 2.
No, it's actually 3. Yeah, so it's 3 and 2, actually, because the Dragapult variant plays Team Rocket's Watchtower, a Jamming Tower, as well as a Frisky Runes.
Ooh.
So that means now if the Alakazam player puts the Battle Cage down early, right?
Yep.
He was going to get punished because technically the Dragapult player has more stadiums than the Alakazam player.
It's going to be interesting. I think both these players will be looking out for those stadiums. We're trying to make sure that they have the right one in play. more so for Alakazam because your board will get wrecked if you don't have Battle Cage. I'm also we're going to keep an eye on the rare candies as well because you can go aggressive as either of these decks with rare candies. We want to see energy attachments for both these decks to ensure that they get attacks off. And once again, this is likely the win-in scenario for both of these players.
That's right. I think Alakazam has a lot more that it needs to find.
True.
Right? Pult can kind of just do Pult things until the Battle Cage comes down. So I'm not too worried if I was a Pult player. If I was an Alakazam player, I'm going to be digging extremely aggressively in the first few turns. But the good news is that's what Alakazam does, right? You dig aggressively.
That's true.
Get like 20 cards in your hand and just knock out everything.
Yeah, I mean, the ideal scenario for Alakazam here is that you want to be able to win with potentially 3 two-price knockouts if you can. You don't want to be going into the odd prize exchange with Dragapult because you get punished for that when Dragapult starts taking multiple prizes per turn. So if you're Alakazam, you say, you know what, if I can get a Dragapult, a Pheasant, and a Meowth, I'm happy with that because that gives me a win. At the same time, hoping to preserve your board enough to get to the number of attackers that you need. And if you don't get that, you don't get the Battle Cage on time, you don't disrupt Dragapult. I don't even know whether they have disruption in the Alakazam deck. Probably not. They won't run Judge.
They won't run Judge, yeah.
They might run 0-6 for the Mirror. In this scenario, it might come into play as well. But for Dragapult, like you said, I'm going to sit tight. I'm just going to do Dragapult things, potentially getting a item lock up as well as soon as possible with the Badoo, and then going from there.
I will make the call out that the Dragapult player here has only opted to play just his Unfair Stamp. There's no Judge in the deck. So having no Judge in the deck means that there's only one disruption. So he needs to time the Unfair Stamp really, really well.
That is true.
Yeah.
So, well, let's see how that goes. I am excited because we opened up the event with Alakazam in round 1.
Oh, wait, there's a Psyduck in the Alakazam.
There is a Psyduck? Okay, there is a Psyduck. So, not just Battle Cage, but we do see the lovely, lovely Psyduck as well with the Damp ability, removing the abilities of your Dusclops and Dusknoir. So, that's also pretty interesting there for Alakazam. It might have been a flex spot, taking out the 4th Battle Cage and putting in a Psyduck.
Yeah, I think that was
could be something, normally typically you see these decks want to run 4 Battle Cage, so I'm a bit surprised there with 3. But here we have Khalid on left, Kimson on the right. Round 12. Let's go. Badoo for Kimson. That's a perfect starter for him. Khalid starting with the Dunsparce. Not bad, but the Psyduck is in hand already. And right on the back, Telepathic Energy. There you go.
Gets the 1 off. 2 Telepathic Energies is likely going to just find the 2 Abras, get it started right up and running. Has the Dunsparce in the front as well. Khalid going to be very happy with that. He does a very quick deck check. Probably realizes that he's prized one of his Battle Cages. I don't think this is going to be a big issue at this point of the game. Khalid has everything that he needs.
Yeah, energy attachment down, bench Pokemon down. Maybe want to find another Dunsparce to just get a more reliable setup here for Khalid. But at this point, I'm not going to complain if I'm Alakazam and I have all this.
Yeah, and there's no reason to complain at all. You don't really need that fast of a setup at this point. You have everything that you need. Yes, you're right. Dunsparce here would be great, but you don't need to sacrifice too many resources for it at this point. He is going to put the Lucky Helmet, and this is huge, right? Lucky Helmet on that Dunsparce is going to make Kimson question himself and be like, is it worth it for me to Ichipollen him?
Of course.
I mean, yeah, the answer is always yes, right? Because Ichipollen prevents things like a Rare Candy, Evolve Alakazam, start swinging. Wow, that is a horrible turn from Kimson.
That is rough. Ichipollen, but just Duskull and Monkey Dory?
Is a fire energy attached to the Monkey Dory as well, so that means Kimson is just doing it as a pivot. Khalid has such a great start, manages to natural evolve his Alakazam. Natural evolve his Kadabra. There's 2 Kadabras. There's a Hilda as well. Hilda's going to be able to find the Dunsparce in the front, is also going to be able to find the Abra. Benches the Psyduck after seeing the Duskull as well. Everything is looking really good for Khalid, not so good for the side of Kimson.
And the Hilda here is huge for Khalid, going into potentially the 3rd Kadabra or even the Dunsparce, but more importantly, getting access to the Enriching Energy A-Spec, or maybe even another Telepathic Energy. Why not? Like, I mean, you don't even need Enriching, or maybe you do. I don't know. Khalid, pick and choose. That's going to be huge for Khalid. He's going to have a full setup at this point.
Yeah, look, he also has that Pokepad that he's going to be able to find out the Dunsparce for. So I do expect to see an Enriching Energy. And okay, so he locks in the Kadabra.
Well, to be fair, there is no way to play the Pokemon due to item lock. So
yes, that's right.
Yeah, you want to draw cards. So go for the Kadabra, evolve up the Abra. As you say, very fragile basic Pokemon. So you want to be able to get it evolved, and 3 Kadabras on turn 2. That is crazy good if you're Alakazam.
Yeah, but I do want to make the same call that I made yesterday, though. If you start evolving all your Kadabras early, that is less card draw that you're going to have the next turn.
That
right?
is true.
So, because you can only evolve it once, you can't devolve it, right? So, so Alakazam players need to be very careful when they're just evolving all their Pokemon, right? Because yes, next turn you only want to evolve one Alakazam. I don't want to see more than one Alakazam because it's going to restrict the number of draws, assuming that you have disruption. I want to also make another call. That's interesting that he puts the enriching energy. I think it's smart that he puts the enriching energy at the back Dunsparce because there's a risk that the front Dunsparce will get knocked out, but I guess he's got nothing to worry about because Kimson is just attaching dark energy to that Monkey Dory and just using Itchy Pollen yet again.
So here's a cool play that Kali can get here. If he's able to get into the Dunsparce right now, evolving one in the active allows him to move that back into the deck. He could promote a Kadabra to take a knockout, and before doing that, bench the Genesect on the bench with a tool and therefore prevent the unfair stand for being played from Kinson.
That's right. That
is going to be a very good turn to protect his hand.
Yeah, he has a tool in his hand in that Lucky Helmet as well.
I think so, yes.
He would definitely be able to do that. I do want to see that play. We are going to look at the Dawn, picking up the Abra, the Alakazam as well as the Dunsparce. The Dunsparce is going to be evolved and is going to evolve into the front eventually, but first Alakazam going to draw him 3 cards. We're going to see the Pheasant Dippley, we're going to see the Alakazam, we're going to see a second the Dunsparce now going to be evolved up in the front. We are also likely going to see the Dunsparce evolving at the back maybe, but first Runaway Draw.
Runaway Draw first, of course, the ability to probably say the most this weekend, by the way, Brian.
Every single game so far today has been Runaway Draw.
Runaway Draw. Infestation.
Runaway Draw.
But we will see Alakazam here, the premier attacker of the Alakazam deck, obviously, with powerful hand, putting 2 damage counters on the opponent's active for each card in their hand. And Kimson's hand, well, there's definitely more than enough for a knockout on this video. And here you see the Genesect with the Lucky Helmet there. That Ace Nullify ability preventing Kimson from playing his Ace Pack. And the Ace Pack happens to be Unfair Stamp.
Big surprise, but you know what? I do want to make a call out that Ace Nullifier only prevents you from playing an Ace Pack from hand. It doesn't prevent you it doesn't nullify any Ace Pack effects that were on the field already. So for example, Hero's Cape, Maximum Belt, all still are in effect. You just can't play them from your hand. Right, and this includes stuff like Enriching Energy as well. So just good for you to note. Here, Kimson gonna finally get the ball rolling. We do see an Ultra Ball. We are gonna use the Ultra Ball to find a Meowth. Meowth gonna find that Lily's Determination. He is just doing a quick deck check to find to ensure that what he needs is in his deck. And here we are just gonna use the Lilies. Wait, where's the Lilies?
Let's use it right there, right next to the
right next to the second.
So the Lilies is played here for Kimson. He's hoping to draw something.
Okay,
Buddy Poffin, Pokeball.
Yes. Buddy Poffin is the name of the card that Kimson is looking for. He needs to start setting up his Dreepies. He needs to start setting up his Dracloaks, his Dragapults. Khaled has already taken the first knockout. So, and you know what's the worst part? Khaled has access to items next turn.
And Kimson has no access to his Unfair Stamp.
What's Unfair Stamp?
It's a lie.
Not available at this point.
Kimson
here gonna be drawing 8 cards. I think I did see a Dreepy at the very least. Yeah, we go. That's one Dreepy.
Oh, the Pokemon. So another one here potentially.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna have to play that. It's not. It's just gonna be a quick boss and it's over.
This is so rough.
But yeah, here it's just gonna be the Dreepy. He's probably also hoping to find the Team Rocket's Watchtower to prevent Dunsparce from going back into the deck and just effectively bench locking Khaled's bench.
Yeah, if you're Kimson right now, you're on the back foot here. This is not how you want to play as Dragapult. However, we have to know that this deck can come back from these sort of positions. It's all about timing. It's all about when. It's finding it one turn where Khaled doesn't take a knockout potentially, and then you can slowly come back into it. But for Kimson right now, he's hoping to get something going. Double Drippy into potential double Dracloak next turn is good here. But leaving the Monkey Dory inactive and saying pass, that is not good. I would have maybe wanted him to see a retreat into the Duskull, perhaps?
Yeah, that may have been a little bit better. As the energy attachment there would be...
you preserve the attachment.
Yeah, you preserve the attachment. So we are going to see just the boss of the GP.
Didn't matter. So for Khaled here, he actually has the Battle Cage. He chooses to play it here. I don't particularly like this because you are protected from Well, to be fair, you're not protected from a Crispin Red into Crispin, so maybe that's the reason why. Trying to protect his board a little bit better. So for Khalid here, he does take a knockout with the Battle Cage already in play. Kimson, what do you have here? Do you have potentially a Dracloak or even a Rare Candy Dragonbolt Crispin to put some aggression back on?
Yeah, we do see another GP coming down. We see 2 GPs coming down. Kimson just going to be tapping that to ensure that he doesn't evolve his GPs into Dracloak this turn. Needs to be able to find... I mean, this is probably the one exception that I would make in terms of just going for the aggression instead of the setup, right? But I don't think he's got much of a choice. He's going to have to evolve that GP into a Dracloak. Going to be able to start recon directing. But if Khalid just has another boss, then it's looking kind of cooked here. Kimson just ensuring he knows what is in his hand, what is in his opponent's discard pile. Not much, to be honest. It's just the boss's orders, Dawn as well as Hilda. Just, counting how many cards is in Khalid's hand. Khalid should just reply with a yes at this point. Because his hand is massive, right? I mean, as all Alakazam's hands are, we are going to see Kimson just use a Lily's Determination. He's going to shuffle back that Dragon Ball, but I think it's much needed, as there's nothing much going on for the side of Kimson's hand. What do you find here? I mean, Duskull is not... Dusclops isn't doing anything.
Yeah, it's not doing anything for you here if you're Kimson. I think the key thing for him is that he's getting somewhere with his setup. He's getting Dreepies down, Dracloaks down. That's good, but maybe too little too late in this matchup. I don't know. Do you think it's going to be a high time to scoop anytime soon, go into game 2?
I mean, if I'm not able to take a knockout
soon
next turn...
Yeah,
I probably would.
Yeah.
But it really depends on whether I'm able to do a full setup here. Ooh, getting the Badoo here would have actually been not too bad. Benching that Badoo, but his bench is currently locked, so there's no room for it. But does pick it up in his hand maybe for next turn?
Yeah, but at that point, you're probably your 3 prizes down by that point, and you want to still go into item lock. I would rather just go into...
Interesting. No, wait, interesting. So he's committing the energy attachment to the Makidori, going to go for a Mind Blend play here, trying to confuse this Alakazam. Alakazam's retreat cost...
It's 2, I believe. It's not 1, maybe 1.
Yeah, I can't see it, but I think it's 1 or 2.
I think it could be 1. So at the very least, you can retreat here if you're Khalid. So not horrible, I want to say. It's just 1 retreat is not bad. You're going to waste an energy attachment, but at the very least, you're not going to flip a coin to see if you get a prize card here if you're Khalid. And again, every game here counts, folks. These players are 9-2. This is likely their win and in position. You don't want to put it up to chance. You rather get it secured. So Khalid here getting another Alakazam to play with a Psychic Draw. Yes, he's choosing the retreat, discarding the Telepathic Psychic energy, going into the second Alakazam on the bench. And this should be a knockout on this Monkidori.
Yeah, I mean, look, Khaled's just got so much setup already. He's got everything he needs. He's got the Ace Spec Nullifier. He's got the Ace Nullifier. He's got his Alakazam. He's got his backup Alakazam. He's got another boss yet again. This is what we're talking about. At this point in time, it should just be a scoop for Kimson and go to game number 2. I mean, you've got 3 energies on your Monkidori. You've got your Dracloak being knocked out left, right, and center. There's 3 prizes already taken from Khalid. Kimson, I don't know what you're doing, man, but it's a little bit too little too late.
And there's no Rare Candy in sight, I don't think, on Kimson. No access to Recon Directive as well, because the only... well, there's 1, thankfully. But this is not good for Kimson's side of the field here. Going for a Recon Directive, let's see. Do we see Rare Candy? No, Crispin is a star, but I think you might have already had the Crispin in hand, so not what you're going to see. You do have the Badoo in the hand, but again, 3 prizes down at this point.
There's going to be 4 prizes if you do give up your Badoo here. Yeah, Kimson taking his time, trying to think what is his outs, whether there are any outs left in his deck. He is just going to pick up the Crispin from his hand. He's going to use the Ultra Ball as well as get discarding away the Badoo as well as the Monkidori first. No, sorry, the Dusknoir. Likely going to find a second Dracloak if he doesn't have the Rare Candy. If he has the Rare Candy, then he's going to be looking for a Dragapult. Or, in this case, Fez to draw 3 more cards.
Fez here. Probably shouldn't dig for the 3rd Dracloak, I think. Second in play, I should say. And probably going for another Mind Bend here, trying to run Khalid out of energies.
I mean,
It's
you're never gonna run Alakazam
No,
out of
I don't
energies,
think
man.
so,
When
yeah.
when it only requires one energy to
That's
attack,
true, that's
as
true.
well as having that Wanderer's Patch. Well, yeah, Wanderer's Patch. I don't think there's a effective way for you to necessarily run Alakazam out of energies. You got Night Stretchers, you've got Wanderer's Patch, you've got
Lana's 8 as well, I believe.
Lana's
in the
8.
list.
Yeah, you've got so many different ways just for you to bring back and recover your energy. So that's not going to be an issue. And look at that Wanderer's energy in his hand as well.
Yeah, so at this point, Kimson, he's probably trying his best here to play it out. Having a Dracloak is not bad. You're going to guarantee a potential for a Dragapult. But at this stage, it's late, man. You're not going to have an effective Phantom Dive. You're going to have a Stadium Bump as well. Or maybe you do. Okay, I don't know. At this point, these players are building up big hands, but at least on Khaled's side, that is damage being built up. For Kimson, options that he can't seem to be playing right now. That's 3 energy on a Monkey Dory at this point.
Yeah, it's 3 energies way too. It's 3 energies too many, in my honest opinion. But you know what, Kimson here going to be using that Crispin, going to be charging up 1 onto that Dracloak, putting 1 to the hand. I'm likely seeing that 1 fire energy to the other Dracloak. There we go.
Yep.
Spreading out the energies there is definitely going to be the smart play. He has the Stadium Bump, as you have mentioned, but I don't want to see the bump now. I want to see it next turn when he's planning on attacking. But first, Mind Bend going to be happening onto that Alakazam. Going to be twisting and turning the minds of Khaled, maybe.
Yeah, but I think for Khaled here, he's probably just retreat into the other Alakazam and just use Power Hand again. I think Khaled just playing it the turn out, trying to make sure that he's optimizing every play here, getting rid of cards he doesn't need. But of course, you've got to be careful not to deck yourself out if you're playing Alakazam. There's still quite a bit in the deck, so that's fine. A third Alakazam coming out now for Khaled. I would maybe like... Well, to be fair, there's no unfair stamp threat right now, so evolving here is just guaranteeing you another attacker. And potentially protecting your Kadabra right now. So we shall see here. There's Wonder Patch already in hand, like you said. Alakazam retreating. Goodbye, Monkey Dory. I'm going to swap into my other friend. And it should be a knockout here. Once again for Khaled, going down to 2 prize cards. This is the 4th turn in a row where Khaled has gotten a prize. Wonder Patch also used here for Khaled, getting a secondary attacker ready for the next turn. And if Kimson goes into a Dragapult, Khaled should be able to take a knockout on that beefy Dragon Pokemon in 1 hit next turn. So Kimson, if I were you, I would go next and play another game 2. Hopefully a better game 2 than the one you just had.
Yeah, look, Khaled. I mean, there's a strategy. There's a small strategy that Kimson can employ here. He has 2 damage Alakazams on his opponent's side of the field. The Alakazam has 140 HP. Getting 60 damage on it is almost not relevant because there's 80 HP remaining. But he needs to be able to take a swing on something like the Psyduck or even the Genesect here.
Yeah.
Boss swing on either of those to spread the damage through. Right, and then go for like a multi-prize turn. But Khaled here has probably enough cards in hand just to go boss kill 2 prizer. Or boss knockout 2 prizer. And with the Meowth and the Fezandipity on the bench, Kimson really should be looking to go next here.
Yes, I think we've said it already. At this point, Khaled, even if he doesn't have the boss right now, there's a Dance Boss on the bench ready to go back into the deck and potentially even drawing, the boss. And then you could even consider that at this point, Khaled has way more than enough cards in hand to take a knockout on anything you put up in front. So, yeah, it's already looking like the writing's on the wall for Khaled, for Kimson. Khaled doing a quick count. But yeah, I think Kimson sees the writing on the wall. I think this heads up here for Kimson could have come a bit sooner, I would think. 33 minutes is not a lot of time to complete a 2-1. But at the very least, we're going to see another game.
That's right. Going straight into game number 2. Kimson should have scooped a little bit earlier. You won't at this point, or rather, Aaron, I've got a question. At what point of the game do you think it's too little, too late when you're playing against a 1-prize deck?
Well, to be fair, if you look on the field and you have essentially all the attackers the 1-prizer deck has already on the field to take the remaining prize cards, and you have nothing that you can do to deal with them, especially with their 140 hit points Alakazams, the writing's on the wall. There's no way for you to do anything at that point there. Even if you would take knockout after knockout, trying to find a way back, the prize map for the Alakazam, or maybe other decks like Okidogi, for example, if the prize map is already on the field, you can't seem to disrupt that, why even try? Potentially, if Kimson was playing that game earlier and there wasn't an ace nullifier, potentially go the distance. Because as Alakazam, you have to evolve up, like we said, evolving up to your stage 2s, your stage 1 and stage 2s. Once those are in play, you don't have access to those draws. Unfair Stamp is back-breaking for you. But in that scenario over there, Khalid had everything. You had the Psyduck, the Battle Cage, the Ace Nullifier, and a spare Dunsparce on, or the Dunsparce, I should say, on the bench. That story was written an hour ago at that point.
All right, more accurately, 18 minutes ago.
Fair enough.
But here, going into game number 2, we are seeing Kimson starting second here. Alakazam loves to start first, and we see him start right with that Buddy Poffin. Going to likely find one Abra and one Dunsparce, maybe. I don't know, 2 Abras, depending on what else he has in his hand. Khalid just counting his Abra, sees all 4. Going to be pretty happy with that. It's going to be 1, 2 Abras. Which tells me that he doesn't have that which tells me that he doesn't have a telepathic energy in his hand. I wonder if he's got a basic psychic energy, maybe.
True.
Yeah.
Or potentially we can get to see the prize cam as well. That would be helpful for us to know what's prized. And there we see it. One Battle Cage again for Khalid. 1-1 line of the Calabra and Alakazam. That's not great. But on the right side of Kimson, also his second Bedew, a second Duskull, and the second Meowth all there. The Risky Ruins is interesting. That is one stadium, where both players have a stadium in the prize cards. So the first person to play a stadium in this game will be the one to lose the stadium war, because both have 2.
That's right. So here, Kimson with a slightly better start than we saw just now. We have Dreepy, I believe I want to see there, and then it's just going to be a Itchy Pollen. Look, Khalid here, having a lucky helmet attached to that front Dunsparce is definitely helpful, as you're going to get yourself at least 2 more cards. Kimson here going to be using that Buddy Poffin to find a Buddy in the Dreepy here, so that you will find... Yeah, I mean, he will be able to find more basic Pokemon to get set up.
Let's talk about how good, how important the Lucky Helmet is in this matchup. Because as Kimson, you want to be using Itchy Pollen. You want to be attacking into Khalid's Pokemon. But with a Lucky Helmet there, you're essentially rewarding Khalid with more cards in hand. That is not great if you're Dragapult. You hope it's item cards that Khalid draws, but essentially, this Rocky Helmet is doing 2 things. It's ensuring that if you attack into the Dunsparce, you're giving Khalid cards. And in this particular deck, with the Ace Nullifier Genesect, you're also providing some protection against Ace Specs. Kimson here having 4 Dreepies this time. He is flexing at this point with 1 Duskull on the bench, noticing that there isn't any, or at least no sign at the moment of the Psyduck. And just a Itchy Pollen for 10.
Itchy Pollen and 2 cards. Khalid here drawing that Psyduck is going to be very helpful. He has drawn the Psyduck the right time because Kimson has just benched that Duskull. Kimson unfortunately didn't really adapt to the situation. He benched the Duskull before he sees his opponent benching that Psyduck there.
That's true.
So now Khalid, all he needs to do is just bench that Psyduck, and he'll look at the Duskull going, well, that card is now dead to me.
Yeah, no, the Duskull will look down the Psyduck. Psyduck look down the Duskull, and Duskull says, I'm not going to evolve because...
Damp.
Yeah.
Such a useful ability, and this ability was definitely created to prevent Duskulls from just blowing up using Curse Blast, right?
That is true.
So Duskull, I would say Psyduck has been plaguing the format. In fact, actually, recently has seen less play, which is why we've probably saw more Dusknoirs. Dusknoirs as well as Duskulls coming back into this format, because Psyduck has... the popularity of Psyduck was kind of fallen off, right?
It was the same in Singapore, Brian, when Psyduck was first released as a promo. Everyone was just scrambling to get one because Dragapult Dusknoir was the premier deck back then.
That's right. I mean, it was the premier deck, so you needed the Psyduck. But since post-rotation happened, the priorities of getting a Duskull has fallen off significantly, right? So because of the Psyduck's just super hard to play around, and all your opponent needs is 1 Night Stretcher for you to to get that Psyduck back from that discard pile. So it's not great for you to even start aiming that Psyduck. So people slowly started to drop off the Dragapult Noir train and started to favor Chicken Pult, right? But I think because Psyduck has slowly fallen off, right, that's why we see a small resurgence of this Dusknoir Dragapult variant.
Yeah, especially here in Malaysia, when we've been talking about, Blaziken Dragapult for the longest time, the last almost a month at this stage. But right now, we've seen back-to-back Dragapult Dusknoirs. Unfortunately for Kim Sen, though, he's one game down here in the final round of Swiss, round 12. This is his ticket to top 8, and it's slowly slipping away because Khalid already took one prize. Kim Sen, though, at the very least, has more access to Dracloaks and Dragapults now. Multiple recon directives, I would say 3 recon directives, and potentially even 4. The only thing is that Duskull is not going to be doing anything for a while.
But I do want to highlight that there is no battle cage out, so this is definitely a favorable position for Kim Sen until the battle cage hits the battlefield, right? Kim Sen here, even though there's one prize down, you're not too worried about the prize race because you are and have the capabilities to take multiple prizes in one turn. In this case, he's going for the slightly slower approach, not using Rare Candy, not using Crispin here, is going to just evolve all 4 Dracloaks, so that means he will be able to cycle through 8 cards and get 4 of them in his hand. This is an incredibly slow but incredibly good setup for Kim Sen. I like this a lot. Setup is key. Drawing cards is good. You get yourself a fire energy here. You're attaching it to the front, which is interesting. That means that he has a Dragapult.
Well, no.
Oh, no, he's trying to pivot
retreat into the Bidoof. So I like this play though against it. He's locking Khalid out of more of the items. We didn't see many from Khalid. So the item lock is key. But when you top deck Abra, why not?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, but look, it's still okay, right? You can use Runaway Draw. Here you're going to be able to draw 3 cards. 1, 2, and 3. And then you're going to be just shuffling all the cards that the Dunsparce is attached to back into that deck. And look, you're okay with this, right? Kim Sen, what does he draw? He draws a Buddy Puffing. He can't use that, unfortunately. Not going to be able to actually, because he's item locked, he's not going to be able to use that, so he can't refresh his bench with the Dunsparce here. Yeah,
and one key thing here, Khalid, had the Dunsparce in the previous turn. Taking a prize on the Bidoof felt safe up against an Unfair Stamp. No Genesect in sight. This turn though, no Dunsparce, no the Dunsparce. If he takes a knockout on his Bidoof, Kim Sen may have an opening for a potential Unfair Stamp, and Khalid hasn't thinned his deck enough to draw out the cards he needs to get into play first. But here Khalid going for, alright, so the Psychic Draw Alakazam with Powerful Hands online. I presume it's going to be a knockout on the Bidoof.
Makes sense, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's probably the best Pokemon to knock out right now. You're going to get access to items, but Kim Sen is probably thinking, let me get my Unfair Stamp. That's all I want to see right now.
Battle Cage coming down, this is going to be a problem. Kim Sen needs to find a stadium to bump this. If he finds the stadium, I mean, look, he's going through 9 cards. If he finds the stadium, he's going to be in a really good position. Going to be able to knock out something like the Alakazam. Is going to be able to knock out something like the Kadabra with the Psychic Energy. But first, boss is going to happen. It's going to be pulling off, going to be knocking out a Dracloak. So that is only now 7 cards instead of the 9 cards that Kim Sen will be able to see. But you're giving Kim Sen a free pivot in that Bidoof.
Yeah, I think that's fine though from Khalid because he's trying to go after threats. And at this point, even if you're under item lock, you're not losing your attackers. Now, Kim Sen pivots over into the Dracloak and potentially a Dragapult. Then Khalid has to access his items. He will also need to fill that bench up again with more options, more attackers. No Dunsparce is going to be rough, especially if Kim Sen nets the Unfair Stamp here. We have to see if he gets it. Let's see, Recon Directive number 2. Do we see Unfair Stamp?
I do see it. Was that Stadium Bump?
I think yes, it is. It's the Jamming Tower.
No, but I'm not sure if you put it to the bottom because I saw a Psychic Energy go up, no?
Okay.
But I guess if he's... if he's putting the Jamming Tower to the bottom, it's telling me that he doesn't have a Crispin for him to swing.
That's true.
This turn, so he is forced to play a slower game here. Has the fire. I do see the energy attachment. Not having that stadium this turn means that he's not going to be able to attack. He is going to evolve his Dracloak into a Dragapult. Jamming Tower. Okay, Jamming Tower
Jamming
was
Tower.
taken.
Okay.
But does he have a way to attach 2 energies?
There's a Rosas in hand, I think. Is that a Rosas?
That's 1 energy. That's Lily's.
Oh, okay. So he goes for the Lily instead. Because I think the other energy in the discard was a fire, he would have actually had a Rosas play there if it was a different color energy. It's not the greatest, obviously, but I think it's safer to play Lilies here.
Yeah, but I'm not sure why you would evolve your Dragapult.
That's true. That's true.
At this point, unless you're guaranteed that. Yeah, unless he doesn't have a huge hand. But looking at Khalid's hand, Khalid does have a pretty large hand size, right? So that means Khalid would be able to just boss and kill, knock out that Dragapult, right?
That is true.
I don't know. It's a little bit questionable in terms of evolving this Dragapult at this point of the game. But Kim Sung here having a fresh set of cards didn't actually burn his Buddy Puffin, which he had, and it seems like he drew it back. So remember, guys, thinning is winning. If you're able to play that Buddy Puffin earlier, maybe you wouldn't have drawn it back. But here, Ultra Ball is going to be used, going to be getting rid of the Buddy Puffin as well as another Buddy Puffin. So just getting rid of the fodder. I wonder what Kim Sung is going to be evolving into. Oh no, Kim Sung is going to be finding a Pheasantipity here.
Okay.
Going to allow him to draw 3 more cards. But what is he digging for? What is he trying to get off this flip the script?
Yeah, I feel it's getting a little weird here for Kim Sung. He's trying to do a few things. Like, he's trying to get a threat down. He's trying to get energy attachments into play. But if I were Kim Sung, I would have kept the Dracloak as a Dracloak.
Yeah, gives you 2 more cards to find.
There's no play.
He finds the stamp.
Okay,
that's what he's going for.
Okay, he got the stamp here. So potentially Kim Sung is going to, well, it's not potentially. He's going to destroy that hand Khalid was been building up all the while. And Khalid has no Dunsparce on the bench. There's no Rocky Hammond on it active. Alakazam as well. So not a lot of options for Khalid here. He's going to hope and pray for something like a Liz termination. And if we do see it, really, truly, Alakazam seems to be a lie. But we will see now.
Yeah, I mean, look, Jamming Tower isn't there, so that means Lucky Helmet ain't going to do anything.
Oh, that is true. That is true, yes.
We're not going to see a Lily's Determination. The deck doesn't play that. But if he does draw into Alakazam, the Enriching Energy, which he gets both off. Unfair Stamp is definitely a lie here. We're going to see Itchy Pollen. 1 more damage to the count. We see another Abra. Khalid has everything he's looking for. He's going to be able to Alakazam going to be able to draw 3 cards, and from that 3 cards, going to be playing that Enriching Energy, I believe. We do see a Dawn as well as a Rare Candy.
I was going to say,
is getting everything he needs. Finds the Dawn, gonna be able to find the Dunsparce as well as maybe Alakazam, if not, yeah.
So it has to be Dunsparce. It has to be a Dunsparce because you want to attach Enriching Energy to a Dunsparce, not to an Abra or Kadabra or Alakazam. So the first step, getting a Dunsparce. 70 hit point Dunsparce preferably, because you don't want to be losing your Enriching Energy and the Dunsparce. Step 2 though is hopefully getting multiple Dunsparce in the following turns, because right now only having 1, that's not going to be great. Okay, we see the Kadabra and the Alakazam. You can't be evolving those right now. I would have liked for Khalid to go for the Dunsparce, perhaps, setting up for a potential runaway draw next turn. Or maybe he has it already, but no. So runaway draw does give him access to cards. I don't think he played it, right? The Abra came on this turn? Did the Abra come on this turn?
No.
Okay.
No. He still has the Abra in his hand.
Okay.
Yeah. It was he had the 2. He had a Kadabra here and Abra as well as an Alakazam.
All right. That's great.
Yeah.
Almost lost a heartbeat there. But in any case, here comes Enriching Energy. 4 cards for Khalid. That is such a strong ace spec for this deck. And out of nowhere, from 2 cards in hand, Brian, that is a full grip for Khalid. He's sitting really nicely for this turn and the next.
But you know what he's missing?
What?
Boss's Orders.
True.
So he could have taken the Boss's Orders knockout just now, but thanks to the Unfair Stamp, he does survive one more turn. So Kim Sung's Dragapult does survive to see another day. But Khalid now going up to 3 prizes remaining. Kim Sung's clock is running out very, very rapidly. The good news is he's only 1 Psychic Energy away from being able to announce Phantom Dive, which is the magical word that you want to hear as the Dragapult player. We are going to start things off the script. We do see a Psychic Energy. Psychic Energy going to be able to be attached to the front Dragapult. Kim Sung cutting things a little bit close here.
Okay, there's a very interesting play here for Kim Sung. He has the Watchtower in hand. So potentially, he knows that Khalid has about 4 to 5 cards here. If he plays the Watchtower, Khalid is forced into getting the battle cage, but not without any help, or not with any help via the dance bars, because it turns off the runway draw.
But if you do that, though, you don't have a stadium bump in the next battle cage.
That's exactly
so
it.
This is not an easy choice. Kimson here actually identifying that, hey, this may be the turn I go for a knockout on the Psyduck. So I'm going to start looking for my Clops place, my Clops lines, and potentially start prepping for a Curse Blast. Yeah, I mean, there's just so much that's going on the line for Kimson right now.
Yes,
being
indeed.
able to play that Pokepad to find the Clops. Is he going to evolve it? I don't think so. We do see a Psychic Energy attachment to that Dragapult. Kimson needs to find a way for him to secure more prizes. You know, a single prize here ain't gonna cut it out. We're gonna see a Meowth EX.
It's going for the boss, I think.
Boss.
Yes, going up
What
to
do you get a
Psyduck.
boss? You get a boss to Psyduck?
Yeah, probably. That's the only thing that you want to get at this point, right? Get the Psyduck off the field, activate your Dusclops and Dusknoir, and then force Khalid to go and find those cards. But if he's doing this play, I'm gonna guess he's actually gonna play the Watchtower.
Yeah, I mean, he has to, right?
Yeah,
at this
he's
point.
all in.
He is all in. Gonna be finding the Meowth is gonna be able to use that boss's orders. Boss's orders likely gonna be targeting Psyduck or yes, enriching energy. So this is what I was thinking about as well. Enriching energy is gonna be a pain on the side, but not anymore. The Team Rocket's Watchtower is on the field right now, preventing runaway draw from triggering. We are gonna see a Phantom Dive onto this Dunsparce, but where are you gonna place the 6 damage counters? This is important. Kimstern, choose your targets wisely. It's going to be 6 damage onto that Alakazam. That's 8 damage, which means 1 more Phantom Dive for a knockout onto that Alakazam. Now we're looking at Khalid's hand. Khalid does not, sorry, has the Genesect, but it's pointless to be benching the Genesect at this point. A-Spec has already been used. Does he have a Battle Cage? It doesn't seem like it. We do see the Alakazam in his hand. Going to be able to play that Alakazam down because it is a Kadabra on the field. We're going to see 3 more cards. 3 cards needs to be a Battle Cage. Evolve, Psychic Draw. We're going to see 1, 2, 3. Khalid, show us your hand. There's a rare candy. There's a Battle Cage is there.
The last card
Nice Drescher also there. Khalid
beautifully done.
Smells blood in the water.
Gosh.
We are going to be throwing down that Battle Cage very, very soon.
And
come on, Khalid,
Kimson off from any residual damage. There is no other stadium in Kimson's deck.
That's right.
Battle Cage now down. Khalid may not know this, but Kimson knows this. If the Battle Cage comes down right now, Khalid has free reign to only give up 1 prize per turn. And with the lead he has, that is likely going to be game-winning for Khalid here.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kimson took a gamble and unfortunately it did not pay off. It's going to be bumped immediately. I do want to see the prizes to see if maybe Kimson took the prizes from the top.
Maybe,
He did manage to get the stadium. It would be nice if we could get a prize check cam going production. But for now, there we are. He missed it. Risky taking it from the bottom, like, you know, the traditional route here. So, unfortunately, Khalid took it from the top. But Kimson missing that Risky Ruins means that this game is very, very rough for the side of Kimson. I think this may be the end of the run for Kimson.
Yes, indeed. Here, also now one-way draw from Khalid. He is building a huge hand again. We saw about 4 to 5 cards earlier. Now, look at the full grip that he has. If that's not knockout, I don't know what it is. It's probably close now, I think, to 16 cards. He's counting. He's checking. I think it's going to be close.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, he may just go for the boss or the Pheasantipity here.
Alrighty, so going into the Pheasantipity probably, that's going to be the card that he will be getting into play. And we're going to hope that, for Khalid's sake here, he's going to be able to get a prize card here. Kimson, unfortunately, on the back foot once again.
Yeah, we are looking at... We're shuffling through the deck. We're just making sure that everything is in order.
Yeah, Khalid, counting the cards here. He could go for the Meowth. That's also one potential play. He could go for the Pheasantipity, which I think is probably more valuable here. Benches another Abra. That's fine. He's pretty much safe at this point. He doesn't know it yet, but he is quite safe benching the Abra. So the question is, what does he go for it? Does he have enough to take a knockout on the active Dragapult? Okay, goes for the boss play here. I like this. Yes, goes after the Pheasantipity. taking 2 prizes, Khalid down to a single prize and potentially going 2-0, putting himself at 10-2. Very, very close at this point here for Khalid. Kimson on his last legs. Can he find an out here? Doesn't look like it. He's thinking. There's Rare Candy, there's Dusnor, but guess what? There is a Psyduck still on the bench of Khalid saying no, Damp will prevent you from using Curse Blast. This is why I think Kimson is right to put it right on the wall here. He's pointing to the place where the watchtower was, saying, yeah, I played that just now, trying to gamble into this, hoping you don't draw out of it, but you did.
Yeah, look, I think everything is going Khalid's way. Khalid is just 1 prize left. Kimson just trying to find a way out of here. He knows there's 8 damage counters in front of the Alakazam, but without Stadium, there's just no way for you to do anything. Ultra Ball, gonna get rid of that Duskull line, gonna get rid of the Dusnor, the Dusclops. What are you gonna find though? I mean, you don't even have a second Meowth here. I don't think there's anything, that can be found. We do see the Dragapult. Dragapult not gonna be able to do anything.
No,
here.
not at this point. Not at this point.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think that may just be it for Kimson. Kimson, I think, has identified this as well. His deck's actually really, really thin.
Yeah. The thing about Alakazam and Dragapult, I think any sort of deck essentially going up against Alakazam, right? We're talking about all these hand disruption cards. Judge, Zero-Six Machinations, Unfair Stamp. Kimson chose to only bring 1 of those cards.
Yep.
That is quite key here, especially after knowing that Alakazam swept all 3 age divisions in the Philippines. Maybe gambling not to have more space allocated to counting Alakazam, but very, very unfortunately, at the final hurdle, Khalid comes in with his Alakazam, and even better, with a Damp Psyduck as well. So now Kimson here, probably thinking, what can I do? Other than hope you don't have enough, but I think at this point, Khalid should have enough energy.
Yeah, look.
Cards in hand, I should say. This is going to be rough no matter what for Kimson. He's trying his best here. Props to players for playing it all the way through. They want to see what chance they have. Rose's encouragement, a card we didn't really see this weekend, but now it's making its debut. Getting energy from discard pile. And only when you are behind.
She is very behind right now.
Yeah, so you need multiple Rosas and something else perhaps. But now just getting 2 energies onto the Dragapult. Kimson saying, you know what, I'm just going to try what I can. I hope you don't have it. But we know Khalid has access to it. There is a Pokepad to grab at the Dunsparce, and that should be enough. There's a full grip there for Khalid.
Yeah, it's just going to be a Phantom Dive call. Kimson going down to 4 prizes. Khalid just needs 1 Psychic Energy. He's going through his discard pile, just making sure he knows what is there. We do see the Wondrous Patch as well. Wondrous Patch is going to be it. We're going to be a little bit careful though. Going to be pushing up out the Dunsparce. Is going to be using Wondrous Patch to attach the Psychic Energy. We are going to be looking for the Pokepad to find the Dunsparce. The Dunsparce is going to be able to let him draw 3 more cards from his deck. That is, I'm pretty sure, going to be enough.
That's it.
That should just be enough cards in his hand. 16 is the magic number here. Khalid looking through it. 1, 2, 3. Okay,
he has 15, I believe. He has 15.
Run away, draw happening.
There
1, 2, 3. We do see 3 more cards into the hand. We're going to be shuffling the Dunsparce back into the deck. We're going to be promoting that Alakazam, the sidekick draw. Spoons for the win?
Powerful hand. Here we go.
Is his hand powerful enough? Making sure that he doesn't miscount and miscalculate. This is very important. You know what? You're going to be drawing 2 more just in case. And we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. You're going to see 10. 10. Okay. And it's going to be 15. 16. On the dot. On the dot. The win. Powerful spoons. Extremely powerful hand. And look.
There we go. There we go.
But
there is the win there for Khalid. Khalid takes 2-0 here, potentially once again booking himself into the top cut here at Master Ball League.
Yeah.
Alakazam.
I mean, look, Alakazam won all 3 age divisions, as you mentioned, in the Philippines MBL. There is a good chance that this deck may sneak into top 8, and dude, Khalid played it really, really perfectly. Yes, there was a little bit of luck involved, definitely, but what is a game of Pokemon if it's not with having a little bit of luck.
For sure.
Right,
So
so-
we talk about the deck being as strong as it is. Unfortunately, Kimson didn't bring enough to address the deck.
No respect, man.
One unfair stamp, and unfair stamp, as we know, is a lie, folks. We will see, or we will be very soon coming into the top 8. We will see if Khalid snuck in, because again, it's all about the other results here. Anyone 9-2 or 10-2 at this point will be in contention. So we will have our fingers crossed, potentially seeing an Alakazam in top 8. There are also other decks here. A lot of people bringing. We still might have a Raging Bolt potentially, multiple other Dragapults as well. Even something spicy like what we saw the Mega Frostlass. All these decks are in contention for the top cut. I'm excited to see what we have, but for now, we might take a break then, I think.
Yeah, my heart is still racing, man.
Yeah, no, I think it was fun going through Swiss. We're going to be back with Top Cut. Don't go anywhere. We will see who will be crowned champion very, very soon later today.
2 more
Don't go
games.
anywhere.
2 more games.
tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere. And Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! all in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! In the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution, Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! In the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution, Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now, only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! Stand tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! call in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now, only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! In the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution, Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
And welcome back, folks, to Master Ball League Malaysia. I'm Aaron Minjut. This is Brian Kwa. We are finally at top 8 over here. 1,502 Masters players started out yesterday. We're down to the final 8. One of these players will be crowned champion, Brian. Yep. I'm excited.
Yep. I mean, look, one of these players are going to be champion, but 2 players are going to secure their World's invite today. They can start booking the tickets. No, wait, they don't have to.
They don't have to?
They get their travel award.
Exactly. The finalists and the champion are both going to San Francisco for Worlds 2026. I would be so stoked to see who are these players. We have quite a few familiar names,
That's right.
A few new names as well. And we're going to go see the leaderboard right now, or I should say the bracket right now, to look at some of these players. You might know some of them, man. Very especially if you're looking at the PBLs and MBLs of the last year. A lot of familiar names here, Brian.
That's right. I mean, look, the fact that I know quite a few of these names goes to show how prominent of a player that some of these folks are, right?
Yes.
I mean, so here we do have the leaderboard. Looking at the top left-hand corner, we're going with Chen Jin Chung as well as Tan Lee Sing. These are going to be our featured match for today. We'll be featuring something really cool: Hydrapple versus Clefairy Box.
What did you say?
Let's get into it in just a little bit.
Oh my gosh.
We also have George Tan and facing off Adila at the bottom left-hand side. Top right, we have Winston Lai versus Nick Key. And at the bottom right, we have Jason Wee versus Khalid.
Okay, just a few seconds on this slide here because Chen Jin Chung is a serial top 8. He top 8 at MBL last year with Archalon, top 8 at Premier Ball League last year with Joltik Box. Adila Farhin, she is someone who is also a former champion, a Premier Ball League winner. Nick Key, second place at 2 consecutive nationals events.
Serial second place.
Oh my gosh, Winston Lai, by the way, multi-Great Ball League and Ultra Ball League top placements. And Jason Wee Chi-Sang, he is a 2-time Worlds competitor, day 2 at Worlds last year as well. A lot of interesting names. Of course, we saw Khalid earlier in the previous game. He was able to get that win in with that Alakazam deck. So he's facing up against Jason, Nikki, and his opponent over there. I believe they're in a Dragapult mirror as well.
That's right.
It's going to be fun to see who makes it into top 4 and the finals. But we will have an interesting matchup for our top 8. Hydrapple versus
Clefairy Box.
Oh boy.
I was going to say, this is, before we get into that matchup, I just want to make a call out that out of the top 8 decks that we have, only 2 of them are repeats in Blaze Pulp. Right? The other 6 are unique decks. And it's so interesting. But let's get into this matchup. We have Jin Chung on the left-hand side with the Hydrapple and Lee Sing on the right playing the Clefairy Box. And let me tell you, this matchup is going to be very, very interesting.
It's going to be one interesting matchup for sure. Jinchung there on the left has a Briar in the prize card. That is probably it. That's only Briar, I should say. Runs the Applin. People thinking, like, okay, you run Applin, you're probably playing with Festival, but no, it is going to be a Hydrapple deck here with a ripening charge ability allowing you to attach more energy cards. It doesn't run any other I would say acceleration, but except the Teal Mask Ogapon as well. So these are very interesting decks, I would say.
Yeah,
Lily's Clefairy is something that you can dive in a little bit for me.
Yeah, look, Lily's Clefairy, if you're very familiar with the Rondo style attacks, basically you're doing 20 damage times the amount of benched Pokemon on both your opponents as well as your side. So it can, rack up the damage pretty fast. Right, assuming on your side you have 5 bench Pokemon, on your opponent's side you got another 5. It can do up to 220 damage, but wait, you can augment that damage further with Area 0 Underdepths. Right, as long as you have a Terra Pokemon, you can bench up to 8 Pokemon. So let's do some quick math. Assuming your opponent doesn't go overbench, there's an overbench, right? It's 5 plus 8. All right, so that's 13?
13.
Am I doing my math right? 13?
Yeah.
So 13 plus your base damage, 14 times 2. You're doing a whopping 280 damage.
Especially for just 2 energy attached to Lily's Clefairy. But of course, here, Jinchung starting off right away with a Teal Mask Pokemon in the active. Played a Bug Catching Set, one of the premier consistency cards for grass decks. Teal Dance to the active. Does he have anything else? Yes, he does.
Yes,
so another Teal Mask Ogapon EX on the bench, another Teal Dance. So right off the bat, Jinchung on turn 1, accelerating more energy into play. We will hopefully see an Applin here, because one thing to note for this deck, the Teal Mask Pokemon can attack, but it's that wondrous looking Hydrapple that's going to be trying to get big knockouts here with the Syrup Storm attack.
Yeah, Syrup Storm just has two colorless energies, right? And you get to do 30 base plus 30 more for every grass energy attached to all of your Pokemon.
That is interesting. That is a Mirror Leaf Shower for everybody, or every energy card essentially on your side of the field. So that is the advantage of this Hydrapple versus, the Teal Mask Pokemon. But now, Lee Sing with a Cyber Manex Codebreaker on turn 1. Is that the support you're going to see on turn 1?
No, not really. I mean, unless he has a way to find like a Kangaskhan or something. But assuming that he's assuming that he has an Ultra Ball, he should have done the Ultra Ball first. But these players are in the top cut, so I'm going to assume the Ultra Ball is not in that hand. That this signifies that there isn't really much going on for Lee Sing, right? So, I mean, he does have the Clefairy, and he is able to attach the Lily's Pearl, right? And Lily's Pearl is really good in this specific matchup, because instead of your Lily's Clefairy giving up 2 prizes, it only gives up 1 prize, right? And seeing that the Hydrapple doesn't play any kind of jamming tower or even like a tool scrapper, that Lily's Pearl is here to stay. Right, so anytime Lily's Clefairy is on the field, it's only going to be costing 1 prize, assuming that Jinchung is able to take it out. So this actually messes up with Jinchung's prize mapping, right? Instead of being able to go 2-2-2, now he's almost forced into going 2-1-1-2. 2 maybe? No, 2-1-1-2. There we go.
A really rough price map if you're Jinchung right here, because Lee Sing essentially says, I'm going to be playing a single prize game with 2 prizes. And you talked about it earlier, the Lily's Clefairy can hit really hard thanks to that Rondo attack. For Lee Sing here, it looks like there's nothing else. So just passing over to Jinchung, and now Jinchung did get a Chikorita, so we did talk about the Hydrapple. We didn't talk about the Meganium. So Meganium is also here in this deck. We did see it in the Mega Venusaur deck earlier today. Wild Growth is the ability to double up each of the basic grass energy attached to all the Pokemon. That's the reason why Jinchung is able to dish out so much damage. Not only are you accelerating energy across your Hydrapples and your Teal Mask Ogapons, but then you double that energy with that Meganium Wild Growth ability. And, well, to be fair though, to put things to context, Jinchung is 11-1. He is a top-seeded player here at Malaysia Basketball League after 2 days of Swiss.
Interesting that here he's going for the Ultra Ball that gets rid of one of his 2 bosses orders. So that means he is going for the line which basically says, I'm going to smack front every single time. I'm not going to worry about what you have at the back, which is actually advantageous for Lee Sing, because he can just wall with that Lily's Clefairy, right? And having only 1 boss means that you have to play around that Lily's Pearl, which, well, Jin Chung doesn't have the tools to do so. So getting out the boss there means that he's got nothing else in his hand for him to get rid of. Right? I think I saw the Forest of Vitality there, which makes sense, right? You can't get rid of that. So I'm expecting to see like an Ultra Ball for the Meowth here, maybe, for you to get a better supporter, seeing that you can't actually make use of the Force of Vitality right now. So it could be Meowth for Dawn, which he's eyeing up here. There we go. We are going to see the Meowth. We are going to...
The Force is in hand. I'm sorry to cut you off there, but the Force is in hand.
Yeah, that's what I said.
So here we go. The Dawn into the Bayleaf and the Meganium, and potentially even another Team Zogapon. And Jin Chung can take a knockout here on turn 2 on the Latias.
I mean, it's such a good place for him to be at this point, right?
Yes.
He's able to just shift through his deck. He's able to just get all the necessary pieces. He is definitely going to be able to get the Meganium here. We are going to see the Pheasantipity. We're going to see the Bayleaf as well as the Meganium. So he's playing for the next turn. He knows that his hand is empty. He needs a way for him to refill that hand. Pheasantipity is away. So Lee Sing here gonna be fishing for gold. I hope he put Cyrano at the top of his deck, because that's the only way I can see him go wide. Clefairy Box able to go wide and capitalize on advantages very quickly, because it is like a slot box style deck, but with the main attacker of Clefairy.
Yes, indeed. For Jin Chung here, Pheasantipity coming down here, anticipating the knockout coming back from Lee Sing. The clapback from the Clefairy will likely be happening, assuming Lee Sing did put the Cyrano on top of the deck, and hopefully to draw more cards as well, because he didn't play much. You're just Cypher Minix and pass. So Lee Sing now, what can you do, my friend? What is that top card? Is it a Cyrano? No, it was
it's the Teal Mouse, because if he has got a grass energy, he's going to Teal Dance into that Cyrano.
Beautifully done.
I hope so.
There it is. Nicely called. There we go.
Call me a psychic. I mean, look, box style decks are something of my pet. You know, it's basically my pet deck. I love playing box style decks, and there's always a line for you to take when you're playing a box style deck, and that is setup. You need to set up as much as you can, right? In this case, we're only starting up with the Clefairy as well as the Teal Mask Ogapon. That is not really the level of setup that's required of you. So Cyrano here is going to allow you to do that. You're going to find something like your Ladia, something like your Kangaskhan as well. And I see that the last card that Lee Sing has chosen is that Pheasantipity. You're going to be able to draw 3 more cards, because Teal Mask Ogapon was able to take that knockout. There's a lot of things that Lee Sing needs to get in order for Clefairy to take the knockout on this Teal Mask Ogapon. You need to be able to get Area 0 Under Depth and bench 6 Pokemon. That is the goal. 6 plus 4 is 10. 10 plus the base damage of 20 is going to be 220. So Lee Sing here looking for the Area 0 Under Depth to bump out that Force of Vitality. Is going to be looking out for more ways to find more Pokemon. Does he have it? He has the Kangaskhan. We saw that. We need 2 more basic Pokemon. But first, retreat. Kangaskhan's coming out.
Okay, so Kangaskhan here with the ability to draw 2 cards, run errands. The key thing for Lee Sing right now is that, is there a way to pivot back into the Liz Clefairy for a knockout?
I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, there's no switch here.
Yeah, he just passes here.
That is a huge swing of momentum to Jin Chung, that he can go another 2 prize or 3 prizes here. What do you think here, Brian?
I mean, it's going to be pretty hard, even if you are able to charge up 2 more energies. So that's going to be 10 energies plus your base of 30 is going to be able to take a knockout here, but that means he needs 2 energies, and I think Lee Sing, if once he sees the 2 energies, he's likely going to just pack it up and go next. Because that would bring Jin Chung down to just 1 prize. I mean, Lee Sing is taking a very risky approach here, right? He's like, I don't think you have the 2 energies to go after and be able to knock out my Kangaskhan. Because, I mean, if he is, then it ruins the math. I mean, that Lily's Pearl isn't going to do anything. 1 prize is 1 prize, and that's all Jin Chung needs at this point. So here we go, Teal. That's the final energy there.
That's energy.
So we are going to see 5. I'm surprised that Lee Sing isn't just picking his cards up. I mean, that's a knockout, right? Am I doing my math wrong?
That is a knockout, yeah. That
because
is for
330
damage.
That's 330.
Of a Teal Mask Ogapon. I was going to say, for Jin Chung, he could have easily gone into a Hydrapple if he wanted to protect the energies, because every energy that you have... There you go. Lee Sing, scooping it up. That's his up play right there. He knows he needs more time. So going to game 2, this is going to be a fun one. We're going to get a game 2 right away with 41 minutes on the clock, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, this is very, very smart of Lee Sing, right? He needs time to complete 2 more games. Lee Sing now gets to decide who goes first, who goes second. Lee Sing going to be choosing to go second here. Jin Chung doesn't mind this at all, because he gets to set up his Applins if he has it. Keep in mind, previous game, we called this the Hydrapple deck, but in the previous game, there was an Applin to be seen because one was in the prize.
Yes.
And I like how Jin Chung adapted. He's like, look, I don't need the Applin. Teal Mask is as good of an attacker, right? Yep. So being able to having that flexibility of using either the Teal Mask or the Hydrapple here and identifying which is the right attacker. I mean, props to Jin Chung, man.
Yeah, this is an interesting deck. I think it feels more like a Meganium box because all these attackers like Hydrapple, the Teal Mask Pokemon, even the Tapu Bulu, by the way, one of my favorite Pokemon from Sun and Moon, Tapu Bulu, these are almost like a grass box deck. So calling Hydrapple is more, a little nuance there that we say, we haven't seen this card, obviously, we want to give it some limelight, but it feels like it's a Meganium box deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar to what we saw with the Venusaur, right?
Yes.
Except the key difference is that your damage output here is a lot higher. Venusaur could only do something like 240. I mean, you could do the same thing with Teal Mask Ogerpon, but you don't get to charge as much energies, right? I mean, Hydrapple here, with its ripening charge, once during your turn, you're able to attach a basic energy, grass energy from your hand to one of your Pokemon, and if you do so, you get to heal them as well, right? So it's kind of in theme of grass, right? Because grass type decks do have access to healing. Not really useful in terms of healing that 30 damage, but it's super useful for getting an additional energy out.
We say it's not useful, but I believe Jin Chung actually went through a couple of Dragapults. That particular ability is clutch against Dragapult, removing all the residual damage, and that's why he's in there. Look at the prize cards. Tapu Bulu in the prize, one of Forest Vitality. What do you think of the prizes coming out from Lee Sing there?
I mean, Lee Sing's prizes ain't great, man. He's prized both energy switches. He's also prized 2 out of 3 of the Area 0 Underdepths.
Well, there's 2 more energy switches, so there's technically 4 in the list, but not having access to 2 here,
it's going to hurt him, man.
Yeah, the consistency of the deck goes down when you don't have access to these cards, when you want to run 4 off to be able to use them. But here, Jin Chung starting off, looks like he went first, Lee Sing offering Jin Chung to go first once again. I'm okay with that in a sense, because I guess you want to get to your supporters, but you do allow Jin Chung to get into the evolutions as early as possible.
It's not just the evolutions, man. I mean, it's also you're giving him one more energy to work with, right?
That is true.
Every single time you have a turn, you're able to Teal Dance, you're able to hand attach, and every single energy that you are able to hand attach or Teal Dance is going to make a difference, because Jin Chung is going to be able to hit those key break points before releasing it. So I understand why you would want to go second as a Clefairy box, but here I'm wondering if Lee Sing just prefers the stability of a supporter rather than just over the charging of an energy.
That is true. So giving away the ability to go first there for Lee Sing, hoping that Jin Chung doesn't have a good start, but look at that start right there. Almost a mirror image of that game 1. 2 Teal Mask Pokemons with 2 energy in play already for Jin Chung. And once again, he doesn't have to bench anything else. He doesn't have to bench an Applin, doesn't have to bench a Chikorita, because with Force of Vitality, you can break the rules of Pokemon TCG, being able to evolve all the way up to stage 2 in one turn.
Yeah, here we just see the double Teal Dance. We are going to see a hand attachment, I believe, of a Grass Energy to the front. I mean, it makes sense for you to do that. You only have 2 Pokemon on the field, 1 Pokemon on the bench, and definitely not going to be able to get... Lee Sing's not going to be able to get a KO on the front Teal Mask Ogerpon with Clefairy. I mean, Clefairy is not an option here to swing with. Even it's even protected from Kangaskhan, right? Kangaskhan only being able to do 200 damage there. So I don't really think you're too afraid of anything being able to one-shot your Teal Mask Ogerpon. So yeah, rightfully so, Jin Chung just attaches an energy, just passes over to Lee Sing. Lee Sing, on the other hand, starts us off with a Meowth. We are getting rid of that Psyduck. Sorry, it starts us off with an Ultra Ball. I assume is going to get you the Meowth.
It might be, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unless his hand has a natural Cyrano, right? Getting the Meowth, he makes perfect sense.
100%. I think for Lee Sing here, he wants to change up the game a little bit. He doesn't want to be going through what he went through earlier on. So getting a Meowth here, yes, you're benching a very fragile Pokemon, but it does 2 things. It gets your support of a turn. It also fuels your Clefairy, because that's 1 more card, 1 more Pokemon on your bench. Let's see what Lee Sing gets here with that Ultra Ball. Discards the Psyduck. Psyduck is not going to be useful here. That's okay. Taking a bit of time here, Lee Sing. I think he's eyeing it up. Let's see. And there it is. You call it Meowth with a Last Ditch Catch. A card from Perfect Order, getting you a supporter and Cyrano on turn 1 for Lee Sing. This is getting much better so far for him. No Cypher Minic on turn 1. That's good. And let's see what are the 3 EXs Lee Sin grabbed with his Serrano. I would presume it could be a Kangaskhan, I would presume a Latias, and there it is, the Kangaskhan Latias, and also the Liz Clefairy. So that is his primary attacker here, Lee Sin. He'll definitely want to pivot into the Clefairy eventually, especially when he takes knockouts on a 2 prizes like a Teal Mazokapon. I want to know if you're Lee Sin here, how are you going to change it up? You want to be using Lily's Clefairy for sure. You want to have the Lily's Pearl on it, especially. Are you okay with leaving a few more 2 prizes like the Latias and the Meowths and the Teal Mazokapon in play?
You don't have a choice, right? And the thing is, if Jinchung does target something else outside of the Lily's Clefairy, Lily's Clefairy is it's alive, right? So Lee Sin can just swing back and go for that knockout again if he wants to, because there will come a point where Lee Sin would just be able to constantly swing and chain Lily's Clefairies. We're not at that point just yet, right? We do have the run Aaron by Mega Kangaskhan, just allowing Lee Sin to draw 2 cards. And I think this is a lot better than what we saw just now, because Jinchung only has 2 energies attached to that Teal Mask Ogapon in the front. So the maximum damage output, and this is without a Force of Vitality, by the way, right? Is only going to be like 150, I think. It's going to be 120.
120.
Because there's no energies attached to that Kangaskhan.
Yes.
So you're going to have to 3-hit this Kangaskhan, and Kangaskhan is definitely going to be able to absorb some of that damage.
Yeah, so look at Jinchung's list. There's no fancy play like an energy switch here in combination with that Meganium. So there's no knockout, I think. Unless, of course, Jinchung has such a good hand that he's just going to be able to take a boss knockout on something on the bench, especially on the Lily's Clefairy without the Lily's Pearl, by the way. But look at Jinchung's hand right now. It doesn't look that... It's okay, but it doesn't have the pieces that he's probably looking for to get a knockout. So maybe just hitting into this Mega Kangaskhan, but it does open up to Lee Sin to take the momentum in his favor.
I don't think there's much of a choice, right? When you're playing these kind of grass box decks, you do need something like a Force of Vitality. He's not playing Celebi. He's not playing Celebi for him to be able to find that stadium. He's not playing anything like the Cordosis Tenacity to be able to find a stadium as well. He's just drawing a whole bunch of dead cards at this point. Charges up one more of a Teal Dance. Does it find him the Force of Vitality? I think that may be the Force of Vitality, but that you don't have your evolution line, so there's no... Oh no, that's not Force of Vitality. That's the Lily's Determination. So it doesn't even have one of the pieces which she's required to have to kind of get the game going in the momentum that we saw in the first one. Right, so Lily's Determination, what does it do? Shuffle your hand into the deck, draw up to 8 cards if you've got 6 prizes, and this is exactly the moment you want to play it. You're going to be drawing 8 new cards.
Yeah, the key thing here from Jinchung, heads up play, I would say, not benching the additional Teal Mazokapon, forcing Lee Sin to go into a wider field in order to get a knockout here. I think that's very smart. You could easily draw another card. There was a Grass Energy, there was a Teal Mazokapon, but you don't want to be giving free damage away to Lee Sin, unless, of course, you have a response. So for Jinchung, he did draw the Force of Vitality here. I think that might be another Lily's Determination. So we will see a Teal Dance onto the benched Teal Mazokapon and getting more energy into the hand for Jinchung. Nothing much. Is that Dawn, perhaps? I can't recall. I can't really see if that's a Dawn.
I mean,
probably not.
Jinchung is playing 15 energies, so having 5 on the board, you have to have 10 in the deck. You're naturally going to be drawing into more grass energies, I assume. So we are going to see the hand attachment to that back Teal Mask Ogapon. I do like that, just because you're not putting all your energies into one Pokemon. You're just spreading it out so that you can, so your opponent can't just boss or gust out one of the Teal Mask Ogapons, so you just get rid of all the energies, right? Because, as you know, for Hydrapple, the more energies that are on the field, the more damage that you're going to be dishing out.
Yes, Syrup Storm there will value every one of his energy cards on the field, not just attached to a Pokemon. But a judge from Lee Sin, this is going to be interesting. He doesn't yet have a knockout onto this Teal Mazokapon. He's going to be needing quite a few things. More Pokemon for sure. The Area Zero Underups as well. So I think this is more of a judge and praise situation for Lee Sin. Jinchung, he doesn't probably mind here because he's looking rather safe. But if he gets into a rough hand here, he is going to be in trouble with only just one bench Pokemon to promote.
Yeah, I mean, there is a world here where you go like Teal Mask Ogapon into Teal Dance, E-Switch, hand attached to the front, swing, roll dice, pray.
Yeah, but that's not enough. But But it's not enough here for Lee Sin, right? Because if you think about it, a maximum bench for Lee Sin is 8 Pokemon.
No, I'm talking about Mega Kangaskhan.
Fair enough,
I'm talking about Mega Kangaskhan. You just have
enough.
to roll and pray at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure what
Yeah.
else Lee Sin has up his sleeves, but we are going to start things off with a Teal Dance. Teal Dance is going to be able to draw him one card from his hand, draws another Grass Energy. This is what we were talking about at the start of the day. Decks are relying on Teal Musk Ogerpon. There are a lot of these decks, and these are just two of the odd decks, right? That are gonna do just that. Lee Sin gonna be pushing up that Lily's Clefairy up front, not afraid of losing it. Actually, I mean, five energies is gonna be a knockout here. I think, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus base 6. 6 times 3, 180. So I mean,
One more. Just one more.
one more is going to
Yeah.
be able to do it, and we do know that Jincheng has it. I'm not sure if I like seeing this, though.
Well, to be fair, there is a Lily's Pearl there. So Lee Sin here is giving up a 1 prize for a potential 2 prize knockout next turn. I don't like the fact that he's exposing almost all his energy. There's only 1 left on the field for Lee Sin.
And that's
after
what I'm
this.
afraid of.
Yeah.
Right? If you're going to be pushing up the Lily's Clefairy here, you're giving up the 2 energies which you've charged. And I mean, you don't really have a return knockout, but I guess Lee Sin doesn't really have a better play. He's worried if he's going to leave his Kangaskhan out the front. He judges Jincheng into the Forest of Vitality, and then maybe Forest of Vitality, Meganium, Chikorita, and Bayleaf.
Yeah.
Suddenly you go, oh wow, that's going to be a 3 prize knockout again, and he's going to get flashbacks from the first game, losing his Mega Kangaskhan to 1 Myriad Leaf Shower, or in this case 2, but still losing 3 prizes this early in the game. Not
Yeah,
great.
for sure. I think for Jincheng here, he wants to probably conserve the energy. Attaching more to the active is going to be really risky. So I think for him, he's just going to try to scope out. Oh, he's actually going to bench the Meowth. I was thinking what he's going to do it. I guess the hand was really rough after the judge.
No, it makes sense, right? Meowth is going to get him a Lily's Determination, going to see him a fresh card, a fresh set of 8 here. Nothing else for him to bench at this point. I saw another Teal Mask Ogerpon. You don't really want to do that at this point. You're looking for your Evo lines. You're looking for your Hydrapples. You're looking for your Meganiums. There's just so much for Jincheng to find, and he needs to get the ball rolling, just like he did in Game 1. If he does, we're going for a 2-0 clean sweep here.
Yes.
Lee Sin praying that he doesn't get the evil lines, praying that Jincheng is not going to be able to draw into anything good here. But 8 cards is a lot, so we'll see. Does he have it? He has a Bayleaf. He has something.
I think it's a bit of Applin.
I don't think it's a Hydrapple though.
Okay.
Bug catching set is going to let him see 7 more cards. We do see a Grass Energy. We do see a Teal Mask Ogerpon. Does he pick it up in his hand? Wait, no, that's a Chikorita.
Chikorita, yeah. So Chikorita and Bayleaf already there.
He's got a Meganium
as well. Does he have the Forest?
No, I don't know whether he has the Forest, but
the Forest is key here.
If he's not picking up the Chikorita, maybe that wasn't the Chikorita, or either that he has a Chikorita in his hand
Fair
already, desperately trying to dig for more outs. He needs the Force of Vitality right here. If not, things are going to look a little bit unfortunate because Lee Sin will be able to just take a return knockout there.
And all the energy goes to the bin there for Jincheng. That's something you want to avoid. He does have access to a couple more Teal Dances here. 1 more inactive, 1 more from hand. Gets the Meganium, not what you're looking for. He's probably missing a couple of pieces here. 2 Meganiums in hand actually for Jincheng. He's looking for the Chikorita.
No, he's looking for Force of Vitality.
Force of Vitality, yeah.
Force of Forest.
Yes.
I think he does have that Chikorita. I'm wondering if, at this point in time, benching that Chikorita may not be a bad option. We do see a Teal Dance one more time. It's going to be a Night Stretcher, not the Force of Vitality.
Oh.
So here we are just going to prevent the knockout from happening. Going to retreat into the other Teal Mask Ogerpon. Having 4 damage, 4 plus 6 is going to be enough. It's going to be your knockout for 1 prize though. Keep in mind, it's a Lily's Clefairy with Lily's Pearl. Lee Sin there putting on some pressure, doing some chip damage to the previous Teal Mask Ogerpon, but now very happy to promote the Kangaskhan, being like, hey, I can run some errands.
Yeah, for sure. That is the draw power of this deck. Getting 2 cards off the top and then hopefully getting Grass Energies to also then Teal Dance. For Jincheng though, taking 1 prize with Lily's Clefairy, that's going to be rough because then your prize map gets a little bit slower. You can get 3 of these Kangaskhan, but you're likely going to be seeing more and more of these Lily's Clefairies being streamed with the Lily's Pearl for Lee Sin, buying him time, taking knockouts if possible. And now, Jincheng has benched 3 Pokemon on his bench here. He added 2 more Pokemon. Lee Sin has a much easier time to get a knockout on a 210 HP Teal Mask Ogerpon. Lily's Clefairy here, Lily's Determination I should say, sorry, getting 8 cards. He wants to see potentially Area Zero Underdepths.
Yep.
He wants to see an energy switch and potentially a Psychic Energy.
And he also needs basic Pokemon, by the way.
And man, yes, sounds like a lot, but hey, we don't know. We could be drawing a lot of cards here.
We keep saying 8 cards is a lot. We're going to see what the 8 cards Lee Sin gets in his hand. We can't really see it. It's off the screen at this point, but hopefully here... I mean, seeing how he hasn't slammed down the cards, I assume that he hasn't really hit his break points or didn't really get the cards that he wanted. We're going to see 2 more cards thanks to Run Aaron. Run Aaron gets him plus 2 cards. That is a 10-card hand. I expect us to see a Teal Dance. That's going to be 11 cards that he has seen. Out of the 11 cards, there's more than 1/6 of your deck, by the way. And if you might take out some of the other cards that you've played, he's probably gone through 20% of his deck just with that sequence there.
Yeah, but it's not slapping things down right there. He does have a telepathic psychic energy, so that is interesting. You can dig a deck for a couple more psychic Pokemon, but just for one. So no, it's Area Zero?
No Area Zero, I assume. I mean, if not, he would have played it there.
Yeah.
So telepathic energy gonna be played, gonna allow him to find one more Lily's Clefairy if he wants to. Right? If he wants to.
He does have an energy switch there. I think he's only missing in Area Zeros, unfortunately. So he does have Cyber Maniac, has a boss, 2 bosses, I would say. So just missing the Area Zero. We know a couple of prizes there, Brian. So that's potentially one of the prizes that's going to hurt Lee Sin a little bit. And he's out of draw at this point. No more Teal Dances, no more running errands.
I wonder if there's a way that you just utilize the Teal Mask Ogerpon instead.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a knockout there, but you do put all your energies into one basket and you give up a 2-prizer to Jin Chung, which makes his prize map very easy, just going after the Kangaskhan. So Lee Sin here going for the Pheasantipity. I think that's a good play here, getting to see a few more cards. I just said it's out of draw, not anymore. 3 more cards here for Lee Sin. Where is that Area Zero under depths?
Yeah, he's going to be digging 3 more cards to flip the script here. Flip the script being activated, drawing him 3 more cards. That's 1, that's 2. That's 3 cards that he gets to draw. I'm not sure if the under depths goes out. We do see the Champ out. We do see a Teal Mask Ogerpon. I don't think that was a stadium card, so I don't think he will be able to take that clean knockout with this... on this Teal Mask Ogerpon. We are going to see the E-Switch happen. We are going to be promoting the Clefairy yet again. It's going to just be chip damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus 9. That's 180. I wonder if there's a way for Lee Sin to just throw 30 damage over. Is it like a Monkey Dory or something that he plays?
There's no Monkey Dory.
No Monkey Dories.
There isn't even a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, something that we might see tagged into some of these decks, but no, we don't see that. So this is just chip damage, which... To be fair to Jin Chung, it's not going to do anything. It's just putting him on a 1-turn clock for any of these Pokemon, which can easily just put back onto the bench and maybe push up a fresh one or that Hydrapple with 330 hit points.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier and I was saying that the Hydrapple Ripening Charge is not going to be super useful. Well, this changes things.
Yes.
Right? Ripening Charge here is suddenly going to make your Teal Mask Ogerpon a little bit more tanky. And keep in mind, you can do this once per turn. So as the turns go by, if Lee Sin is not able to just gust up the Teal Mask Ogerpons, he can just technically tank for days.
Yeah, and you said with 15 basic grass energies, you can be doing Revenue Charge all day long. A Dawn here from Jin Chung, getting you a basic Pokemon, a Stage 1 and a Stage 2. A very pivotal card for many, many decks, especially decks that run Forest of Vitality. Eyeing up the Hydrapple, an entire line actually, so...
No, you're going to see the Chikorita first.
He has the Applin in hand.
He has the Applin in hand. And he also has the Meganium as well. So here, just missing that Forest of Vitality, unless he managed to draw that.
True.
If he managed to draw that, then he's going to be in... he's going to be really, really peachy. We're going to be really fine here. Going to be able to evolve up the Hydrapple EX as well as the Meganium. You have Wild Growth happening. You have Ripening Charge happening. There's so much going on for Jin Chung. He may have just bought himself enough time. Lee Sin just not having the damage output here. We do see the Force of Vitality going down. We do see the Chikorita going down. We see a Bayleaf. We see a Meganium. We're going to see the Applin as well, maybe?
Well, you can consider it because that is a very tanky 2-prizer in the form of a Terra-type Pokemon there for Jin Chung. So he's going to retreat into the... Okay, so he's retreating into the fresh one, keeping a bench space open. I like this from Jin Chung because it does open up options for a Meowth or a Pheasantipity. Lee Sin and Jin Chung are both running Unfair Stem as an ace pack. So I think potentially Jin Chung wants that spare spot there. So takes a knockout here on the Liska Fairy.
Yep, just enough energies because it's double. So we are seeing 4 energies plus the 2 attached as 6 energies plus your base is going to be 7. 7 times 3 is 210. Just enough. Jin Chung now back on even prize mapping. 2 prizes ahead. Not great for Lee Sing, but great if you're a fan of Jin Chung.
For sure. And then listening here, he's looking for options. He did give away quite a bit of energy already. Yes, you're only giving 1 prize with the Liska Fairy. You lost 2 of them, but more importantly, 4 energy cards have gone to the bin. Look on Jin Chung's side of the field. There's a huge amount of energy, essentially more than half of all he has. Lee Sing benching another Liska Fairy. Does he have anything to do here? He does have a Cyber Maniac, so he will be able to search your deck for 2 cards, essentially put in your hand. I'm hoping he knows that there's only 1 more energy switch left. Oh no!
I'm not sure if I like this because if he's going for this Cypher, if he's going for the run errand before he's Cypher Maniacs, he's not able to manipulate the draw. I mean, he does have flip the script, so he will be able to draw the 2 cards from that flip the script. So maybe choosing to go for flip the script later to draw the cards from the Cypher Maniacs may make a little bit more sense. But no, drawing the 3 cards without the Cypher Maniac, he's like, I should be able to hit my Area Zero under depths, right? Right. I mean, the thing is, he's also missing an E-switch here. He prized, I think, 2 E-switches, right? Or was that the previous game?
He prized 2 E-switches right in the top of the prizes, so he does have access to that. He already used 1. There's 1 more left. So Lee Sing does have access to Cypher Maniacs, but with both Defense Diplomacy and the Kangaskhan already using their abilities, there's no more draw.
No, I mean, there's Teal Dance, right? So you could Teal Dance for 1, but then you Cypher Maniac for 2 and Teal Dance for 1. What card are you going to choose? You're going to choose your Area Zero Under Depth, maybe?
No, if you want to get an attack off, you need to have the energy switch.
Yeah, that's right. The thing is that you need 2 cards.
You need 2 cards.
Right? And I feel like that was a bit greedy, right? You decided to go for your flip the script. You decided to go for your run errand. Suddenly you can only draw 1 card, and drawing that 1 card may be the key difference. I mean, there's a world where you find Area Zero Under Depth. You have the other Teal Mask in your hand, so you are able to put your Area Zero Under Depth and your E-switch, right? Because you're able to draw 2, because by benching the new Teal Mask, you suddenly are able to get access to 2 cards.
Went for the unfair stamp
instead.
Okay. So Lisa here probably saying, you know what? I'm out of options. Let's just thin down your hand, Jin Chung. Let me find 5 more cards and figure out if I can go from there. To be fair, I don't mind this, but it is not the optimal thing here, considering that you could have just searched out for Cyber Maniacs 2 cards. One of them could be unfair stamp, one of them could have been the Area Zero, and then you open yourself up to many more plays. But now listening here, 5 cards off the top, supporter already played, hoping for that energy switch and or Area Zero.
By the way, Jin Chung drew 2 Ultra Balls, so it means whatever card he draws can be all just discarded from Meowth, and then Meowth gets you something like a Lily's Determination, and you're back in the game.
Wait, just talk about that. The extra bench spot, not being a Hydrapple, it's the ability to play Meowth.
Very smart by the side of Jin Chung here. Lee Sing Na seems like he whiffed his last Area Zero, not able to play and bump off the stadium is going to hurt him here. Yeah, he's just going through the motions, going through the hand. He has 1 more energy. He's already attached that 1 energy to the Clefairy. We are seeing the E-switch happen. E-switch going to be shifting 1 grass energy over to the Clefairy, Lily's Clefairy EX. I believe we may see the pivot for a swing, but it's just not enough damage. Once again, you're only hitting for, 9 times 2, 10 times 2, 200. You're short of 10 damage.
Oh boy.
I mean, Cypher Maniacs earlier would have been so important. Look at this. 3 hits and all 3 didn't hit the mark. It's one of those $1 3-try machines, but you whiff all 3 times and you walk out as a kid going, yeah, that doesn't feel great.
Yeah, all the way down the drain. All that damage down the drain for Lee Sing.
All that energy and Lily's Clefairy's Pearl, by the way.
Yes, exactly.
Down the drain.
So all 3 Lily's Clefairy will get knocked out. All 3 Lily's Pearls will be used here from Lee Sing for no gain. No prizes taken. Jin Chung definitely in a very good position to take this series at this point.
Yeah, so Lee Sing, unfortunately, just missing the mark by, 60, 30, and 10 damage. 50, 30, and 10. Hey, those are nice numbers, but Jin Chung here going to be using that boss's orders, going to be pulling up that Kangaskhan. He's like, yum, 3 prizes. I'm going to be able to take that. I'm going to be able to swing quite heavily.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing though, Brian. We talk about the Ultra Ball to Meowth. Jin Chung drew the Meowth. So he still has access to Ultra Ball as well. What a top deck there from Jin Chung. Getting the Meowth, keeping the cards in hand as well. So that's why he went straight for that Kangaskhan. Now going down to one prize card remaining to book himself in the top 4 here.
Lee Sing promotes the lot. He has no more running errands for him. Has access to Teal Dance. We're going to see the first Teal Dance. We're going to see one draw. We're going to see maybe one more draw from that Teal Musk Ogerpon. Keep in mind, Lily's Pearl doesn't mean anything right now. One prize is all Jin Chung needs to lock himself into top 4. Stealing one more Teal Dance. What can he get to save himself here? Lee Sing looking for a way out, looking for something, anything to bring him back. But man, let me tell you, I don't think there's anything.
And I can confirm to you, Brian, looking at the list, looking at the current state of affairs, Lee Sing likely is probably heading out here because there's nothing on his side of the field that can withstand a hit from any one of the Teal Musk Ogerpons. There you go, taking a knockout, at the very least, a knockout here, but Jin Chung promoting the Teal Musk Ogerpons. All these Ogerpons taking so much damage, but none of them giving up a prize until now. There you go, Jin Chung booked himself in top 4. One more game into the top 2, the finalists. Lee Sing commiserations, but top 8 is nothing to scoff at.
Exactly. Top 8 out of 1,502 players.
Crazy.
It's insane. I mean, there's such a good run. So congratulations to Lee Sing for making it all the way here. Unfortunately, his run ends. But Jin Chung, though, top 4. Incredible showing by a Hydrapple.
I have to say one thing, Brian. This is Jin Chung's first top 4 at the 3 times of asking. This is his 3rd top 8. And finally, on the 3rd time of asking, he's in top 4. One more match away from the finals.
$1, 3 tries.
I love that.
$1, 3 tries. They say 3rd time is the charm, and it seems as if this could be the charm for Jin Chung. So congratulations, Jin Chung, for making it to the top 4 of the Malaysian Basketball League. This is your 3rd time. Maybe you go all the way this time.
Yeah, for sure. And with a very unique deck as well, a deck that we didn't have on the radar for the most part. Yes, Teal Musk Ogerpons are everywhere, but when we group these decks up, we put this as part of Teal Musk and stuff. That stuff happened to be Meganium and Hydrapple, and we got to see the deck in motion. We didn't get to see Hydrapple. Maybe not now.
Doesn't
maybe
matter.
Later on. We never know. But at the very least, for now, this is the end of our top 8. We'll be back with top 4 very shortly. You don't want to go anywhere. We're going to be crowning a champion. We're going to be giving out Worlds invites. Be with you very shortly for top 4. See you in a bit.
tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now, only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go! all in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go!
Hey guys, welcome back to the Malaysia Basketball League. I'm Brian, this is Aaron, and joining us we have a fabulous lineup of prizes.
Yes, indeed. These are all of the top placement prizes here. We are in the top 4, essentially. That's the next match that we have for you. And so we're going to show off a little bit of what they're going to get. But before we talk about the top 4 prizes, Brian, show me promo.
Look at this beauty. It's awesome. It's got Cosmo Hollow. You've got a Pokepad. It's got the Master Ball stamp on it. It is absolutely gorgeous. I am so happy that Pokepad has this kind of hollow. It's beautiful.
Yeah, definitely. If you get a swirl on it, especially,
swirl
that's
on
going to
it.
be cool.
You know, if you're a swirl collector, you love that. You know, you also not as participation, but available in the store back at the entrance of that hall.
Yes.
You also get the Master Ball League sleeves.
Yes.
And we were talking about it earlier. You didn't get to see a picture. Now you do.
Yes, indeed. The design of the key visual of the Master Ball League are on those sleeves. So if you want to reminisce about this event as you play Pokemon TCG, grab one of those. But let's talk about some of the top placement prizes or the Day 2 prizes, Brian. What is that?
This is the playmat that we were talking about. and it is absolutely gorgeous, right? Like, look at that, the key visual of the Master Ball League tournament. You know,
Yes,
you get this
indeed.
in Philippines, you get this in Singapore. It's the same playmat, but it's just gorgeous. And you know that you got this from Malaysia, so this is the Malaysia exclusive as well. Like
Exactly. Yes. I mean, to be fair, you talk about the exclusivity of these merchandise. You get cards, you get sleeves, you get playmats. You pretty much can play the whole suite in your league matches. You know, you go to the gym shop, show off your beautiful day 2 playmat and really flex that. But of course, we want to talk about some of the more top end stuff, the top 4 placement prizes. That is the Mega Lucario EX Master Ball League stamp. There's only going to be 16 given out here in Malaysia. That is a gorgeous, gorgeous promo card. It is an exclusive of the Asia English region here, right?
Unfortunately, you can't actually see the stamp on the camera. I'm trying my best, guys. I'm trying my best. But look, the Master Ball stamp is right there at the tip of my glove.
Yes,
right?
indeed.
But it's absolutely gorgeous, guys. I'm not going to touch this anymore. I'm scared I'm going to drop this. But yes, these prizes are absolutely phenomenal, to say the least.
And there's one more.
And there's one more?
The trophies.
All right, how can I forget the
Yes, the trophies. Something to display in your home, even maybe at your gym store. If you belong to one of these teams here, you can display one of these. These are the 3 of the 4 essentially. The finalists, the top 4, and the champion trophy.
Exactly.
So, again, the key visuals. Will be great to have this somewhere on your desk as you're reminiscing of the old days.
What we call an expensive paperweight.
Expensive paperweight. Fair enough.
No, but look, I absolutely love these. I'm thankfully managed to get myself a few, and I'm still putting that Tina inside that little
beautiful
frame. So I absolutely love these trophies, and they've been getting better and better every single year.
Of course.
Keep in mind, guys, that from this match onwards, everyone's a winner. They get the top 4 trophy. They get their Lucario. They're going to go home pretty happy with that, you know?
But only 2, Brian, will be going home with the Travel Award and World's Invite. That is what these players are going for now.
Exactly. So let's take a look at the leaderboard. Right now, Jin Chung managed to win, as you saw on stream just now. He's gone ahead with that Hydrapple, and he's going to be facing up an Arboliva. Unfortunately, both grass-type decks actually are meeting each other in the semis. So we have Arboliva versus Hydrapple on the left-hand side of the bracket, and on the right-hand side of the bracket, the grass people are breathing a sigh of relief because we have Blaze Pult versus Alakazam, and this is going to be our stream choice match of the top 4. Going straight into the game, we have Khalid here going first. So he's going to start off with the Buddy Poffin, getting out the 2 Abras. Looking at the prize card right now, we have 1 Battle Cage prize, which is, I think, 1 of 3, which isn't the best, but also isn't the worst. We saw how Khalid managed to navigate the previous game with that. But on the left-hand side, unfortunately, 2 Fire Energies prize.
Yes, 2 Fire Energy for Nick. There's only 1 more left in the deck. Khalid and Nick, of course, both these players were featured on stream, so we're quite familiar with them. We're familiar with their decks. But that prizing of 2 Fire Energy for Nick, that's going to be a little bit problematic, I would say, until he gets those Fire Energies. For Khalid, though, nothing too crazy. 1 Battle Cage, as we mentioned, out of the 3 that he has. But now Khalid, with a decent setup, Dunsparce inactive, 2 Abras. And for Nick, attaching the Fire Energy, he's going to probably retreat this Dreepy, not realizing that that's his last Fire Energy. He's probably going to be using some of the next stretches very early. And for Nick here, you're likely hoping to get into more Dreepies, potentially even getting the Bedew to get item lock going as early as turn number 2. And hopefully if you're Khalid here, you're going to be able to come out of that item lock. But for Nick here, 8 fresh cards. What are you getting here? 8 cards to find more basic Pokemon. Bedew, even Torchic is fine. More Dreepy. No, Buddy Poffin, that's a great start.
Great. You know, you're going to look for a Bedew here, you're going to look for a second Dreepy here, or even the Torchic. And I was going to say, yes, 2 Fire Energies are currently prized, but thankfully he's playing Blaze Pult, and you're going to be able to recycle that Fire Energy once it hits that discard pile because of Blaziken's ability. Blaziken's ability, I think it's called Seething Spirit here, is going to allow you to charge up to 1 energy from your discard pile to any one of your Pokemon. So that Fire Energy gonna be recycled as long as you don't prize 3 Fire Energies. You're gonna be pretty okay.
Yes, indeed. It does mean, though, that Fire Energy will be the only one Nicky has to use until he's able to get a few more prize cards. Sometimes Dragonbolt wants to shift into the Blaziken as well. So a little bit of a, I would say, energy conservation situation for Nicky, but I think it's fine. Here, looking at the Badoo and a Dreepy of this Buddy Poffin for Nick. That is also, I think great picks here for Nicky. He wants to get into those Dracloaks. Maybe potentially going to the Blaziken later on. It can be delayed, it's fine.
Yeah, and consistency is key. Right?
Yes.
So being able to find your Dracloaks equals to able to filter more cards. With 2 Dracloaks, you're going to be able to filter through 4 cards. You're going to be able to put 2 of those into your hand. And keep in mind, you don't necessarily want to rare candy up your Dreepies. You want to rare candy up your Blaziken. So having a delay 1 turn later isn't the worst. All right, and seeing Nicky actually have that Psychic Energy, I'm pretty sure he's going to be okay with that. Next turn, going to be able to hand attach the next turn, and he's just going to, I think, be pretty happy with just an Itchy Pollen. But wait, he has Team Rocket's Watchtower there. Going to kick things off by preventing Khalid from pivoting thanks to the help of the Dunsparce. But wait, there's more.
There is a Battle Cage right as a response here for Khalid. We didn't get to talk about number of stadium cards in these decks here. I think Nicky runs 2 or 3. I see Risky Ruins. I see
the Team Rocket's Watchtower.
Yeah, so just 2 here.
Just 2.
And, well, to be fair, the Watchtower is the more relevant of the 2. But we might see the Risky Ruins come into play because there are also a couple of Monkey Dory on Nicky's side of the field. But at the very least, Khalid will be able to get out of this ability lock because he has the Battle Cage.
That's right. Sighing a sigh of relief. Battle Cage does come down here. He's going to prevent any kind of damage to be spread at the back. Unfortunate for Nick, the Watchtower did not manage to stick. See what I did there. But yeah, runaway draw happening. We're going to draw 3 cards from Khalid. We're going to be shuffling up that deck. Runaway draw, doing also much filtering through all that normal type Pokemon as well. All very useful normal type Pokemon, by the way. But no, this is the most useful normal type today. Runaway draw, the Dunsparce coming all the way back. Was it from...
I believe it's Twilight Masquerade or Temporal Forces.
Temporal Forces, that's right. That is like the earliest set or the oldest set that you can play in this format. And the Dunsparce has shown little sprinklings here and there, sprinkle a little bit of Godengo at one point. But here it is one of the main draw engines.
The key thing here though, Khalid actually missed an attack here. He could have had a Psychic Energy to get a Super Cybolt on a knockout, for a knockout on his Badoo, but he missed it. However, there is a Lucky Helmet attached already onto the Kadabra, hoping for a Badoo to damage the Kadabra and enabling Khalid to get a couple of cards. But that's 1 turn miss there from Khalid. We didn't see that in his earlier games, but we see him whiffing here.
Yeah, I mean, look, Khalid only realistically plays 5 energies. Right, so 5 Psychic Energies for him to use, that is not a lot. And I mean, he does draw a lot, but when your draw gets gimped, all right, when you're only able to draw 3 cards from the Dunsparce, that's not a lot for you to work with. I mean, technically you drew another 4 more from the Kadabra, but there is still a chance for you to miss, right? And funnily enough, I played an Ultra Ball League recently against an Alakazam, right? And even though they draw like 20 cards a turn, he whiffed energy like 3 turns. So I'm hoping that that doesn't happen here
for sure
for Khalid. But I'm just saying, if that could happen to my opponent at UBL, that could happen right here for Khalid.
Yeah, and one thing to note here as well for Khalid, he doesn't have anything else on the bench. Only 2 Kadabras to work with, no replacement Dunsparces on the bench. So for Nicky here, he's happy to just go into another Itchy Pollen, set up those Dracloaks. He does have a Torchic down as well, so being able to recycle the Fire Energy as early as next turn and maybe then going on offensive. But for now, it seems like Nicky's eyeing out that Pokepad. Likely Dracloak number 2 here.
Yep, Dracloak number 2 going to be good. Recon Directives is the name of the game for these Dragapult decks. Pokepad is going to give him access to that. He's going to be able to filter 2 more cards. I wonder what card he's looking for. He already has that Psychic Energy attached to the Dracloak on the other side. He can't attach another Psychic Energy, maybe setting up for next turn, knowing that Alakazam doesn't have any kind of disruption. Maybe looking for something like a Rare Candy or a Blaziken or even an Ultra Ball. There's just so much going on for the side of Nick. Nick is in an advantageous position. There's no Dunsparce for Khalid, by the way. So Watchtower, not sticky, doesn't matter because there's just no worms on the side of Alakazam.
It just mentioned as well just now that he doesn't have anything going on the side of the field other than just 2 Kadabras. No replacement Dunsparce after the first runaway draw. So Khalid here, not a lot of options. Hopefully drawing some here with that Lucky Hammer, but no, it's just a
Sacred Ash and E-Hammer.
And a Hilda. So nothing there, but here comes the Alakazam, getting you 3 more cards off the top of your deck, hoping that it's something.
No Psychic, but you do have the Hilda. Hilda guarantees the energy, but he's eyeing up Dawn. He may not want to swing this turn. Just going for a very, very big hand and probably aiming for setup instead of knockouts.
Well, there is one reason here you don't want to take a knockout here because you don't walk into an unfair stand without a backup, the Dunsparce on the bench. So potentially here, he went for another Alakazam. That's a Pokepat as well as... Oh, I see the Ace Identify Genesect. So does he have a tool to go with it? That could protect his hand once he plays that down.
Yeah, so Khalid has a really difficult decision to make, right? But it seems as if he's going for the slightly more aggressive one. He is going to find an energy card as well as an evolution Pokemon. I think he will aim for something like a Kadabra or an Alakazam. He's going through all his prizes. He's prize checking right now, making sure that the key cards in his deck is available, that he has access to, right? He's like... You know, me not drawing energy, that was weird. But he counts his energy, he's like, wait, everything is in the deck, nothing too worried about, just a little bit unlucky. That is all. Hilda going to be finding him. The Kadabra is also telepathic energy. Telepathic energy going to be able to set up the other 2 Abras in his bench. We said that nothing was going on his field, but now you've got 4 Abras. That's the power of the telepathic energy.
And the key thing here is that there is a Battle Cage already in place. So those Abras are safe for now from a Dragapult. So if Nick wants to go on offensive, he has to find the other supporter or the other stadium, that he needs right now to bump away that particular stadium, the Battle Cage. For Nikki here, losing the Badoo to this Alakazam, I think you're pretty fine here. You're hoping to draw into some aggression here. Does he have it? There is a Buddy Puffin, couple of energies. He needs, well, the thing is, he actually needs a rare candy.
That's right.
Into the Blaziken right now. Nothing else matters until you get that.
Yeah, correct. And I do like what Nick is doing here. Nick is just checking through his deck. He realizes that there's only 1 rare candy left. He's thinning out his deck. Buddy Puffin, allowing him to thin out his deck before 1 GB. Very wisely, doesn't pick up 2. He knows he can't bench lock himself here. And this is something that you have to keep in mind if you're playing Pokemon. You only get 5 bench spaces. You can't go wider than that. So Nick, he recognizing that thins his deck out of 1 card. I do want to see if he's able to thin out his deck more, maybe able to use that Ultra Ball to find himself a Dragapult, but no, decides to go for a Recon Director, finding the Meowth EX as well as the, was it an Ultra Ball?
I think it's Ultra Ball.
No, but he has an Ultra Ball in his hand already, I think, so he's not too worried about being able to find that Dragapult. I think I saw a Dragapult in his hand as well. Here, he's like, well, both choices are
So the cool thing about Nikki right now is that he actually has a stadium bump, so he could go for a 2-price turn here. The only wrench in the whole thing is having to go into the Blaziken, but that's an unfair stamp, so grabbing it right now, maybe potentially refreshing his hand by putting Khalid down to 2. We talked about this earlier. There are the Dunsparces on Khalid's side of the field. So if Nikki just draws everything of this unfair stamp, we're going to be looking at a very quick game 1.
Man, I mean, look, it's risky, right? I mean, if you drop the risky runes here, this is the only stadium backup that you have. You're not going to be able to bump another stadium. And we saw the same mistake that we saw earlier in the game when Khalid was playing, where he dropped the Watchtower, his 2nd stadium, way too early. So not being able to bump up the stadium and guarantee the attack is going to hurt Nick a lot here, but we are going to see the Ultra Ball for the Ultra Ball and the Darkness Energy. We're going to see Dragapult come out. I do expect him to try to go in for the kill here. Even evolving this Dragapult and just knocking out that front Alakazam is not the worst option, especially if he has the Unfair Stamp. So even though he's not able to necessarily take 2 prizes, maybe not using the risky runes here is a better play. I'm undecided about this, but here Nick is going to be dropping that risky runes.
Okay, the gamble here from Nick here is that he's going to the Dragapult EX, getting a risky runes in play. It's going to be... it's really going to be unfair stamp for rare candy Blaziken. That is the key. Oh,
Boss, no.
Go for the
He's
boss.
just going for the safer play here.
Okay.
But he is going to stamp, though. Stamp is very important here. He doesn't want to give 2 cards to the side of Khalid.
So 2 prizes is still live here for Nick. It's just rare candy into Blaziken. You still get 2 prize cards here thanks to Seeding Spirit. It's whether or not you draw that. However, for Khalid's side of the field, it's going to be horrible because guess what? Those Abras, they can evolve. They can draw your cards. Not from the discard pile though. Once they get knocked out, you're left with just 2 Alakazams and a 3-card hand. So for Nikki here, he's going to be hoping, can I draw Rare Candy Blaziken? Can this be my brick to ensure that I take 2 prizes and then force Khalid on the back foot?
All right, gonna see 5 cards coming from Nick. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He wants to see the Rare Candy. He wants to see the Blaziken. He misses both, but doesn't matter. He's gonna be able to jet hit but this Abra.
Jet headbutt there. Like we talk about a very efficient attack. In this narrow, well, Abras are pretty weak. It's only 70 HP. At the very least, though, Nikki will get a prize, tying it up, and then it's on Khalid to try and rebuild the hand. The hand is now only 2 cards. Did we see what was that? Lily's
There's a
Termination?
Pokepad. No, so Pokepad
Pokepad?
is going to be able to get him the Kadabra. I didn't see what the other card was. We're going to see Sida. Sida ain't going to do anything. The Dunsparce, nothing without the Dunsparce, but we are going to be able to see 2 cards drawing from that Kadabra. Khalid here getting that Kadabra. Kadabra going to be able to evolve. We're going to see Sidekick draw happening. Going to be 2 more fresh cards. What 2 cards do you want if you are a fan of Khalid?
At this stage right now, anything to draw me more cards. Lily's Termination would work, but I don't think, well, to be fair, in his list, there's no Lily's Termination, excuse me. But for Khalid right now, I think, to be fair, you want to go get a Buddy Puffin and into a Pheasantipity.
Yeah.
Those are 2 cards that can draw your cards. Now, benching Pheasantipity against a Dragon Ball is always a risk, but at the very least, you want to get into the game. But no, it's just a powerful hand for 80 damage here from Khalid. That is rough. And now Nikki, priority for you, momentum for you, whether or not you're able to get damage down. There is no, by the way, there's no Bell Cage as well. So the Risky Ruin is actually stuck here for Nikki. Khalid walking into that unfair stamp, rather unfortunately, and not having anything to do that turn other than saying, put 8 damage counters, please.
I wonder if there's a way for Nick to be able to use that Night Stretch or get a Night Stretcher from this. He's looking for the Night Stretch. He has a Blaziken. He needs the Rare Candy now. Is there one way for him to get a Rare Candy? There's no more Recon Directives available, but he can just Pokepad the Combustion.
Rare Candy's in the hand.
There's Rare Candy's in the hand. So he's able to use the Spirit here. That is going to be... There's going to be just Phantom Dive unlocked for Nikki. Nikki was looking for this opportunity. Unfortunately, doesn't have a way for him to take 2 prizes here. But being able to take the knockout onto this Alakazam is going to be pretty big. We're going to see the Night Stretcher. We're going to see the Seizing Spirit being used for the Dark Energy onto the Monkey Dory. I like this play a lot. You're setting yourselves up for victory. You do have 80 damage onto that Dragon Ball. You're going to be able to shift 30 over to that to the Kadabra. That is going to be 2 prizes.
Yes.
This is the opportunity that Nick was looking for.
It is, and all because Khalid had nothing against that unfair stamp. We talk about the Ace Nullifier Genesect, talking about all these ways to prevent yourself from getting stamped to nothing. Khalid, unfortunately, walking into that unfair stamp and not having a backup. Nikki in a very commanding position. A little awkward because of that fire energy pricing, but now in pole position.
I mean, look, Khalid knew the risks. Khalid was like, maybe I want to play Dawn to set up, but he decided to take the gamble. He was like, hey, look, maybe he doesn't get his unfair stamp, all right, which is fair. All right, it is very, very fair because unfair stamp is super hard for you to dig out of your deck, and the thing is that Nick only had 2 Jack looks, right? So that was only 4 cards that he was going to draw. So Khalid was like, I will take the risk. Well, maybe he shouldn't have, but there was a silver lining here. Silver lining is that there's a lucky helmet on that Alakazam, so that would mean that Khalid gets to draw at least 2 more cards.
That is true for Khalid. Any card is better than no cards here. So taking the double knockout from Nikki, going down to 3 prizes. Khalid on the huge back foot here. Oh, hang on a second. He just went for a single knockout. Oh no, okay, double knockout. There you go.
Yeah,
All right,
that makes more sense.
That makes more sense. I was like, hang on a second. But here we go. Nikki now leaving Khalid with a single Alakazam. He is on a huge disadvantage here. And in the hand right now, looks like there's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're going to be able to use Hilda to find yourself 1 more energy card, but I don't think that's enough. You need something like, I think, 14 energy cards here. No, not 14. You need 13 energy cards.
13 cards in hand,
13?
I would say. Yes.
260, 310. No, you need 14 energy cards here for you to get 14 cards for you to take the knockout of powerful hands.
Yeah, thanks to the Monkey Dory action. And Khalid scoops it up. Game 1 to Nick here in this top 4. Nick 1 game away from booking into the 3rd consecutive finals at the nationals level here. Khalid has 32 minutes and 2 games to put a stop to that dream. Will we see Nick in the finals once again? This is going to go down to the wire.
Look, 32 minutes is plenty of time for you to finish 2 games.
Yes.
But Nick here is out for blood. He wants that he wants to play in the finals. Once again, this is going to be his 3rd finals back to back if he does make it. He is going to try to go for that miracle run, and this time he does not want to stop for 2. He wants to go all the way to number 1 if he's able to take this last game. Khalid, on the other hand, tell me more about Khalid as a player, Aaron.
Yeah, Khalid is from one of the teams here in Malaysia. Funny thing is, I spoke to Khalid just now after this top 4 match. I asked him, hey, how's your run doing? You know, how's the cards faring for you? The thing about Khalid here is that he dodged every single Team Rockets deck over the last 2 days. And we know for a fact there were many here in Malaysia. So he got in one very cool way, which was to dodge all Team Rockets decks throughout the entire event.
Look, we have a phrase that we say here in Singapore, right? Luck is a skill, and Lady Luck was definitely on Khalid's side, not facing a single Team Rockets, which is basically an auto loss matchup. I know he plays the other Alakazam, as a way to kind of deal with those Articunos, but still, it is not an easy matchup, assuming that you bench 2 of your Articunos if you're playing against Team Rocket. But here, the players are about done shuffling up. We are going to go into game number 2. Nick Key playing Blaze Paul, Khalid playing Alakazam. Do either of these guys have basic Pokemon? We do see a Dunsparce start coming from Khalid. We saw something coming out from Nick, but Nick is going to go second. Khalid is going to go first. But by the way, this is like the perfect matchup because Alakazam wants to go first. Paul wants to go second. So it's kind of a dream. You don't have to choose every single time. We're going for the Dunsparce start. But first, prizes. Blaziken, 1 Blaziken prize, 1 Dragon Pop prize, 1 JP prize. Not the worst. In fact, this is way better of a pricing than the previous game. What about Khalid?
For Khalid here, one Dunsparce, 1 Abra, 1 Lucky Helmet. The Battle Cage coming back in the prize again. We've seen Battle Cage in the prizes so many times today. I think it's like it wants to be in the prize cards. But here for Khalid, he at least runs 3. Yeah. So at the very least though, if Nikki puts down a stadium, Khalid will win the stadium war once again. But we did not see that in game number 1 because Khalid's hand was wrecked after that unfair stamp. Here though, at least eyeing up the Abra, eyeing up the Dunsparce, hopefully getting into more Pokemon here for Khalid. Oh, he even has the Phanrodon, so would you want to go Phanrodon though instead? He should be.
I think the Dunsparce is a fair play because you don't want a Pokemon to be able to absorb that 60 damage, assuming that you had the Battle Cage, right?
True.
And I want to mention that in having his Battle Cage prized in every single one of the stream matches, right? I mean, life is fair sometimes. So if you dodge all your Team Rockets when you play against Dragapult, you're gonna have to at least prize 1 of your Battle Cages, right? I mean, come on. You can't have everything.
That is true. That is true.
But you know who does have everything though? Khalid, right now in this game, Buddy Pop and Telepathic Energy start. You can't really be complaining of something like that.
No, not at all. He does have the draw engine almost up here for his side of the field. Nikki, don't just let him pass. That is rough there from Nikki. He needs something. Anything not even playing a single card other than just benching a Pokemon and attaching. You want to see a Badoo. You want to see a little determination. You're not seeing those here from Nikki. No Buddy Poffin either. So Khalid now into the Hilda draw, getting you a special energy and an evolution. I presume it's enriching. There we go. Enriching energy will be the play here with the Kadabra. Khalid's going on the offensive here, Brian.
Yeah, look, Khalid is in the driver's seat right now. He's cruising at 120. He's like, hey, where are you, Nick? All right. Eat dust, man, because I'm gonna go gas. Khalid here getting the Kadabra, getting not the enriching energy, but getting that psychic energy. He wants to swing this turn. Khalid now knows that he's closer to the finish line, so he's gonna start taking those aggressive knockouts. You can bet it on the fact that he's going to find his rare candy. He's gonna find his Alakazam. He wants to use the powerful hands to start taking these knockouts. He gets the rare candy. He gets the Alakazam. He is gonna be drawing tree. That is a guaranteed knockout onto the front Dreepy. Khalid here going out for blood.
There's one play that I want to mention here. Khalid actually eyed up the enriching energy, but then swapped to psychic energy. One instead of multiple attackers, hoping then to draw something good. He drew into the Alakazam, so he didn't even need to do much there. The draws were just perfect for Khalid, and now we'll see a powerful hand for the knockout. And Nikki, what is your response here? You have a Dreepy with a fire energy, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a boss. Does he have a rare candy?
He has Unfair Stamp. So there is something. It's not a card you can play on turn 1 because no knockouts on turn 1, obviously. But in this situation here, Khalid is a little bit more prepared here. He has a, well, to be fair, he has a Dunsparce, not a Dunsparce. I would like to see Khalid probably bench another Dunsparce. Potentially get another Dunsparce. No, we went for the Kadabra. Okay, another Kadabra. That's fine. Drawing more cards here for Khalid. Let's see what he gets there.
So you see, this is going to be very important, right? And this is the difference between a good player, right, and a better player. If Khalid uses Runaway Draw here, right, that means he's overcommitting resources. But very, very good. He identifies that he doesn't need to overcommit. He's just going to leave the Dunsparce there. He's ready this time for an Unfair Stamp. Nick here has a Dracula. He will be able to use Recurrent Directive this turn, but he needs more than that. He's trying to think if there's a way for him to potentially rare candy up this Dragapult and start swinging, but that's a lot to ask for from just one Unfair Stamp. So he may just go for an Evolution, Unfair Stamp, Buddy Poffin, and slowly try to play it out from there. He does attach that Dark Energy because he wants to be able to pivot without sacrificing one of his Fire Energies. So the card that Nick is looking for here is going to be the Buddy Poffin. He wants to find a Badoo, right? As well as something more than that. He needs to find something like a Dreepy, something like a Torchic. These are the ways that he can find his way back into the game. Yes, Khalid has won the Dunsparce, but 3 + 2 + a draw, that's going to be 6 cards in hand, is way better than the 15 cards that Khalid had before the Unfair Stamp?
For sure, and it's definitely better than the 2 cards he had after the previous game's Unfair Stamp. So Khalid here will get a chance to draw more. Unfair Stamp wasn't a lie last game, but it's a lie here because the Dunsparce is ready for that ace pack. Nikki, what do you get off this 5? Let's see some basic Pokemon. Let's see some Buddy Poffins. Let's see Pokepads.
He has a Dreepy. He has a Badoo. That is something. He has the Torchic as well. He's going to be able to bench all 3 this time around. But first, we're going to use Recon Directive. Gets a Psychic Energy. Gets a Pokepad. Pokepad is going to be really good here. I don't want to see him use it, though. I think the Pokepad could be capped for something like a Dracula the next turn. But if he does choose to use it, he can get himself a 3rd Dreepy, which is going to be pretty important.
I think you go 3 Dreepy here, I think, for Nick, because you want to go wide. You want to be able to use more Recon Directives, and you want to be able to evolve into your attacker. So I think the 3rd Dreepy here makes sense. So he's playing it right away. So he's going for the Dreepy. Checking through the list, checking through the deck here. Where is the Dreepy, though?
I mean, there was one Dreepy that was prized.
Oh!
Did he not deck check? Oh no, this is his first deck check, so he realized really quickly he doesn't have another Dreepy. So maybe getting the Loke here is not a bad idea as well, right?
Yeah, set up for the next turn, right? You
set up for the next turn.
Get a direct Loke here.
I mean, there's no way that Alakazam is going to disrupt your hand anyways. So getting a Pokepad, realizing that the Dreepy is prized, then going for the alternative line of the Dracula, it works perfectly fine in this situation.
Yeah, he does eye up the Badoo here. Hang on a second. Does he have a Badoo in hand or this is the only one? That's interesting because he's looking at the Badoo. There's only one, so he wasn't in the hand.
It wasn't in the hand?
Yeah.
I thought it was.
But I did it out from the deck, so I think it's from the deck there, the Badoo.
Maybe he had a Shaman or something?
Maybe it's a Shaman, yeah. So maybe another card there for Nikki. But at least he has the Pokepad, so he will get into... Oh, he goes for Direct Lock. Goes for Direct Lock here. But then no item lock, right? That's the only weird thing here. That's a Shaman, yes. So no item lock. But at the very least, he gets a Dreepy, a Torchic down. And for this situation here, I would bench a Shaman just to sacrifice it to this Alakazam. And that's what we're going to see here for Nikki. Khalid will take a knockout probably next turn for sure here. But if I'm Khalid, I'm looking for a boss. He gets the boss on the top.
Boss off the top is nuts. I mean, look, one thing after the other. Previous game, Nick managed to take the Blaziken EX off the top of the deck. Now it's Khalid's turn. Going to top deck that boss. Going to be able to target out that Dracula with the fire energy here. I think Khalid's going to be pretty happy with this, but he looks at the runaway draw. He's like, 3 cards are going to feel really good. I do need some cards in hand in order for me to take a knockout onto that Dracula. So first, runaway draw gets me 3 cards, gets him 2 Pokeballs. Pokepads. He is going to be able to evolve his Kadabras up to an Alakazam whenever he wants to. First Pokepad, going back in, going to find him that Alakazam surely. And then maybe you consider about using the second Pokepad for a Dunsparce. I think it's a good idea because then you are able to guarantee the setup next turn.
So here's a cool thing about Khaled's sequencing here. He's going to be able to play the Alakazam first, try to draw into the Dunsparce naturally, and then hold the Pokemon potential for the Dunsparce next turn. So let's see what he plays. Yes, it's going to be a Psychic Draw for 3. Do you see Dunsparce, or would you have to switch it out? No, it's just Sacred Ash, Psychic Energy, and also a Night Stretcher. So Night Stretcher not really useful here at this stage, but something can recur. You can recur something. Boss's orders onto the Dracloak, and here we go. Khaled will take a knockout onto the Energy Dracloak. Nikki now down a Dracloak and a
to draw into that Blaziken. He sees the rare candy. He is going to play the Pokepad. Pokepad is going to get him that Dracloak, I believe, but he already has one in his hand. Here is where prizing a Dreepy hurts.
Yes,
right?
indeed.
Prizing a Dreepy really, really hurts because he really wanted to set up the second Dreepy just now. But Nick looking for a Badoo. Interesting enough because, I mean, the Khaled side is pretty much all set up. Right, you don't really need to use item lock this turn. So, I mean, you were mentioning just now that he whiffed the Badoo, but I don't necessarily think it's a whiff because Badoo isn't as effective anymore. So he's just looking for Pokemon to potentially pivot into or just tank some damage, right? So we are gonna see the Dracloak get a Recon Director for Combusken, maybe.
It's Combusken or Crispin.
It's Combusken or Crispin.
Yeah.
He gets the Crispin here because Crispin is going to be able to attach and onto the Torchic as well as the Dracloak, and then from there he can pivot into the Badoo and hopefully buy one more turn. The downside is Khaled is now 2 prizes up. If he pushes the Badoo up, there's going to be 3 prizes that he's giving away to Khaled, and not only that, you're giving him more time to recover from the unfair snap that you had used earlier.
Yeah, if I'm Nikki here, I'm hoping here that the sacrifice of the Shaman most likely is going to pay off, buying him a turn, or maybe going into the Badoo to item lock. But then again, you're right. Why item lock at this point when you're just going to give up prizes? Maybe just give up the Shaman and keep the Badoo as a free pivot. There are no sniping attacks you need to be worried about as a Dragon Ball deck up against Alakazam. Khaled there, nothing doing in terms of damage manipulation on the bench. There's no Monkey Dory situations here for Khaled.
You can only get damage. It only prevents damage. It doesn't provide any kind of damage counters.
Oh yeah, sure. No, what I meant was there's no way to get damage onto, for example, a Shaman damage or something like that.
Yep.
So for Khaled here, okay, so Nikki goes into the Badoo. Khaled drew the Buddy Poffin off the top, I think. So no items there.
Hang on. Oh, thank God.
Thank goodness. Thank Arceus.
Thank Arceus for not letting Nikki very, very smartly raise this up his head. He's like, wait, don't look at your deck, mate. If you do, it's not going to end well for you. But yes, Khaled here going to be using that Hilda, is going to be finding that last Alakazam as well as an energy card. I do expect to just see a Psychic Basic Energy, unless he's out of those and he finds the Telepathic, which is fine as well. He did eye up the Enriching Energy, which is interesting.
Yeah, I think he's trying to think whether or not can he afford to just attach an enriching on something that's not a Dunsparce, but no, decides to go for Telepathic. At the very least, getting an energy attachment, that's always good. You want to get more attackers ready. But here Khaled is hoping to draw into Dunsparces as well as that enriching energy naturally. Psychic draw for 3. What does Khaled see off the top here? Do we see Dunsparce?
To find the Dunsparce. I don't see it. I just see more Buddy Poffins, more Brid in the oven. At this point, we talked about how useful Buddy Poffin is for Dunsparce-based decks. Unfortunately, if you're not able to play items, well, it's just sitting at the back of your kitchen waiting to turn stale.
Yes, indeed. So for Khaled here, he has a full grip of item cards there. He will be able to refill the bench. That's a good thing. Nikki now has pressure on his side to be able to do something. Taking a prize is a start with Dragapult. Can he find one? I don't know. Psychic Energy to the active. Boss's Order is onto the bench. Alakazam with no energy and just saying, pass? No. Okay, getting some damage on. So he's using, what's this?
Dragon Headbutt?
Yeah, I was going to say Zen Headbutt. But then Dragon Headbutt for 70. But Khaled has a backup energy. And now he has access to all the items.
Not only that, you have access to the breads that were left at the back of the kitchen. You use the Buddy Buddy Puff, and you're going to be able to find the dance bars. I'm not sure whether Nick should just go to the next game. There's 18 minutes. I think he's made the call. He's like, wait a second. There is just no point in me continuing. He says, look, I'm going to scoop. I'm going to go next. There is no point in trying to stick this out. So game number 3, with 18 minutes left on the clock, these players need to go shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. They need to get really, really fast, really thrifty here. Nick and Khalid, so close. Both of them smelling the top 2 place, the final play, the target for them to get that travel award, to get their world's invite secured. And by the way, if I'm not wrong, Nick, I think with this, top 4 place has locked himself a place at Worlds.
You should, you're probably right. Yes.
Khalid, on the other hand, needs this world invite in order for him to make it through WCS 2026.
Yes,
right?
indeed.
So, if you're looking at who has more stake here, I think Khalid is like, Worlds was not in the plan at the start of the year, but now it's getting really close. The dream of getting to WCS is right around the corner, right? So it is super close for both these players. Nick, on the other hand, wants to go for the 3 times final player kind of position. He wants to be able to play in the finals 3 times, right? He doesn't want to get finalists 3 times, but he wants to be able to play in the finals 3 times in a row. But Worlds is already locked in for Nick.
For sure here. I think for Khalid here, he's definitely, as you said, more stake here in this game. So he's going to go first as he wants to. Nikki opening Drippy, good start. Khalid opening 2 Abras, even better. Pokepet as well there. On prizes, let's see. The Badoo is prized. The 1 Badoo for Nick.
And look, I think that the Badoo is going to be very important for this very first turn, but ultimately speaking, it's okay. He does prize 1 rare candy, but on the side of Khalid, he's prized his Serendipity as well as his Ace Spec, man.
Yes, indeed. So no extra draws ever, Khalid. No Enriching Energy draws. No Serendipity. However, at the very least, looks like a very strong start here for Khalid because he went after the Fan Rotom this time, getting you 3 colorless Pokemon. Fan Rotom, a staple in so many decks ever since it came out. It's been playing Terra Box, it plays in Raging Bolt. Now seeing a bit of fair share here in this Alakazam deck because you can just search out so much on turn 1.
That's right. Nikki here now has the Dragapult. He has, 2 energies. He's going to discard 2 energies. He's going to discard 2 energies. He's going to use Ultra Ball. He's going to look through his deck. He's going to realize, wait a second, I do not have the Badoo. But then I believe Nikki as a player, I've known him as a player for quite a while now. I know once he sees that he doesn't have the Badoo, he's going to pivot over to strategy B, right? What is strategy B, you ask me? Set up wide. Go very, very wide. You want to go 2 Dreepies. You want to go 1 Torchic if you can. 3 Dreepies even at this point would be really good, right? So Nikki going to search through his deck. I wonder what he's going to find at the Ultra Ball. I mean, I feel like discarding 2 energies. Oh, no, it's not 2 energies. It's 1 boss.
Yeah.
It's 1 boss and 1 fire energy here. Okay, if it's 1 fire energy and 1 boss, I think it's fine. You don't really need the boss this game because you were just going to knock out anything in the front, right? It may come useful in a situation later where you started to spread some damage and you can just take clean knockouts. But he does have another 2 more prizes in his deck. So, yeah, I think it's going to be fine.
Yeah, Nikki here, you're likely going for the Dreepy as well here after the Ultra Ball. He has a Meowth, so for what it's worth here, he does have a pretty decent turn 1. It will be up to Khalid to see if he can put aggression as early as turn 2 because you will need to look for your rare candies if you want to take a knockout with Powerful Hand on a Dreepy.
That's right.
Nikki eyeing up the Dreepy, looking through, just checking, what did I prize? Is there anything important? But okay, fair enough. I'm going to go for my Dreepy and likely go for a Leash Determination of this Meowth. Meowth, such a strong card, Brian, in almost every deck.
Yeah, look, Meowth is really, really good when you're able to just find out any supporter. And on top of that, you have an attack that allows you to return that Meowth to the hand. I mean, it's a staple for a reason, right? Being able to find supporters is always good, but that this is also, playing a Meowth is also a skill because you need to know when to play it because it's only got 170 HP, means even a single prizer like Okie Dokie can just one-shot it. right?
That is true.
So you need to know when is the right time for you to play this Meowth. It's got 170 HP. It's really, really weak. In fact, if you're speaking in Alakazam terms, you only need 9 hand cards. And 9 hand cards is typically just the Dunsparce, Alakazam Evolve, the Dunsparce again. Get 9 cards. I mean, that's pretty easy for you to hit to, right?
For sure.
So here, Nick is going to use the Meowth to find himself a Lily's Determination once again. Aim of the game, go wide. He wants to find a Buddy Poffin here. He wants to find something that allows him to search out for more basic Pokemon. He needs a Torchic.
He needs a lot here. If you're Nick, you want to go wide, like you said.
Get energy.
I
Got a
see
Torchic.
energy, I see Torchic.
Get more energy.
I don't see a Pokepad or Buddy Poffin
That's
though.
fine. That's okay. Because all you want here is, just that Torchic. You can have you have a Monkey Dory there as well. You don't mind, I think, sacrificing the Monkey Dory at this point. So if you do an energy attachment to the front, retreat, push up the monkey, sacrifice it because you prefer to keep your Dreepies alive. That could be the play that Nick is going for. We do see a Psychic Energy actually attached to the back Dreepy. He's going to just rely on one Dreepy. In the end, I think this is okay. A little bit on the risky side, but Khalid here has the Dawn.
I was going to say, this is super risky here for Nick because one, you're giving up one of your Dreepies. You only have 2. However, it's also going to be one less Recon Directive that you're going to get access to next turn because Khalid will want to go tall here. If he can get into that Alakazam right away, he's eyeing up. So the Dawn here is going to eye up an Alakazam, a Kadabra, and an Abra. So he has a full set here through that Dawn. Do we see a rare candy? That's the currency.
I mean, you have the Dunsparce in your hand. You have the Psychic Draw from the Kadabra. So that is 2 different ways for you to draw. And as you're saying, you are able to draw a lot with Alakazam, right? Kadabra gets you 2 cards. The Dunsparce gets you 3 cards. There's just so many ways for you to dig a little deeper into your deck. We are going to start things off with a Kadabra Psychic Draw. Going to happen. It's going to be on the back. We see 1, 2. We do see a Telepathic Energy. That is step number 1. We see the Dunsparce. That's step number 2. We can draw 3 more from the Dunsparce. We aren't going to use Telepathic Energy to the front to thin out your deck a little bit more. I think this is nerves talking just a little bit. We are going to be shuffling up the deck. 3 cards did not have a rare candy. Khalid wants more. He is out for blood. He is getting one Dunsparce and maybe 1 Abra from the deck thanks to the Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, the thing I want to say here for Khalid, having the Van Rotom on the bench doesn't seem like a bad thing, but however, that is 1 less Abra or 1 less Dunsparce he has access to during the game. So it looks like he just goes for a single Dunsparce. I would presume he's going to try and do other things from the hand because the hand's getting quite big there. Do we see at least an attack here coming up from Khalid? He has a Battle Cage in hand.
Yep.
We didn't get to talk about the stadiums for this game 3, by the way. All stadiums are in the deck for these players. So we will likely see Khalid playing the first one, trying to prevent a 2-price turn.
Yeah, here we're just gonna use teleportation burst.
Teleportation burst.
No, that's the Ralph's attack. No.
Oh, true.
He's just gonna use the attack to retreat back to base and deal 10 damage.
Fair enough. It's teleportation attack from Abra. It's very literal. It's a teleportation attack.
Hey, so I said it right then.
You did. Yeah, you did. So in this scenario here, Nick Key will have a Pokepad. That's the second Direct Cloak, or the first Direct Cloak, I should say, and there's no pressure coming on Khalid, surprisingly.
Why is that an upside down card in Nick's deck? Did you put it there by mistake?
Let's see.
He's found it from the...
He's eyeing up the Direct Cloak and just say, hey, give me a sec. Let me check my hand. So Nikki will have access to Recon Directive here. Khalid had an opening for some aggression, missed on the rare candy. So now Nikki, can he find a prize card or 2 here off this Direct Cloak and Recon Directive? Who are you favoring right now in this scenario here, Brian?
This is so tight. I mean, I like what Khalid did, right? He's like, hey, look, I'm going to run away with my Abra. You can take my Fan Rotom. I mean, he's just consuming the bench space, right? I want him out of here as soon as I can. But Battle Cage not being put here, that was a risk that Khalid is going to was going to take. I wonder if that's going to be punished at the end of the day. We do see a Fire Energy. So Nick will be able to attach the Fire Energy, retreat, and maybe Rare Candy up at the Blaze again. We do see a Ultra Ball in the hand. I don't see a Rare Candy though. Sorry. We do see the Blaze again. We don't see the Rare Candy. So we are going to use the Lily's Determination, go back into the deck. No prize cards have been taken. So we're just going to draw 8 cards. Just 8. That's
just
all.
8 for now because we do have access to the second Recon Directive if Nikki goes that route. I wanted to also say though, Khalid had the Battle Cage in hand. Nick Key had a counter stadium. We don't know what's going on here. It could be that these players are sniffing each other out. Maybe you have it, maybe you don't. So they are playing this game of chicken a little bit on who bench or who plays the first stadium and who gets to stick the stadium in play. Khalid there being very careful. Yes, it was risky, but for now it seems like it's safe. Does Nikki have a rare candy?
No, I don't see the rare candy, but I do see a Dreepy. I do see a Dragapult. So if Nikki wants to, can play a little bit safe here. Can just retreat that Dreepy into a Monkey Dory maybe, or I think he values the Monkey Dory here, so he may just go for like just a bite, or is it, or it's like a, yeah, I think it's just bite.
Yeah, I think for
that. No, but bite Psychic Energy, so you can't even bite
here.
Yeah,
you could have bit if you had a Fire and a Psychic, but you cannot do Petty Grudge if you had a Fire Energy. So Khalid now over to his turn again. A Hilda here for a Kadabra and a Psychic Energy. Nice to see that he still has cards to play, because at the previous turn it was pretty much nothing after drawing so much. Yeah. So now, Khalid, will you be able to find an attack here? Drawing 2, gets the Alakazam.
I want to make a point, right? Look at this. Yeah, he can just attach to the Fan Rotom because he can just use Assault Landing because of this stadium of the Battle Cage. Battle Cage is now active, and also Fan Rotom is active. That's why he did the switch. He's like, you damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you don't kill, or you don't knock out my Fan Rotom, I will just swing with Assault Landing. And this is exactly what Khalid is looking here. Look. Assault Landing is such an efficient attack. As long as you have a stadium, you can just do 70 damage, which is enough to take a knockout onto this Dreepy. Khalid is going to take that first prize. I will mention the one prize lead against Dragapult is not it's not it. You need more.
That's true. That's true. And here Khalid having an access to a Pokepad here off the top, that is clutch, because now even if Nick bumps the Battle Cage, there's no 2 prize turn for him at this scenario. There's no damage to be placed unless it's a risky Ruins play with a Monkey Dory. So yes, Nikki values Monkey Dory here because hey, most of the Pokemon, oh no, not anymore. He was able to get another Pokepad onto a Dunsparce. So everything on Khalid's side is evolved. There's no 2 prize turn here unless it's like a boss into something else.
No. I mean, look, you have the 2. If he does play the risky runes, he's able to shift the 20 over to the Kadabra. So you can still take 2 prizes by knocking out the Kadabra as well as this Fan Rotom. Nikki goes down 1 prize, but now he is going to be on the offensive. He needs to be able to find that rare candy. This is the 3rd turn that the rare candy has escaped him. Nick going to be looking through his... going to look at the top 2 cards with the Recon Directive. We see an Ultra Ball, we see a Dracloak Rare Candy just dodging him barely. He just needs 1 knockout for a Rare Candy. He doesn't know this yet, but if he's able to attach a Fire Energy onto this Dracloak, he can just actually take the knockout thanks to Dragon Headbutt.
Yes, indeed. So here, eyeing up the... what do you grab?
It's probably the Ultra Ball.
Okay, maybe. So Nikki here...
Yeah, there we go, Ultra Ball.
Yeah, grabbing the Ultra Ball here. Not the best thing you want to see, but here, going into the Dragapult. Oh no, going to Pheasantipity. Okay.
Yep.
So Pheasantipity though, I like the fact that you're going for it because you can draw cards, but that also allows Khalid to take a 2 prizer eventually. He would have had to go through multiple Dragapults, but now it's Dragapult potentially, a Pheasantipity, and maybe a single prize. So Khalid's 3 turns away from winning in this scenario, but Nikki has one thing on his side. It's called Phantom Dive.
That's right. I do want to make a point though that there's 4 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock right now. So what happens if this game goes to time? The player with less prizes will win. If the player has even prizes, then it will go to, I think, the player that takes the next prize will then win.
Almost like a sudden death situation in game. So that is, we're already in game 3, right? So the player with the prize lead will win, as you said. If it's a tie situation, you play until the next player draws a prize. So now here we do see the Dragapult EX coming off Nick Key. He's going to take a knockout on the Rotom in the active. However, because there is a Battle Cage, he's hoping to draw a Stadium.
Yeah, but even a Stadium here isn't going to cut it for him because he he's not able to take 2 prizes. Yes, he will be able to do some splash damage or some residual damage to the bench if he manages to get the stadium bump, but looks like he is just a few things too short. Isn't able to get the stadium. He may just need to take this knockout here. He also wants to look for this unfair stamp. Unfortunately, not able to get this unfair stamp is going to hurt him a lot. Wait, was that the risky runes? That is the risky runes. Okay, so maybe he will be able to set up some damage, but
he's bench locked. He's bench locked.
He's bench locked. There's no way for him to kind of do the shift, so he will just take the knockout onto that fan rotom. Is going to put 6 damage onto into the Kadabra. Khaled here going to be promoting the Kadabra with the energy. Is he going to be able to get enough cards in his hand to take a knockout? Keep in mind that he needs 16 cards in his hand. His hand is looking very big though.
Yeah. That's the thing. It also gets a backup Alakazam as well, so removing the potential prize there of the Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain. Khaled here protecting his bench really well. He still has access to 2 runaway draws on that side of the field. Has energy in hand. Probably played energy if I'm not mistaken already.
No, hasn't played energy yet.
Oh, not yet, okay. And he has a backup battle cage.
Yeah,
he has everything.
Battle cage is going to be good. Khaled is likely going to take 2 prizes here. And if looking at the time, if Khaled here is going to take the... Oh, yeah, okay, no, look. Nick does spot that he is running very low on time. He does trust that there's enough cards in his hand. Judges are currently checking up on this. Nick needs 8 rare candy. If he gets a rare candy, he's going to be able to evolve it into a Blaziken. Then he's able to swing back here. He does use the Ultra Ball first. Going to be finding that Blaziken, I believe. Or the Dracloak? No. It's got to be a Dreepy or a Blaziken, unless the Blaziken's in his hand. So it's going to be a Dreepy of choice. He's thinning out the deck. He's trying very hard to find a rare candy. He needs to take multiple prize knockout. There's 1 stadium back left in his deck right now. I mean, Risky Runes is out of the picture. You can't Monkey Dory shift. There's no damage counters for him to play around. I think he can only take 1 prize here. And if Khaled is able to swing, if he's able to swing this turn, I don't think there's anything in it. We do see the Lily's Clefairy, we see the Blaziken, but there's no rare candy. He is missing 2 pieces. He's missing the Stadium Bump as well. We have already seen the Recon Directive. I don't know if Nick has it.
No, there's too much asked for. The only play here that could have done 2 prize cards here for Nick would have been Rare Candy, Blaziken, Crispin to get 3 energies into play, take a knockout on the active. Of course, you need to bump the stadium as well, and then take a knockout on the bench Alakazam. There's only for 2 prizes here, but now I don't even see a line for him to get 1 prize.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough energies available. Pricing that, pricing. Oh, okay. So he uses the Night Stretcher to get an energy to just retreat the retreat it on the monkey. He will be using the boss's orders. He's just going to pass here. He's got 52 seconds left on the clock. If Khaled here is he's not. He doesn't even need to buy time. He just uses boss's orders. He is just going to use powerful hands. Is going to just take the knockout onto the Pheasant Dippity, and I think that is how the cookie crumbles.
This is likely Khaled's game here. Going down to a single prize card. That Pheasant Dippity on the bench, going to draw you more cards, but for Khaled, for Nicky, what else can you get?
Nick here, Recon directing, still no rare candy, still no way to push it up. 18 seconds left on the clock. I don't think there is too much. I don't think there's anything Nick can do to claw back from this. Is just going to look at his hand and just think, 8, so look, 7, 6, 5. I think it's just gonna give you the game, man.
Yeah, at this point here, Nicky's up against the wall. Actually, Khaled actually said, I went for the Pheasant Dippity, not the Monkey Dory. But then Nick actually flipped the script.
Yeah, look, anyways, I don't think it matters all too much.
Fair enough.
The game is over at this point. If I was Nick, it's just a scoop.
Yeah, but we'll let the judges figure things out here because at the end of the day, Khaled has a commanding lead here in this Game 3. And yes, we're out of time. Nicky, Red, unfortunately, 1 game away from the elusive finalist spot and potentially even winning it all. This was supposed to be his year, but Khaled and Alakazam stood in his way. We'll let the judges, of course, figure things out, but we will eventually get a resolution.
Yeah, look... I mean, look, 3 prize penalty to Nick. Well, anyways, he just loses the game anyway. So, look, I think it's fine, guys. We are just gonna let the judges do their thing. I mean, I think Nick has also just realized that, like, look, there's nothing I can do anyways. So I would assume that it's just gonna be the game over here. But the judges are just resolving this. He is gonna put the 4 cards back onto, or shuffle it in the deck.
I mean, to be fair, judges here are there for a reason, is to repair the game set as best as possible. So we trust them with that. However, you know, we all of course want to see a full game, right? We want to see a game resolve here, but it is likely, even if it goes all the way, Khalid will likely take the game here. So Nick Key, well, I think we let the judges do the thing. What do you think of this matchup? This is such a swinging matchup here, Brian. It's all about the setup, right?
Yeah, setup is key, right? If you're able to find the rare candy from Blaziken, maybe this would have been very, very different. But not being able to find that rare candy, always missing that piece. You know, the Blaziken was always in Nick's hand, but he just wasn't able to find a rare candy. And unfortunately, I don't think there's anything Nick can do here. Time has been called already. The match has ended. I mean, the game has ended anyways, but the judges still need to ensure that the game is resolved cleanly. So they're making sure that everything is wrapped up nicely in a bow tie.
Yes, indeed. And that bow tie might be just Khalid's win here, of course. Nikki and Khalid, both these players went the distance here at the Master Ball League Malaysia. Most importantly, Nikki does have an invite locked in. Khalid, with this win, will book an invite. I love to see more players at Worlds representing Malaysia, representing Southeast Asia. So this potentially, probably first time for Khalid, a 3rd time for Nikki in a row, by the way.
Yeah, that's right. Honolulu, Anaheim, and now San Francisco.
Yeah.
That's a pretty incredible achievement, you know.
A very good repertoire for him, especially because he came this season, you know, very close to not even making towards the top 10 or the top half of the leaderboards. He went on a tear in UBLs. I think top 2 at 2 consecutive Ultra Ball leagues, and now top 4 at the Master Ball League. Nick Key, take a bow. What a performance towards the tail end of the season.
Exactly. So Nick here, ensuring that his Worlds invite is locked. Khalid here also locking in his Worlds invite. Congratulations. Well, I believe that that's how the cookie will crumble, but we'll see and wait back for the official judge calls that is happening right now with the judge team. We're looking over at the screen, so if you see me looking away, it's because I'm just making sure that the judges, whether or not the judges have resolved their call, because they're literally right there. But the are just waiting for the official information. But Aaron, what a match it was. We saw a lot of pull and push factors. The first game was really was very one-sided to Nick.
Yep.
Right. Khalid wasn't able to draw, but I think that wasn't because of anything else except for the unfair stamp. The unfair stamp stuck, and it allowed Nick to carry through with the game.
And we saw a change of game plan there from Khalid, because in game number 2, he definitely went with a much wider setup right away. In game 3, he even pivoted into Defend Rotom as not just a setup Pokemon, but also as an attacker. Because you want to protect Alakazam, you want to protect the ones on the bench. You want Defend Rotom to take a prize if you can. So Assault Landing was mentioned for the first time on stream this weekend. So not too bad, I think, for both these players. They try to adapt, they try to face the matchups that they are in front of them. I also want to talk about, so before I even get there, we're back in the game here, so both these players are going to try their best to resume based on what the judges have able to rule here. So Nick, it looks like it's going to be Nikki's turn. Do we get time extension? We will check later on. Khalid here is 1 prize away from a ticket to San Francisco for Worlds 2026.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this. I think, basically, from my understanding on time call rules here of end of round procedures, Khalid will just take the win because he's less than 2 prizes, and he's also got less prizes than Nick, and there has to be a resolution here, right? So I think Khalid will just take the W, but so we are back onto the game, but we're just making sure that the end of round rules are being explained clearly to both players.
Yeah, and I think the key thing for both these players here is that we saw a lot of friendliness among them, so it's good to see that coming out of both of these players. They know that this is a high-stakes match, and neither of them want to, bring about weirdness in the resolution. So Nikki, Khalid giving their utmost cooperation to our judge team. And I don't want to say the judges team did catch quite a few things there. They were able to prevent things like an illegal search rebutted by the Poffin, things like that. So kudos to them and thank you for their service. but we will want to see a resolution so we can go to top 2. We want to go to the finals.
Yeah, we're just waiting for that final explanation and around procedures. Judges are discussing amongst themselves at this point. Yeah, I mean, look, everything was on the line for these two players. I think congratulations to both of them for making it so far. They have secured the Mega Lucarios, and it's just a matter of winning more, right? Going back into, finishing up the day with that World's Invite and that coveted travel award as well.
Yes, indeed. At the very least, I would say, yeah, it's great to see Nick probably locking in his invite with this performance. Khalid likely getting an invite as well. So we do see him probably a 3-minute time extension here just to play out the final moments of the game, the final turns of the game. So they were able to reverse it pretty well, actually, which I am really surprised. However, Nikki has 5 prizes to take. Khalid only has 1.
Okay, well, technically, Nick needs to take 4 prizes.
Fair.
Right, Nick has to take 4 prizes here. So as you can see, he's playing very fast. All right, he just wants to be able to join everything. He gets down first step here. That is something. I'm not sure if he can take 4 prizes though, but he doesn't mean that he's out of the game. We are going to see the rare candy. We are going to see the Blaziken come out. You know, the Sealing Spirit can be used. Is he going to use the unfair step now? He needs to be able to evolve the Blaziken. He needs to be able to evolve the Pult as well.
Hang on, that's a Dragloak on top. Hang on, that's a Dragloak involving the Dragloak.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, so in this scenario, Brian, Nikki getting evolutions down, getting a red candy as well. Unfair step to 2. Khalid does have access to 2 runaway draws. The question now is whether or not he's able to get a knockout on anything. It may not be the Dragapult. It can be someone on the bench like the Monkey Dory. It's about drawing into his outs.
Nikki looking for a stadium bump here, not being able to find anything, is going to use the Pokepad. He does have the stadium in his deck, I believe, trying to thin out his deck a little bit more, finding that Dracloak just a little bit later. He can use 1 Recon Directive, I am sure of that. He is going to use Ultra Ball to thin out his deck a little bit more. He's trying very, very hard to find himself a stadium. He's got 1 minute and 16 seconds to take 4 prizes. If he has the stadium, he needs 2 attacks. Khalid can technically just play it out to just go for the win here. But Nick Key going to be using Recon Directive, is going to be looking at 2 cards, I think, for his deck. He also needs an energy, so he needs an energy as well as a stadium up. Crispin, I think, is going to find him that energy. I can't remember if he's used this supporter yet, though.
I don't think so. Crispin is a live card here for Nick, so he will be able to get into over the 3 energies under this card. So he's hoping to be able to search out for 1 Psychic and 1 Darkness. There it is. So he will be able to get an attack off here with the Phantom Dive, Psychic Energy to the active, and then Seeding Spirit from Blaziken EX to power up that Phantom Dive, power up that Dragapult. But we don't see a stadium bump. Oh, hang on a second. Okay, fair enough. He's going for the Monkey Dory as well, getting energy there. Okay, Seeing Spirit finally for Nick Key. We now have all of these Pokemon online, taking a knockout. Khalid, what do you have?
Though. I mean, look, if I was Khalid, I'd just go, I'm going to runaway draw 3, and I will just push out my Alakazam, and hey, look, time is called right now. So I believe Khalid will just take the win here because there's a 3 prize difference.
That's
but we'll
true.
see what the judges will call. I think the timing may be slightly different on screen as to in person right now. So they're just making sure that everything is being done. So yeah, Khalid here going for the runaway draw, going to draw 3 more cards, is going to use the second runaway draw. We're going to see 3 more cards come out from there, and Hans Hammer ain't going to do anything in this specific matchup. We're going to be pushing up the powerful, the Alakazam with powerful hands and Psychic Draw. This is the bread and butter of this deck. Here, Khalid does have a lot going on, but has nothing at the same time. There isn't a boss's orders.
Khalid has to be careful. He has to bench another Pokemon because there is a world here where Nick Key is able to take both knockouts onto the Alakazam. He needs to see this, Khalid. He needs to place something down on the bench. Lana's Aid is not a bad card. Dawn is not a bad card. It's about playing something out so that Nick Key can't donk or I would say, remove all Pokemon from Khaled's side of the field.
Yeah, because there is. If Khaled can't take a clean knockout here, Nick Key just goes for Shift Monkey Dory Phantom Dive.
Yes.
And suddenly, I don't think he'll be able to take a knockout onto the back Alakazam or 130.
can.
No, he can't take the
You
knockout.
can with the Adrenaline Brain.
Yeah, so look, he just passes here. I think this is the right move. If Khaled here had used powerful hands, it would have been a very, very different game. Nick Key now needs to find a way in order for him to do two more damage, isn't it?
Two more
Yeah,
damage
just two-
counters, but there's nothing to do here because the Risky Ruins is already gone. And there's no way to add damage on his side of the field. Khaled, top tier plays there, not attacking even though he could have, saying, you know what? If this is your last turn, try and take a prize. Try and take 2.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible.
No. There is no line here for Nick Key. He shows his hand. Is that it?
No, first recon directive.
Play it out, yeah.
Psychic Energy Stadium. That is not a stadium, that's a judge. You could judge for the stadium.
You could. You haven't played supporter, but do you play Dawn already though?
Yes,
I think he
did.
I think he did.
Maybe we don't want to see
I
any
don't know.
misplays on stream. Right?
Let's
We don't
see.
want to see any more misplays on stream. I'm not sure if he used the Dawn. I think he did, right, to find that Blaziken?
Yeah, I think so. I think Nikki here is probably saying, you know what? Let me take a knockout. And is that all she wrote here?
Yeah, I think that's going to be game. With that one more Alakazam, I think that means Nick is down to 3 prizes. 3 is to 1. I believe the rules call it. We'll take the W here.
There it
and that
is.
is going to be game. Khaled is coming up to be our finalist here. Congratulations for climbing all the way to the top, to the final
Yes.
2 positions. The path to the peak here, very, very clear for Khaled. Congratulations for making it all the way to the finalists table.
Yes, indeed. And what a player of a caliber of Nick's level for Khaled to have to go through. This was not an easy game. Nick Key is one of the top players here in Malaysia. And he was, like I said, gunning for a 3rd consecutive Nationals finalist position or into the finals. And this could have been his year. He was on a tear the last couple of weeks, last month or so. But he has been stopped by Khaled and Alakazam. I do want to congratulate Nick though. This likely locks him in for that Worlds invite. So it will be a 3rd consecutive Worlds invite for Nikki if all goes well. But now it's going to be Khaled's show in the finals. Can Alakazam win back-to-back Master Ball Leagues?
If that's the case, I'm going to start changing my deck in Singapore to Alakazam. Alakazam seems to be a pretty good pick here in Southeast Asia. But guys, whilst we wait for the finalists table to get set up, do hang on. We're going to take a short break and we'll catch you guys in just a bit.
Don't go anywhere.
call in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Here we go!
2 finalists, but only one of them can be champion here, Brian. We are back for one final time at Master Ball League Malaysia. My name is Aaron Munjit, with me Brian Kwa. And Brian, this is it. This is the final match of the tournament. And one of these players will be crowned champion.
That's right. You can only have one winner, but you know what both of them get?
They get a Worlds invite. Yeah.
And a travel invite.
Yeah.
That's a win in my book.
They get Lucario as well.
They get Lucario.
And trophies.
And the trophy. And the playmat. I mean, look. Either ways, both of them are winners, so congratulations to both George as well as Khaled for making it all the way here. If you're interested in seeing what they're playing, though, we're going to be, first of all, looking at the path to victory here.
Yes.
So we know that George faced up against Adila, who was playing the Raging Bolt, who then faced off against his own grass box, fighting against Jin Chung, who's fighting against the Hydrapple, and he heaved a sigh of relief as he looked across the table and noticed that the Blaze Pult was annihilated, was obliterated by Alakazam.
Yes, indeed. On the right side there, we saw Nikki and Khalid in the previous match. The match going the distance, 3 full games, and now George up against Khalid. Khalid with Alakazam. George, however, with something that we have not seen. It's Arboliva Tilmas Ogapon. Are you a believer?
I'm not a believer.
You will be after this, maybe.
Maybe, we'll see.
Maybe. So let's see these decks right now. We do have the deck list for you as well. So if you want to go and try to be one of these players, why not? Here is George Chan's deck here. Arboliva, Meganium, and Tilmas Ogapon. This is probably the third or fourth time we've seen a Meganium style deck, a Tilmas style deck. I also want to say that George actually essentially went through 2 Tilmas Ogapon Civil Wars in top 8 and top 4 to now represent a Tilmas Ogapon deck in the finals.
Hey, I mean, he needs to earn the right to get here in the first place, right? I will note 2 cards from this list. The first is the Judge, the second is the Unfair Sam. These 2 are going to be extremely key for him to take, to disrupt the hand of Khalid, but he also has the Oil Salvo attack. But anyways, on to Khalid.
That's true. For Khalid here, you mentioned Oil Salvo. Thank you, because that is the attack that Khalid will be very wary about. Being able to put 2 damage counters on 6 different play targets. The Shaman is going to become clutch here. That is going to prevent the damage coming out from the Arboliva. It's going to be very crucial for Khalid to not prize that little green guy, and hopefully even also to get a chance to play that Ace Nullifier to prevent an Unfair Stamp. We talk about the 2 cards that can disrupt the hand. The Judge and Unfair Stamp. Ace Nullifier is Khalid's 8s in the hole for that particular Ace pack.
That's right. You know, I think Khalid has a pretty solid deck list. He's even protecting the Enhanced Hammers to get rid of stuff like the Mist Energy as well as the Rocky Energies here. So I like what we've seen from Khalid so far. This is going to be his 3rd time on the stream.
Yes.
But guys, you don't have to wait all too long for the finals. We're going straight into the prize cards. Prize cards are going to be on the screen in just a minute. Take a look.
Yeah, and let's see. Is there Shaman? No. No Shaman here for Khalid. On George's side of the field, prizing a Badoo and the Cypher Maniacs. Interesting stuff here. I hope that's not the only Badoo. Is it the only one, or is there another one?
It's the only one,
it's
but the thing is that,
okay,
like I mentioned before, the only thing that Badoo is going to stop is that turn 2 Rare Candy evolution into Alakazam for a swing with a powerful hand. But looking at over at Khalid's side, he has prized 1 of 3 of the rare candies. Yes, he's playing 3 rare candies, but having 1 inside the prize is definitely still going to hurt.
Yes,
I will make a note that Wondrous Patch is also prized, so he's not going to be able to recycle 1 of the 2 basic psychic energies that he has inside his deck. But we're going straight into the game here. Khalid starting first, George going second, and this is the finals of the Master Ball League of Malaysia. Let's give ourselves a round of applause, guys, if you're watching from the venue.
Yes, indeed. Khalid here starting first. Only just 2 Arbras, an attachment, and pass. That is not great for Khalid. No Dunsparce, no Fan Rotom, and of course, no Deck Search even. Hopefully it's a better second turn. But for George here, Bug Catching Set off the top. Will we see Arboliva take this game? Or will we see Khalid be able to come back here? A few energies to choose from for the Bug Catching Set. We do see a small lift already in hand for George. Does he have anything else? Okay, double Grass Energy of the Bug Catching Set. A really useful card here. It's all about card advantage here with these decks. 1 card netting you 2, 1 card netting you 3, especially with Dawn. For George here, the stadium of choice will be that Force of Vitality Stadium. For Khalid, it's a Battle Cage. Not because it's going to be impactful, but it's really because you wanted to bump the Force of Vitality.
That's right. Force of Vitality, 4 off copy in the deck for Georgetown. George is going to be benching yet another Teal Mask Ogerpon BR. Just going to use Teal Dance. He is cycling through his deck very, very quickly. We do see an Ultra Ball in his hand. I wonder if he's going to be utilizing that now. I don't think so. He doesn't. He is going to be benching that Meowth, though. Meowth is going to find him a supporter of choice. I don't mind seeing something like the Dawn and actually using the Dawn now so that you will be able to have your Arboliva line up. Because you look here, if Khaled doesn't have something like the Shaman to prevent it, that's just going to be game.
Yes.
I don't mind seeing aggressive plays here from George. You don't really need the Lily's Determination.
But maybe that's the best way to refill the hand.
I was going to say that's the only way for you to get the stadium, right?
That's true. There's no petrol or there's no chorus tenacity here in this list for George. He's definitely going to go into his least determination to draw more cards. And seeing more cards gets you more cards. And here, an Ultra Ball as well, getting rid of a Grass Energy and something else. Might be going after another Teal Mask Pokemon, perhaps.
He wants to thin out his deck. He wants to be able to bench something that he can play, right? So I think he has a Smoliv already on the bench. Is that 2 Smolivs? Oh, he's going for 2 Smolivs. Interesting. I thought he was going to go for the Meganium route, but I think he realizes, look, I don't need Meganiums. I need more Arbolivas. Oil Salvo is George's path to victory, right? He wants to be able to use spread 120 damage in total, right? He wants to be able to choose one of his opponent's Pokemon 6 times, and for each time he chose a Pokemon, deal 20 damage to that. So it's going to be able to just scatter damage all over the place. And if you look at Khaled's board right now, if he doesn't have a Kadabra, 50 plus 50 is
100.
And 100 is less than
120.
Exactly. So that's just going to be game if Khaled's not able to do anything right now.
Well, to be fair, it won't be a full game because you have to pick 6 different targets. So, to be fair, yeah, that's pretty much game because you get to pick 3 times per Abra. You know what? I keep thinking Abra has 70 hit points there. But in any case, no. But for George here, I think one thing that I want to talk about the Arboliva. The Arboliva is going to be key as an attacker because it is the beefiest Pokemon on George's side of the field. You want to be attacking with it because you want to force Khaled to go into huge hand sizes. He will need 16 cards, the same as Dragapult EX, to take a knockout on an Arboliva, forcing Khaled to go into those large hand sizes. And then potentially the Judge, the Unfair Stamp, those are going to come into play here. But now, who even draws Unfair Stamp? Long life. Anyhow, moving on into the... Well, Smoliv here, okay, you're going to go into a single prizer.
Yeah, he's going to use Ram onto that Abra, but he's also setting up for a potential Oil Salvo next turn. Khaled starting us up with that Dawn. I do expect to see a Kadabra and Alakazam, and then maybe for the last card, we will see a Dunsparce.
It has to be the Shaman. It has to be the Shaman for Khaled
because
right.
I forgot about the Shaman.
One turn away from facing down Oil Salvo on everything he has. So if he has a Shaman in play, that 10 damage in the front, that's not going to come into play. However, without a Shaman, Khaled's going to run a risk. I don't think he's going to be taking such risks here, especially because he's in the finals. So there you go. Shaman, Kadabra, Alakazam. Now, do we see a rare candy here from Khaled?
Wait, that's not the Powerful Hands Alakazam.
No, it's not. It's the other one, the strange hacking Alakazam. That is going to be able to give Khaled another attacker here. And with its Psychic attack, it's actually able to take a knockout on this Smoliv, I believe. Because it's 10 plus 50 more damage for each energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon. Guess what, Smoliv? You have an energy. That means you get knocked out.
That is an interesting route to take instead of Powerful Hands. I thought Powerful Hands would be just the natural choice there. But yeah, Psychic seems to be the way to go here for the side of Khaled.
So your 2 cards here of second row. Gets the Buddy Poffin. That's huge for Khaled. He's going to be able to go into the Dunsparce, or Dunsparce I should say. And with a Shaman in hand, he's going to be protected from an Oil Salvo onto his bench. This is a really strong turn for Khaled here.
Yeah, this is the turn that he was looking for. He didn't have too hot of a start to start things off, but now with the Buddy Poffin, able to get himself 1 Dunsparce, 1 more Abra if he needs backup attackers, but now going for a wider route. He wants to be able to dish out the big damage. He suspects that George here has the Force of Vitality, so that means he will be able to go, he needs to be able to dish out 310 damage. Having 2 Dunsparce Dunsparce is definitely away because that's 6 cards out of the 16 that you need, and not to mention that you already have some cards into your hand. So here Khalid was, I think, hoping for a rare candy, but doesn't have it, so it's just going to pass the Abra in the front.
Yeah, so no attacks here from Khalid. I think that's okay because you're still only ever giving up 1 prize here against George's Arbolievas. We do see the Force of Vitality coming down here for George. Does have the Dawn. The Dawn is such a strong supporter for these Force of Vitality decks. Essentially, you're searching for the whole line and putting them into play. Once you have a Force of Vitality, I would assume he's going for a Dolph as well as the Arboliva. Or maybe he has it in hand because he's eyeing up a Pheasant Dippity as well as the Dolph. Does he have the Arbolive already? So we will see here eventually. But yeah, Dawn here, a strong combination with the Force of Vitality. Eyes up the Meganium. So here we have the Dolph, the Meganium, the Pheasant Dippity, all to the hand from that 1 Dawn. Such great card advantage coming out from the cards in George's deck. We talk about the Dawn, we talk about the Buck Catching set. 1 card, netting you multiple cards after that.
I wonder if... Okay, there we go. It's because he does have the Arboliva already, so he is evolving that Bayleaf into a Meganium. Okay, so there was a Bayleaf at the back.
Yes.
We weren't 100% sure there whether it was a Dolph or whether it was a Chikorita, but now we know that it is going to be that Chikorita. So our Arboliva EX with just 1 energy is just going to use Oil Salvo to the Abra in the front. Not able to spread the damage, thankfully, because of that Shaman. Shaman doing so much work here for the side of Khalid, just preventing multiple prize knockouts. So, yeah.
Yes, indeed. So for George's turn here, he's hoping to draw into one of the 2 boss's orders next turn to take out the Shaman. For Khalid, he wants to preserve the Shaman as best he can. So in this scenario here, for Khalid, one thing he's missing is multiple Abras. It's only 1 Alakazam on the bench, and that's not enough. You need more.
But look, I mean, that can change very quick, right?
True.
I mean, he has the Buddy Pop in there. He can just bench the 2 Abras now. Telepathic Energy also gets you that exact same thing, right?
Yes, indeed.
So here now he's fully set up with 3 Abras, 1 Alakazam and 2 Abras. He also has 2 Pokepads which he can use. He's going to use that first one. I fully expect to see the Dunsparce come out here. It is going to be the Dunsparce. It will likely evolve the front in the front and use it as an active pivot.
Yes, indeed. For Khalid here, he's trying to get to the magical 16 cards in hand. There is already energy attached to that benched Alakazam. It's ready to go. It's raring to go. Now he's just going to draw enough cards for Powerful Hand to take a knockout. Runaway draw here. Number 1 from Khalid, drawing 3. What does he see? He sees the Dunsparce.
That's good.
That's
because
good.
He doesn't need to use that Pokepad. The Pokepad can be used for Kadabra in the next turn here. So going through the emotions, making sure that the runaway draw gets triggered first. He's got 3 Pokepads, by the way, so he's going to be pretty happy with using those. When he wants to, but he has a Dunsparce, right? So the Dunsparce is going to be able to net him 3 more cards. First, we're going to shuffle because of the previous runaway draw. I do, expect him to evolve that, and we're going to see 3 more cards coming up from this deck. We should have like a special hand counter,
we should.
For Alakazam, so we know how many cards he has in his hand now.
We need 2 counters. We need 1 hand counter. We need to count also number of runaway draws. We've said this 2 days because that's going to be a very high number. So we do see it here for Khalid. He promotes the Alakazam. That signals to me he has the knockout. But we will see here if it's true or...
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think
he's short 2 cards, but he has a boss. Did he play a supporter this turn? I don't think so.
I don't think he did. Yeah, he does have a boss there. Okay, so he's counting the amount of damage he's making. He's setting up his other Dunsparce, or his other Dunsparce, right? With Buddy Poppin. The bakery is baking, is cooking. We do come out with 2 little cute Dunsparce here, going to be ready to run away and draw more cards for Khalid. Khalid going through everything. I don't think he's got 16 cards, but we're going to see the boss's orders likely going to be onto that Teal Musk Ogerpon. We want to see a 2/2/2. Boss's order is going to be onto either one of those Teal Musk Ogerpons. He has to choose. It is going to be, they're honestly identical. So, Khalid just showing that he has enough cards. It is going to be powerful hands for a knockout in front. And by the way, Arboliva, with only 1 energy, doesn't have Foil Salvo to knock out the Alakazam.
That is true. And I was going to say, if for whatever reason George is able to take a knockout. He just in one energy, by the way, because that Meganium will be able to activate the secondary attack, which is Aroma Shot for Arboliva. The thing that I was looking at right now on Kali's side of the field was that he doesn't have a Kadabra. So he needed to draw into Rare Candy Alakazam. He got the Rare Candy of the prizes, but look at what George played. The Unfair Stamp. And Khalid there, he doesn't have a Dunsparce set up.
Yeah, but he does have 2 Dunsparce, so he is okay. He has
Fair enough.
the Rare Candy and the Dunsparce, so he's going to be fine here. If he uses the Dunsparce to use Runaway Draw, draws back into something like a Pokepad or another Dunsparce. The Dunsparce yet again evolves Rare Candy up the Abra at the back into an Alakazam, attach 1 energy, and hey, look, all you need is the boss's orders once again, and you'll be able to go for the 2/2/2 prize map that Khalid really wants.
Yes, indeed. So we do see an energy attachment here on the Arboliva. That is to power up the secondary attack, the Aroma Shot on Arboliva. It does heal the Pokemon from special conditions, but it's not going to be seen here, at least for now. So Khalid promotes the Dunsparce, knowing full well he has a pivot. He draws 2 Rare Candies. So Khalid now in excess of Rare Candies, but he should be looking to play this Dunsparce, or the Dunsparce, I should say, in the active. Draw more cards here. Runaway Draw for 3. What do you see, Khalid?
Yo, is that the Alakazam?
That's a Lana's 8, actually.
That's the wrong Alakazam, but
That is
the
wrong
Lana's
Alakazam,
8.
yeah.
Lana's 8 going to be doing so much work here. You're going to be able to use Rare Candy, evolve Abra, find a Kadabra with the Lana's 8, evolve that too.
Yes.
So we're going to see 5 cards in hand from Khalid, thanks to that one Lana's 8.
Yeah, the only key thing here is that when you use Lana's Aid, you cannot use another supporter, so no boss's orders. However, at the very least, you get to draw some cards. So here, you're going to go after potentially a Kadabra, potentially an Alakazam, which is what you see, and also the energy card. So you are ready. Now, though, for Khalid, can you draw enough to take a knockout? First, Psychic Draw on the Kadabra, drawing 2, draws into another Kadabra. That is not great here if you're Khalid, because you're not going to be able to draw more. But yes, you have another way of drawing. Here is the Psychic Draw from the Alakazam, drawing 3. Do you see a way to draw more cards? I don't think so.
You see a Psychic Energy. We may be just going for a 2-hit here. We're going to see the Lucky Helmet.
Yeah.
We're going to see the Psychic Energy attachment. He will be able to use Powerful Hands for, was it 6?
Yeah, it's some
so
damage.
It's 140 damage, I think, onto that Arboliva. So he is going for the 2-shot, and George is going to just be able to swing back with the Aroma Shot. And Khalid is in a slightly better position than he was the previous turn, because he does have Kadabra on the bench, but no Abra signifies a sign of weakness.
Yeah, so 1 Kadabra on the bench there left for Khalid. We will see George taking a knockout most likely, but Khalid will draw more cards. The judge here though coming in clutch, because now Khalid has to go to 4 cards in hand. With the draw for turn, it'll be 5. George playing both his hand disrupting cards already at this point. I don't think you would love to do that, but maybe those are the only options he had there. So Khalid will have to build the hand back up. But thanks to the Lucky Helmet, you'll probably be seeing quite a few cards next turn.
Yeah, I don't actually like this judge from George. I think it's just a little bit too early. He already knew Khalid was down quite a bit. He can't really swing. And the other thing as well is that George has already gotten chip damage onto this Arboliva. So using the judge here was a bit of a question mark. And by the way, because Khalid is playing the Psychic Alakazam, he can actually take a knockout with just the Psychic. Doesn't need the cards in hand.
That is true. Here comes a Hilda here from Khalid. So you're going to be able to draw or just search like for an evolution card and a energy. It can be any energy. Hilda, card that came up I think in the White Flare Black Bolt couple of sets. So that card has actually saw a huge price spike, I would say, for many people, for many regions around the world. But however, here now it's being played. Khalid will be looking for an Alakazam. Yes, there it is. And also the telepathic energy. So you will be able to refill your bench with more Abras, provided they're still in the deck.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I saw many Abras in the deck, because if there were, would he be shuffling his deck right now? I'm not sure. I'm not too sure, to be honest.
We will see. It could be that he might have already a Dunsparce, so he might want to draw cards first, potentially drawing to something. But
You would thin your deck first, no?
That's true. That's true. Unless it's 3, then you want to draw 1 now. But no, it's going to be Psychic Draw first for Khalid.
Okay, we do see the Dunsparce there, so that is one way for him to continue drawing cards. He does evolve the Kadabra into the powerful hands. Alakazam, not the Psychic one here. He is slowly running out of gas. Khalid needs to find a way to refill his bench. We do see the enriching energy, but an energy attachment I think has to be done onto that Alakazam.
Not yet. No. There's no energy yet. No energy yet. Telepathic energy still in hand. Khalid has to attach an energy. So I agree with you. Why not attach a telepathic first, thin with 2 Abras out of the deck, and then draw? He just got lucky not drawing any Abras right now.
I mean, like I said, I'm not sure if there's any Abras left in the deck. Because I think,
true.
Did he prize one? Didn't he prize one?
Or maybe. Could be already in hand for Khalid here. So he's checking now, how many cards do I need to get a knockout here? So Khalid's trying to see, all right, do I have enough to take a knockout here on this Believer? I have the energy, attaches one onto the active.
Yeah, this tells me that there isn't an Abra in his deck, man.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna have to bench that Dunsparce. He's gonna have to bench something to keep him in this game, but he may just need to scoop and go to game number 2 if he's not able to set up any more Abras here. This isn't great.
This is rough for Khalid. He has to bench something. So benches the Psyduck?
Should be the Dunsparce, no? There we go. Dunsparce gets
Yeah,
benched.
no. It makes sense.
Telepathic energy hasn't had the room to be attached just yet. We are going to use powerful hands here. Going to go for this knockout, I believe. So
yes.
Here, George needs to find a way for him to knock out this Alakazam, right? He has the Teal Mask Ogopon, so that will be able to take at least the front knockout, not needing the Owl Lever anymore because Oil Salvo is just knockout in front.
Yeah, so I think Khalid here is trying to buy. Well, to be fair, he's not buying a turn. He has only 1 turn left. George and 3 prizes cannot take more than 1 prize per turn. Khalid, on the other hand, whatever it is George pushes up into the active, it's going to be a 2 prizes. So Khalid here, having just a single Dunsparce, it's not a sign of weakness per se. It's a sign of saying, I need to buy 1 turn. And with that enriching energy in hand already lined up, he's probably going to hope to find something like the Sacred Ash to recover some of those Abras that got knocked out already this game.
Yeah, but if he finds the Sacred Ash, he can't use telepathic energy, so things aren't looking all too good. But I will say Khalid is not out of it just yet. He will be, George will be able to take the knockout on this Alakazam, but because Khalid is playing a single prize board state, unless George gets access to his Briar, which he's looking at it, he's like, hey,
oh,
the
Briar play.
And dude, this is going to be like flashback to like one of the UBLs, right? I mean, we heard earlier from the players that
want to talk about
Khalid and George have actually faced stuff before at an earlier UBL. And unfortunately for them, back then, Khalid lost, and he lost to a Briar, and that's the only way that he can lose in this game number 1 next turn.
And that is exactly the play that George Pro lining up. We talk about that UBL. It was in Cheetah Mall recently in Season 3. That 512-person UBL. Khalid faced up against George. George took the win in the exact same decks that these players are playing right now. So Khalid out for revenge here and redemption. George trying to get momentum. 2 for 2 hopefully. But here, he's going to take a knockout on this Alakazam for Mirrored Leaf Shower with the Meganium's Wild Growth. That's enough. Khalid now down to 2 prize cards. George down to 2 prize cards. Enriching energy for Khalid here to draw 4 cards. But yes, now the Briar play is live. That is the game winning there for George, if you can find it.
Sacred Ash.
That's what we needed.
That's what Khalid needed. We are going to look at shuffling back 3 Abras, 1 Kadabra, and 1 Alakazam. I think that is the play. 2 Alakazams, 1 Kadabra, and 2 Abras. I think that is, there we go. That is the play. He still has access to, I think, 1 more rare candy, so he is hoping that he'll be able to eventually draw into that. Checking his Dunsparce, checking his energies, making sure he knows what is available to him so he doesn't shuffle the wrong things into his deck, right? So wait, no, that was his hand size.
That was his hand,
yeah. So yep, there we go. Is going to be Sacred Ash, 2 Abras, 1 Kadabra, 1 Alakazam. Here we are going to use Dawn, going to be able to find ourselves the Alakazam line if he wants to. So it's going to be an Abra, a Dunsparce, as well as an Alakazam. I think that's the line that he is looking for.
Yep.
And George, on the other hand, just 1 Briar away. The good news with Khalid is there's no bench space for Meowth. So
True.
George can't just go Meowth Briar. He has to rely on the triple Teal Dance.
That's true. And for Khaled here, he wants to be able to draw into more Abra. So playing the Dawn here to grab the Dunsparce is something that he had to do. There's no other way to search it out. However, off the runner draw, he wants to see another Abra. If not, George can also lock the door on the win with a boss's orders on that last Abra on the bench. Khaled here thinking, what do I promote here? So he has another Dunsparce on the bench. That's good. He's looking for a way to play out cards, or I should say dig out cards to get another Abra. So running with draw here. Do we see a second Abra?
I mean, there's only 2 in the deck, so I'm not...
Pokepad!
That's huge.
Pokepad, that is huge for Khaled. So now George, the only way out for him, or the only out to win here is the Briar. Boss order is no longer going to be a winning card.
I like that he he benched the Dunsparce with the free retreat, because that means he can pivot into anything he wants. Honestly, pivoting into the Shaman here may be the play.
That is true. That is to force George to have a boss to take a valuable knockout, not just on a random Shaman. Because essentially George is only 1 turn away from winning after taking a knockout. So yes, giving the Shaman is probably key here. Has a battle cage. I don't think it's important
Actually,
here.
maybe giving up the Abra is the play. Just a thought.
That is true. The give out Abra might be the play because you have 2. And you want to keep the Shaman anyway, right?
No, you don't need to keep the Shaman, but
Fair.
here, I think this is fine.
Did he draw the Briar? He drew the Briar off the top! He drew the Briar off the top! Khaled, nightmares, deja vu!
He's like, wait a second, I've been through this!
Not again!
Why? Brian does him dirty yet again. It's no longer top deck boss, it's top deck Briar. Oof! Not the way that Khaled wants the game 1 to go.
And if I don't want these players here, I will be laughing myself to game 2 because that, according to the players, was exactly what happened. Briar for the win for George. Rather unfortunate for Khaled, he played his outs. He tried to go for the distance there, but missing the one knockout, or missing essentially an attack that 1 turn, gave George the commanding position that he had. That Briar top deck got him the win.
Yeah. That was funny though. Top deck Briar, man. I mean, I never thought I'd say those words, but George here playing literally that one-off copy of Briar. I mean, that was pretty insane.
It was, and great for viewing, great for entertainment for those of you at home. But of course, not great if you're Khaled here, obviously. So let's see.
Absolute cinema is what they say. And that is why we like to see these games so close down to the wire. Hey, but I will say though, both of these players are very happy with where they currently are at. Both of them have secured their invite to Worlds. This is both their first time getting there. So yes, even though Khaled lost the first game, there's 2 more games to go with 51 minutes left on the clock.
Talking about first times, this is the first time both these players made day 2. This players making top cut, and also these players booking their place into the World Championships. And for one of these players, the first time they ever be crowned champion of the Master Ball League. So now we go to game 2. Khaled starting with a Dunsparce, George starting with that Badiou. Let's take a look at the prize cam if we can, because that is going to be key here. Is the Shaman in the deck for Khaled? That's the first thing you'll be looking for if you are the Alakazam player. Do we see the Shaman? Oh. Okay.
No Shaman.
No Shaman.
But 1-1 Dunsparce, the Dunsparce line.
Okay.
On the other side for George, he is down 1 Force of Vitality, but he's also down 2 Teal'c Ogerpons. 2 is technically all you need, but there's just less odds of you drawing into it.
Yes, now if you call it here, you're hoping to see a...
George has the other 2. George has the other 2 Teal'cs in hand.
Oh, fair enough then. You don't need to worry about it. For Khaled here though, you're going to be looking for a way to get more Dunsparce in hand or in play. Where's the Lucky Helmet? Shaman was in hand for Khaled. Okay. I don't mind playing it down right away. It's always good to just have it there. You don't want to get judged away. So heads up there for Khaled. George now with the Badiou inactive. We will expect to see a Itchy Pollen, I would say. So Bucket said getting a Bayleaf and a Grass Energy for George. Is there anything else? Well, you said there was 2 Teal'c Ogerpons, right? And now we have Energy. So George will be able to get something going here. And by the way, just so you know, it's almost towards the end of the night. He has almost 8:30 here in Malaysia. There's a huge crowd here watching the game live at the Sunway Pyramid Convention Center.
Yeah, so George here, it's George's turn. I think there is There is nothing much that he wants to do except for maybe like do here, right? He has a Force of Vitality. Can't use that right now. He plays it. He knows that. Oh, yeah, no, he doesn't know that one of them is prized, but I think it's fine because Khalid here probably not drawing into his battle cage.
True.
So I think George is just wants to get it up and running so that he can use that for the next turn. George right now just going to use Lily's Determination, going to shuffle his hand into his deck, draw up to 8 cards, or draw 8 cards. And we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Fresh set of cards. Does he get... Actually, what does he need? He doesn't need anything.
He's nothing. I was going to say, he's pretty much all there is. He doesn't need to play anything else. He doesn't want to play a Dolph here because you can just revolve it in your turn through. However, he did play the Force of Vitality. You correctly pointed out, one was in the prizes, one is in play. If Khalid bumps that stadium, George will have to find the stadium and the evolution line to be able to get into either the Meganium or the Arboliva. And we saw how important using Arboliva was in that game number 1. Khalid had to go so tall in terms of hand size to the extent he didn't even get the chance to take prizes against Arboliva until you hit it twice. So that is a key card here for George. A key attacker here is that olive branch tree thing.
One tanky boy is all you need in order for you to absorb damage from the side of Alakazam. Here, George is going to use bug catching set, going to be finding himself a Dolph as well as a Chikorita. So we do know that that Smoliv on his bench will grow big and tall to that Arboliva, and he's going to start raining oil all over Khalid's side of the field. I believe that was Chikorita that was benched on the far side.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and we are just going to use Itchy Pollen.
There's already a Dolph on the bench, a Smoliv on the bench, I should say. And Khalid here getting the Hilda. Good to see the Hilda right now getting an evolution as well as probably the enriching energy for Khalid. Already hand, very well there for Khalid. Probably just Psychic Energy and a Kadabra. There you go. Okay. By the way, do you know why it's called Oil Salvo? It's because Arboliva is an olive branch or olive oil Pokemon. It's so cool.
That?
It's so cool. No. Many people don't. Many people think it's just a tree, but look at what he has.
Yeah, he is literally an olive tree.
It's olive. There
Those big brown sacks are literally olives, guys. Those are fruits, okay?
Fruits?
Fruits. An olive is a fruit or vegetable. Well, anyways,
cucumber.
Whatever it is, it holds oil.
It holds oil. And here, though, it is the prime attacker for George. However, Khalid here is able to bump the Force of Vitality. George is now down to 2 of those cards because one is in the prize cards. Khalid
Super Psy Shock.
Super Psy Shock?
Psy Shock, isn't it?
Psy Shock, Psy Bolt. One or the other. Psy Bolt. Super Psy Bolt. Yes. And it takes me back because the original Kadabra from base sets, their attack was Super Psy. That was like almost 3 decades ago. So here, George, what does he have?
George has Pokepad. He needs to find himself a Force of Vitality. He is going to be able to find, I think, the Dolph. No, he has a Dolph already, right? So just trying to find a way for him to draw his Cypher Maniac so he can Cypher Maniac into the Force of Vitality.
Yes, Meowth. The Meowth is there. Yes. The Meowth is in hand.
Well, that's going to be it, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to have Pokepad find himself a Smoliv, going to be able to bench that Meowth, and then find himself the Cypher Maniac into Force of Vitality and something else, a card of his choice. If you're wondering, what does Cypher Maniac do? You can find any 2 cards you want, put it on the top of your deck, legally stacking your deck.
Yes.
And then drawing it out with other things, such as this Teal Dance from Teal Mask Ogre Pod.
Yes, indeed. So George here going to get the Cypher Maniacs, putting Unfair Stamp now, and also the Force of Vitality. I was going to say though, for Khalid, the card that we have not seen this series so far is that Ace Nullifier Genesect, because in that game 1, the Ace spec of choice for George, the Unfair Stamp, derail Khalid's hand and plans. We don't see it again for game 2, unfortunately. So George immediately eyeing up the Unfair Stamp with the Cypher Maniac, and he's going to punish Khalid for taking that one cheeky prize on the Bidoof.
Yep, so that's the first Teal Dance. That's going to be the second Teal Dance. You're going to draw into that on first snap. Going to be benching. I'm going to be putting the Force of Vitality onto the field and immediately evolving everything up. We're going to see Meganium. We're going to see Arboliva. We're going to see on first snap. Wait, no Arboliva. So just on first snap and pray that he's going to draw into the Arboliva EX. Keep in mind, doesn't need it right now because he has the Teal Mask Ogapon in order for him to take that knockout onto the Kadabra on first snap. Once again, if you're not familiar with it just yet, you both players shuffle their hands into the decks. You draw 5 cards, your opponent draws 2, but you can only use that if your opponent has taken a knockout the previous turn.
Oh, and that's a rough hand for Khalid. Well, not too bad. That's a Hilda. So at the very least, we will see an evolution. Likely going to be the Dunsparce because that's the only card drawing you 3 cards. Here, a knockout on the Kadabra with Mirrored Leaf Shower. George also taking a prize card. Khalid, what do you have? What is your response? And it's a Hilda first off.
It all starts off with a Hilda. We're going to see a Telepathic Energy as well as an Alakazam because I think Khalid drew top decked that rare candy. I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with an Alakazam evolution at this point. But Khalid here, I think is going to just attach this Telepathic Energy. Is going to find that one Arbor. I think that's the only one left in the deck. Going back for the shuffles. And Khalid needs to find a lot of cards. But I guess 3 cards is better than... 3 cards from the Alakazam is better than the 3 cards from the Dunsparce because the odds of you drawing into the Dunsparce is pretty high at this point. Right? Because you have, 4 Dunsparce, or 3 Dunsparce, 4 Pokepads, right? So that's 7 outs.
Yes.
For you. So that's a... I mean, the odds of you drawing into one of those 7 is going to be pretty high. We do see Kadabra. Kadabra is going to be introducing the Dunsparce. That's huge for the side of Khalid here. Also get the Pokepad. Also get the Dawn. I mean, why not? Just have everything.
Exactly. And First Time is alive for that reason, folks. Khalid here, refilling his hand here to be able to get an attack off, hopefully. We will see a randomly draw, most likely, from the Dunsparce in hand. For Khalid, though, I think...
cards.
11 cards.
As in, you need 11 cards.
11 cards. You need 11 cards in hand. I don't think that's enough for Khalid's hand right now.
I mean, if you Dawn, you find 3.
You play Hilda already, though.
Oh, you play Hilda.
Yes.
So you're using a runaway draw here to find 3 cards. You have... he's trying to think if he should find a Dunsparce. I don't think he needs to use the Dunsparce right now. Pokepad there should be used a little bit later. So we are going to see runaway draw first. 3 cards going to Khalid's hand. Boss's orders, and something else. I didn't quite see.
Yeah, might be a Lucky Helmet, I think.
You're right.
So Lucky Helmet, he already has a Secret Edge in hand. That's not going to work. I think those 2 cards are the ones that look the most similar. Khalid now, does he have enough to take a knockout? I don't think so.
Cards. That's going to be 140. He's already played the Hilda. He can't use the boss's orders, so now he's just going to sacrifice one of his Abras. He's going to use the Pokepad to refill his bench with that Dunsparce. So we do see the Dunsparce come out, and it's just going to be a shuffle. So yeah, at least he has answers next turn.
Yes, that is true, but I think Khalid's on a very bad position here. If you're not going to take a knockout here to take the prize lead back, you cannot go into a 2-2-2, or I should say 1-1-2-2 prize map here if you're Khalid. That was what you had as a potential going to that game on number 1. Missing an attack is as bad as what you're doing right now. Missing yet another attack, missing a prize trade for George now. Here comes another Teal Dance from this Teal Mask Ogapon. No Arbolivas yet, I want to say, but you're going to draw more cards here as George.
Finds himself
and you have a
the
Dawn
Meowth
as well. So Dawn is already hand.
Finds himself the Meowth. Meowth ain't going to do anything. His bench is full. And Khalid here, I do want to say that he has attached the Lucky Helmet. So no matter what George does, Khalid is going to be up 2 cards in his hand. That's still not enough, I think, to take a clean knockout onto this Arboliva. But George here... Yeah, just going to be able to find the Arboliva with the Dawn. I wonder if George will consider retreating the Teal Mask Ogapon and pushing up the Arboliva instead.
He should.
Because he can just oil salvo the front, right?
That's true. All salvo there will actually be a much better attack, I would say, or much better attacker in the Arboliva because you force Khalid to have way more resources, way more cards in hand to take a knockout. Khalid is actually a few cards short with this powerful hand on the Teal Mask Ogapon, but with Arboliva, he's very short. You need, 16 cards in hand for a knockout? But no, just going into the Teal Mask Ogapon instead. letting Khalid draw 2 cards, but then the Abra goes into the discard pile. Advantage, I think, in George's favor. Khalid has to build a huge hand to be able to get a knockout on anything. He's close, but he needs to build up a little bit more.
Yeah, so George here, but I will say George is potentially 4 turns away from winning this game. Oh, no, sorry, 3 turns away from winning this game, right? He can go 1-1-2 if he has Briar. Khalid, on the other hand, is also 3 turns away. He has to go 2-2-1.
That's true, but if Khalid goes for 2-2-1, the Briar play is off the cards.
That's right.
That is one thing we need to think about. Briar was the reason why Khalid lost. Well, top deck Briar was the reason why Khalid lost. In this scenario, though, because he didn't take a knockout earlier on, or he will be taking a 2-prize knockout here, Briar is offline.
That's right. That's right. Khalid needs to see this. He needs to be able to play around it. We do see that George has a judge in hand. He wants to use the judge next turn so that Khalid can't take a one-hit knockout onto that Arboliva. Khalid wants to take this knockout on this Steel Mask Ogerpon, get rid of 3 energies off the board. Khalid eyeing up a... Oh, no, he doesn't. He can't use every rare candy there. He needs to draw more cards. He needs to find a way to get access for more cards here. Just making sure he has, I don't know, he's able to find the Dunsparce. I think the Dunsparce here is going to be key.
Yes, Dunsparce is going to be key here. It looks like we're going to have a little pause here. Let the judge do the thing. But I am excited for this game because it can go either way now. The fact that Khalid is no longer on a 2-2-2 map means that George has to take 4 full turns for the win. Whereas for Khalid, he can go 2-2-2, just take an extra prize in a sense, but avoid the horror of a Briar. Not Brian, don't worry, Briar.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the Briar definitely got him the previous turn, and he wants to ensure that that does not happen yet again. Khalid here, just making sure he knows what is available from his what he can do, the potential of what he can do. I know there's no Dunsparce inside the discard pile just yet, so he can't use that Night Treasure to pick it back up. He really needs to find like a Pokepad or just a different way for him to be able to play the Dunsparce or that Alakazam so that he can just draw more cards.
Yes, it is. So I think for Khalid here, I think it might be he saw the extra card off the top, and now the judges are going to do what they need to do here to try and reverse that. That might be pretty interesting. I hope it doesn't lead to any major penalties here for either of these players.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got confirmation here that there isn't a penalty, but just more of a promotion and then drawing a card for turn. Just a little bit of a nitpick that which is perfectly warranted. So Khalid here will go into this Dawn. I presume it's for Alakazam, the Dunsparce, and Abra. Such a powerful supporter in this deck, in so many decks, I would say. Both these players choosing to play Dawn. So Khalid getting a Dunsparce, the Dunsparce, and Alakazam, as I mentioned. Now let's see how many cards he draws here. He's going to be able to draw 6 cards of this Dawn. So Psychic Draw, getting you 3. There you go.
There's going to be the Dunsparce for 3 more.
3 more there, and I think that should be enough at this stage, but I'm hoping for Khalid that he's going to be able to refill the bench with more Dunsparces, because that's what you need, especially because we know George has that judge already in hand. So here,
actually, very smartly,
yeah,
he has enough without the Dunsparce. We talked about prepping for the next turn, and this is what Khalid is doing. He's like, hey, I know he has at least 1 more judge, so I'm just going to not use Runaway Draw. I'm going to save that for when he does get judge. So for when I do get judged, so I can run away with potentially the game number 2.
That is true here. So Khalid does have exactly 11 cards there, so that was what was needed. He couldn't match anything else. There was another Dunsparce in hand, but he was, you know what? I'm not going to do anything about it. Let's just keep it in hand. Now George going to Arboliva, the attacker of choice, because with 310 hit points, Alakazam has his work cut out for it.
The good news for Khalid, though, is that he has a boss's order, so he has both boss's orders in his hand, by the way. So George really needs to be able to judge him this turn. But with 2 boss's orders, Khalid can technically boss around this Arboliva.
Yeah, so he's probably going to eye up the Meowth. That's probably the easiest prize to take there of your Khalid. A boss into the Meowth, but Judge is going to throw a wrench in his plans. Khalid will not have all the cards. He build up all those turns. Now only going down to 4. George will also go to 4. Khalid, though, has the Dunsparce, while George has a few more Tealmas Ogapons to use Teal Dance on. Or just one, I should say. There's only one left on the bench. There's also Pheasantipity, I think. So Pheasantipity for George. Okay.
He's going to draw 3 more cards. Going to be able to get up that Night Stretcher, get up a Grass Energy, but the bench is full. There's no way for him to go any wider. So here we're just going to see an Aroma Shot onto that Alakazam. Alakazam going to be taken down. Khalid now is at a very familiar spot. He needs to be able to find the Abras. Abras going to be very key here. We do see a Pheasantipity. If he benches that, it may cause some issues because it's going to accelerate George's prize race, right? If he benches that Pheasantipity, George just needs 2 more turns with the boss in order for him to take out Khalid.
But to be fair, Khalid also just needs 2 turns here because he's down to 3. Everything that he wants to target is a 2-prizer. So in a sense, Khalid actually has an advantage here in a sense.
Yes, because he's going to be able to take it 2 turns faster.
Exactly. So for Khalid here, he doesn't mind benching the Pheasantipity. The question is now, though, does he have enough cards to make sense of this play? We see Sacred Ash being played here. That's good. Recycle back all those Abras and Kadabras and Alakazams for Khalid's side of the field. And here we go. Welcome back, Abras.
Yeah, look, Khalid's going to be very, very happy with that. And I do want to make one more nuance about this Pheasantipity, right? He will only bench this Pheasantipity if he is sure that he doesn't need to buy 1 turn, right? Because the moment he knows he needs to buy 1 turn, Pheasantipity is off the board, right? So it really comes down to seeing how much he can recover from his hand. We're going to see a Telepathic Energy. We're going to see a Kadabra. I think this is going to be fine. I don't necessarily think he needs to greed out for the Pheasantipity because you're going to be able to use Telepathic Energy to find out 2 more Abras. Khalid playing this very well right now. Only having 6 cards in hand, though, isn't enough for him to take a knockout onto this Arboliva. Does he have another way for him to find the boss's orders? He may need to play this Pheasantipity. He is thinning out all the cards he can from his deck because Pheasantipity needs to draw the boss's orders this turn.
Yeah, for Khalid here, you do have access to 3 boss orders, I want to say. Did he play 1? I don't think so. That's 3.
He's got all 3.
He's got all 3 here. So will we see the boss orders? Khalid, I don't think you want to bench more Pokemon. You want to use the Pheasantipity. Will we see it though?
I mean, because I don't think you want to do. You want to take a chip damage, but I think.
Oh no!
No, but if you're going down this route, right?
He played the Hilda. He played the Hilda.
Yeah. So he complete the boss's orders, and I think that's fine because he just wants to do some chip damage.
Yes.
All right, and this is what I talk about. If he's going down this route, that means he can't bench the Fez, and if he can't bench the Fez, then this is perfectly fine. George here has a backup Arboliva though, so what George can do is technically pivot his damaged Arboliva into a fresh one, and then Khalid is back with the same situation. Can he find 16 cards or the boss's orders in order for him to take a 2-prize knockout?
That is true. For Khalid here, his hand is rather small. We saw a powerful hand for only 100 damage, so it means there's only 5 cards in hand. George, on the other hand, has a huge grip there with lots of resources being used. Ultra Ball grabbing a Meganium. So I think that's just thinning the deck at this point, trying to get into other cards, hoping that he has a line of play here. Retreating is one of those plays. Getting to a fresh Arboliva is going to be key here for George, forcing Khalid to go tall again on that hand size. We see an energy in hand. Going to the Tealma Zogapon. Okay, draw more cards. Another Ultra Ball. For George, you want to see an energy? Okay, at the very least, there is the Night Stretcher, so you're going to get 1 energy back into the hand. And you can't even just retreat with just 1 energy because Wild Growth is inactive right now. Or is activated right now, so easy retreat for the Arboliva. And now George asks the question, Khalid, are you a believer? Do you have what it takes to take down this Arboliva? Once again, a fresh one at that. Khalid, drawing a card. He has the boss. Does he have Rare Candy
very, very key. Yeah, he needs Rare Candy. There is a lot of things that Khalid needs. He does have the Dunsparce off the Psychic Draw from the Kadabra. We are going to see the Dunsparce being triggered at this point in time. He needs to find an energy. He has the Enriching Energy. Unfortunately, not going to be able to attach it this turn because he needs to attach a Psychic Energy onto this Kadabra. We do see the wrong Alakazam. We do see a Boss's Orders. We do see a Night Stretcher. Night Stretcher...
You could get Kadabra.
You get Kadabra, but there's not enough turns for you. You can't buy enough turns here. He needs the Rare Candy. He needs to find the Alakazam. Does he have it?
There is a world here where you play the enriching because you can go after the Wonder Patch to accelerate energy to the bench. So there is a world here where Khalid plays the enriching energy. Khalid now going into the Dunsparce. He has the Wonder Patch in the deck. So the question now is, how does he get the Psychic Energy into the discard? I don't think there's one there right now. So that if there isn't anyone right there, they can't actually go down the enriching energy and Wonder Patch route.
I will say that he's just played the Hilda, so that means boss is off the table. That means he's believing that he's going to be able to hit 16 energies this turn for a clean knockout. We are going to see Runaway Draw being done up first. 3 cards into his hand. That is a Psyduck. That is a Dunsparce.
Oh, no.
I am not sure if you're gonna be able to hit it, mate.
I'm not seeing it for Khalid. The door is closing so quickly for him. George here is just 2 turns away from being crowned the champion of the Master Ball League Malaysia 2025-2026. Khalid on the ropes here. Promotes the Shaman. That is not good.
That is not what you want, but here we are going to see a second evolution of the Kadabra. Draws himself to Battle Cage. Battle Cage going to be put down onto the bench, onto the field, sorry. But no, first it's going to be 2 Dunsparce, and he may just have to sacrifice his Shaman. This is the one turn he needs to buy, but if this is the case, I think it may be a little bit too little too late, unless by some reason George isn't able to get it. But here, George going to be able to play that Master Ball stance Pokepad, just going to thin out his hand just a little bit. I think George here just going to be able to just use the Aroma Shot, getting rid of that Shaman. But Lana's 8 first, making sure that he is playing to perfection, that he's playing to all of his outs. You know, he doesn't want to lose this game to chance. We do have 3 energies into the hand. We're going to first of all attach it to an Arboliva to have a backup attacker. We're going to then just Teal Dance for 1 more. George smells the blood. He's playing a little bit faster. He's going to use Aroma Shot onto the Shaman. 1 prize left for George. 3 prizes for Khalid. We are just going to nice stretch it back to Shaman, but I don't think that matters no more because he has a backup Arboliva. We are now going to be playing the Pheasantipity. Pheasantipity going to be drawing him 3 cards. It's going to be the boss, the buddy. The Dawn gets used right now. 3 more cards gets added to his hand. He may be able to use the Alakazam for a 1-shot to the Arboliva, but George has a backup attacker. Khalid just trying to play everything out, trying to ensure that, I don't know, finding a way.
Khalid is playing it out. We're going to give props to these players for not giving up. But at this stage, though, I think the crowd knows it. I think we know it. I think George and Khalid knows it. With 3 prizes left to take, Khalid is back against the wall here. There is no way for Khalid to not give up this prize. There is no stall play available. You could go for boss's orders, but for what it's worth, George's hand's full of energy, I would think. There's so much left in the deck. Khalid here doing what he can, but at this stage, it is too little, too late. Khalid had 2 turns bought with the plays he had, but those 2 turns have gone sideways. George now is just 1 turn away from being crowned the champion here. And I think he knows it too. Khalid is just grasping at something here. Huge hand. But no, it's not enough.
That's it.
That's
George the fist bump.
There you go. George Tan, your champion of the Malaysia Master Ball League 2025-2026. He takes it down with our believer. I'm a believer. Everyone should be a believer after today. Khalid, congratulations as well. The Alakazam going the distance here, trying to do a repeat like what it did in Philippines. Unfortunately, just falling short to a bunch of grass Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, look, the hands weren't powerful enough, man. And you know what? I've learned today that oil beats hands.
Oil beats hands.
Oils beats hands because, with oil, you can't really get a grip on things. Just like we saw Khalid there, not being able to get a grip in his first game.
That's true.
Right? So, that is how the cookie crumbles here at the Malaysia Master Ball League. We saw all the players going through such a huge gauntlet. Once again, 1,502 players.
Yes.
That is an incredible amount. The most amount of people we've seen playing Pokemon TCG here in Southeast Asia.
Indeed.
In this region for now.
Also, a quick shout out to everyone who participated this weekend. 1,500 you mentioned. By the way, the crowd's going wild here in Sunway Premier Grand Center. We talk about the total number of players. 1,000 competitors came this weekend across all games and all age divisions to participate. And we gave out Worlds invites that we talked about. We gave out points. We gave out prizes, promo cards, play mats. But most importantly, we gave out memories, Brian. Memories between both of us. Memories with the competitors. Memories with all of you at home. This has been amazing. A pleasure, Brian, to have you here with us. Any particular key moments for you this weekend?
Key moments? Well, I can just see, I love seeing the crowd go absolutely crazy here. It's so nice to see such a large community here in Malaysia. Thank you so much for having me on the desk. It's been an absolute pleasure casting together with you, Aaron. And it's been an absolute pleasure being welcomed so much by the Malaysian community. I'm sure we'll be back eventually. But till then, guys, take care and we'll see you on the flip side.
We'll see you on the flip side. Just so everyone's aware, this is not the last event in Southeast Asia.
No.
There's one more. One big one.
Singapore!
The Singapore Master Ball Leagues in 2 weeks.
So maybe take some lessons from this guy.
Take some notes over here.
Play some Our Believer.
Be a believer.
Are you a believer?
I am. I have always been a believer. Are you a believer now?
Now I'm a believer.
There you go. You're
I'm
not
a believer.
So for this event, for this weekend, it's been a pleasure. Brian Kwa, Aaron Minjut, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you in the next event. See you now.